watching a Youth TV, empowering you.
Projects in Vilgro Kenya's portfolio are all from CamTechUganda. Just this week, we were able to have the Executive Director of Stanford Biodesign visit CamTechUganda for his first time to Uganda. This journey has been amazing, but this journey has had quite a lot of challenges. We have thrived significantly using American philanthropy dollars. And so we are very grateful to all our funders over the years. The Baker Foundation, the Wiz Medical Foundation, through Mass General Hospital. 2024 is a very critical year for CamTechUganda, and this event may be our grand finale. We do not know what 2025 will come, but we wanted to show you what the impact of CamTech has been. And so when we close shop this year, at least you will have seen. But we do not want to close shop, because what we are passionate and we've discovered what we can actually do is, if we raise an endowment of $2 million, CamTechUganda will exist forever. And we are very laser focused on that, and we think that with all of your support, we will be able to raise that. So welcome, and thank you so much for gracing this occasion.
All has been captured by the media team. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, allow me to invite Professor Nixon Kamkama, the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Academic Affairs of Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Professor Nixon also is the chair of the Center for Innovation and Technology Transfer, and he's a great researcher, innovator in business, finance, and accounting. As he speaks, expect money to flow. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Professor Nixon Kamkama with a hand clap.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Angela, thank you so much for the wonderful introduction. I want to appreciate CamTech team for inviting me to be part of this function, and on the other hand, to congratulate CamTech for the 12 years where the achievements will be exhibited. I want to recognize the presence of Professor Robert Tamkonge. Thank you for being here, for creating time to come and share with us what is taking place in this innovation world. We have Dr. Simwe. You always be there for us. days because teaching is ongoing. But one, thank you for getting time. Yeah, I've been made aware the chief guest is not already here, but we also thank, of course, we want to appreciate her for the time she has created and to, of course, affording to come and join us. Special thanks, Dr. Deta and your team. You've been really passionate about innovation. When I joined MAST, I got you here on the same journey with your team, Nuriat, Martin. This is the team I found around. And I want to appreciate you for the commitment and being passionate about what you are doing. We appreciate the achievements and the journey you've taken. Today, you are showing case what you've achieved, what you've done, the impact caused. Really, it's great because there are very, very few people who can afford to show what they have been doing. But as partners in all this, do you have anything to show? That's the challenge. You can imagine you are living 60 years, 70 years in this world, but you have nothing to show. It's a challenge. Does it mean you are irrelevant or irrelevant? Are you a cost or a liability or an asset to the community? These innovations by CAMTech actually change, they address societal challenges, and that's why we exist. Our communities are expecting much from us. But what are we offering? Why did we go to school? Why were we given knowledge and heads? Of course, we are fond of carrying heads around. Can we take advantage and use these heads and join CAMTech to innovate, to be creative, so that you add value what is happening? I want to say that this is a knowledge economy full of challenges and problems where information is key, where we require innovative ways and methodologies of addressing the problems in the changing world. It's a dynamic environment. We cannot afford to remain in the past and use the past approaches to address the current problems. No, the world has changed. Now we are talking about artificial intelligence. How are we going to get there? Time is key. It's an important asset. It is time now to invest in ICT resources in order to remain relevant. Physical assets, infrastructure are irrelevant now. The physical space is no longer relevant, but we have to look at the digital space. And that's where innovations must be emphasized. So, yes, agility, flexibility, and innovative approaches, the cornerstones in addressing the current problems. Are we thinking? Are we coming up with something new to address the real world problems? The world has changed. But where are we? I've been telling my colleagues, lecturers, the whole environment has changed. This business of carrying aeronauts is no more, is not applicable. You are becoming obsolete, outdated, because we have now artificial intelligence with us, the ChatGPT. Students are ahead of us. We must move and come up with innovative ways to address current challenges. We must integrate critical thinking and doing. Think, go to the real world, come up with a solution. And that's what Data CAMTech with his team, that's what they are doing. They have done a lot. And we appreciate as Mbara University of Science and Technology because you promoted our visibility. There is no question about it. The university has benefited. These are benefits that are invisible in nature. Let's not look at the money. We look at the reputation, the name. You are carrying a university flag beyond our boundaries. So, ladies and gentlemen, I just want really to appreciate CAMTech for this endeavor, for the journey taken so far, 12 years, where the focus has been innovation ecosystem, and they have been consistent. Of course, Mbara University has been supporting CAMTech, and will continue to support CAMTech because a lot has been achieved. I want to bring warm greetings from our current now, the new Mogole, our Vice Chancellor. The whole of yesterday we've been rejoicing. Now we had the after party, but Dr. Data, the new Vice Chancellor, is going to join you. She first went to BSU, but she promised she's going to come and join you because it is an important event and we cannot take it for granted. Prepare to receive. I think this will be the very first activity to be attended by our Vice Chancellor. So please come take his breast. With all these awards, I want to officially open this competition, open pitch competition and showcase. And I wish you the best. Let's learn. Let's come here to learn, not to see and go away. Can we go back with something? Can we engage our heads so that we join the team at the end of the day? Succeed, we must. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Nixon. And like the Vice Chancellor has gone to Bishop Stewart, I know duty is in your hands to run the university. You shall be excused as and of when you need to get out. We appreciate your presence and the official opening of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, before the keynote speaker, allow me to recognize the presence of Dr. Nevan Hanumara from MIT, Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Please stand up for recognition and wave to the people. Thank you for coming all the way. I think they don't like recognition. Yeah. And next to you is, please don't copy Dr. Nevan. Next is Dr. Jonzo Bongoloch, the Dean, Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology. Please do the African way. Yes. Thank you for coming and being with us. Ladies and gentlemen, they will be introduced to you, but allow me to welcome and recognize Dr. Onesmus Biamokama, a senior obstetrician from Mbara Regional Referral Hospital. Thank you for coming. I know you're such a busy person, and we congratulate you upon the camps you've so far held with your chief in terms of correcting urogyno issues. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome and recognize our keynote speaker, who is going to speak to us. Professor Robert Temkong. And the floor is yours, Professor Robert. And we're looking forward to listening to you. As he comes, ladies and gentlemen, he is the brain behind clinical pharmacy, Masters in Clinical Pharmacy, and it is the first of the kind in East Africa. He came all the way from, not came all the way, sacrificed to come from Minnesota University in the US, and he's Cameroonian, works in Uganda, and takes his leave in Rwanda. He's such an international person. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Associate Professor Robert Tamkong to address us.
Thank you very much, PRO, for that bright introduction. That's okay. All right. Thank you, PRO, for that introduction. Our DVCA, Deputy Vice Chancellor in charge of Academic Affairs, who just left, the soft-spoken and very pensive Professor Nixon Kamukama. We have the Dean of the Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology of Mbarara University of Science and Technology, Dr. Bongolosh, who is hosting us today. We have our DHO, the District Health Officer, Dr. Peter Sebutinde. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, innovators, it's both an honor and a tremendous responsibility that was given to me today to speak to you at the CAMTech Open Pitch Competition and Showcase event this morning. When I was growing up in 1982, I remember when the world was shaken by a major discovery. That was in Utah, in the USA. A certain Dr. Robert Jervik and his team at the University of Utah, they developed the first artificial heart. And they called it the Jervik 7. But it was a lady called Natalie Cole, a 61-year-old female and resident of Utah, who brought their innovation to life. Natalie's only hope was a heart transplant after being diagnosed with a terminal heart disease. However, there were no donors for Natalie to survive at that time because science was not that advanced. Her chances of surviving were becoming very, very low and elusive at the same time. That's when Dr. Jervik and his team came in with their innovation. On December 12, 1982, Natalie became the first human being to receive the Jervik 7, which was an artificial heart. The surgery lasted for 23 hours in order to give Natalie that heart. And Natalie's chances of survival still remain very slim because it was a new discovery in the world in 1982. Headlines were made. International televisions were focused on the hospital in Utah. However, Natalie's determination and resilience inspired the medical team to work for 23 hours non-stop in order to give Natalie a chance to live with that artificial heart. Unfortunately, she spent only 112 days with the artificial heart, defying all expectations of new discoveries and paving the way for future innovations. Though Natalie eventually passed away due to the complications of her heart transplant, her legacy is living on today. The Jervik 7 artificial heart paved the way to modern-day ventricular assistant devices, commonly called the VADs, and heart transplants. As we speak today, thousands of people worldwide benefited from artificial heart technology thanks to Natalie's courage and Dr. Jervik and his team. Ladies and gentlemen, today we gather under the theme, Accelerating Innovations to Impact Health Outcomes in Low and Medium Income Countries. This theme, to me, resonates deeply as we recognize the transformative power of innovation in improving health care outcomes in low and medium income countries like Uganda. As we celebrate this milestone, we acknowledge the critical role technology plays in driving sustainable development. CamTechUganda has been at the forefront, nurturing talented individuals equipped and to tackle complex challenges today. Firstly, I want to commend CamTechUganda for the tireless effort over the past 12 years, supporting healthcare innovations and driving meaningful changes in our communities. Your dedication has truly created a vibrant ecosystem, fostering creativity and enhancing collaboration among the stakeholders in Uganda. As we explore the journey of CamTech today, as pertains to innovations in Africa, we also want to acknowledge the challenges and triumphs. From concept to implementation, innovation must navigate complex landscape, balancing technical feasibility with social impact. Our panelists later today will share invaluable insights on this journey. Ladies and gentlemen, ensuring healthcare innovations meet the needs of end users is very critical. We must prioritize user-centered design, engaging communities and healthcare professionals in the development process. This human-centered approach guarantees that solutions address real-world problems. As we celebrate 12 years of CamTech in Uganda's impact, we recognize the potential for innovation to improve access to quality healthcare, enhance patient outcomes, strengthen health systems, and last but not the least, drive economic growth and development. I also want to commend CamTech and the community for the dedication of excellence, innovation, community service. Your efforts have advanced research and education and affordable medical technology, fostered entrepreneurship and job creation among the youth, improved transformational literacy and inclusion, and above all, supported national development initiatives. As we look to the future, I urge everyone here to continue pushing boundaries in tech innovation, collaborate with industry partners for practical solutions, develop technologies addressing local and global challenges, and empower communities through skills training. Based on the global and local technology landscape, some key evolutionary areas to focus on, like our Vice Chancellor elucidated in his earlier address, these would include, but are not limited to, artificial intelligence that is driving the world today, machine learning, cybersecurity and data protection, and health informatics and telemedicine. This is the way to go in medicine today, or in healthcare. From that perspective, therefore, and in order to achieve sustainable development, we must and we should promote digital inclusion and accessibility for all, ensure ethical tech practices and responsibility, foster interdisciplinary collaboration, and support entrepreneurship and startup ecosystems. Ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I would like to take this opportunity to urge all of us here to embrace the power of innovation, engage with the ecosystems, and strive for impact and not just innovation. Let's challenge ourselves to dream big, innovate boldly, harness technology and social good, empower communities through digital transformation, and to continue making musts very proud. Distinguished guests, this is a very historic moment in the life of this institution. Like the Greek proverb says, the sweetest honey is that which is extracted from the hardest rock. By the same strand of interpretation, let's keep up the good work. Together, let's accelerate innovation to transform health outcomes in Uganda. And I'm sure if Shakespeare, those of you who know Shakespeare or who knew him, he's the greatest English language writer of all times. If he was to descend here today and ask me which of his plays I should make reference to, I would say, all is well that ends well. In the words of Maya Angelou, those who don't know her, she is an acclaimed, or she was because she died in 2014 rather. She's an acclaimed American poet and storyteller, as well as an autobiographer and activist. She said, do the best you can until you know better. Then, when you know better, then you do better. Ladies and gentlemen, we are all in this together, and together we shall rise. The future is ours to create. Let's make it happen. May God bless us all. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Professor Tamkong. Let's applaud him as he takes his seat. All protocol observed. Good morning. Good morning. We have very good breakfast for you, so you should have a lot of energy. So my name is Martin Mukama, and I work with CamTechUganda as the Innovations Manager. I'll be co-emceeing with Angela. Now that our chief guest is not yet here, we are going to have our first panel running, which is going to be moderated by none other than Dr. Jones Obongoloch, the Dean Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology. Dr. Jones, you're welcome. And let's clap for him as he takes over the platform. Dr. Jones will be inviting all his panelists. Thank you, Dr. Jones.
Thank you, Martin. And CAMTech. Where's the entrance to the thing? Good morning, everyone. I'm glad to be here, and I'm happy to see all of you. We are going to be listening to some of a few innovators that have passed through CAMTech, and they have something to share with us about their journey, where they have reached, and also what they are experiencing in the field of innovation. Allow me to invite Mr. Emmanuel Kamuhire. Let's give him a round of applause as he comes over. Miss Auma Eunice. Manuel, you are welcome. You can take a seat, jump over. Auma Eunice. Nora is our other panelist. Nora. take a seat. Nora, you are welcome. And the other panelist is Mr. Edwin Nahabwe. You are all welcome to this session. Edwin, please take a seat. So these are our panelists, and we are going to be talking about the journey of an innovator from concept to implementation. I know as innovators, we all have ideas, but sometimes the ideas remain in our heads for too long, and we keep piling them, and we never start. But these are people who have started, and they have reached somewhere. So we said we should listen to them. Maybe we can pick something from their journey. I'm going to give them 1 minute each to introduce themselves and tell us what they are working on, which I know they will also continue to tell us as we discuss, but just a round of introductions for them. I can start with Nora over the other side. One in the middle.
Protocol observed. Good morning. My name is Noura Izzat. I work with NeoSafe Technologies as the lead for the autothermal device. That is a wearable medical device designed to aid health workers in continuously monitoring newborns during admission and prioritizing care to these newborns. I'm very happy to share with you the journey of autothermal, and it's an honor to be here with you all today. Thank you.
Thank you, Nora.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Kamhire. I work for Elite Uganda. So Elite is a company which started out of an innovation called the Elite Vein Locator, which started from CamTechUganda, and we're currently at the level of free market assessment of the device, and we're happy to be here and happy to share with the fellow innovators how our journey has been like. Thank you.
Thank you, Manuel.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Nahabo Edwin. I work with Photocabada Limited as a Chief Technology Officer. Photocabada is a company that is building a remotely monitored hybrid phototherapy machine, which by definition helps treat jaundice, which also by definition is when babies are born with yellow skin. Happy to be here.
Thank you, Edwin.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Auma Inis. I am from Stain Smart Innovations, and we are currently developing a medical device that is the low-cost automated slide stainer. It is designed to stain slides. Currently, many lab technicians do it manually, so we are automating the whole process. I'm very honored to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eunice. So we are happy to be interacting with all of you. I think we will give some time to the audience later to ask a few questions if you have to our innovators after you have known exactly what they do and what are some of their challenges. Maybe you'll identify with some of those challenges as well, or the successes that they have gone through. I want to start with Emmanuel. When you started your innovation, I know it was an idea. These innovations have all stemmed out through CAMTech, and you have gone through a journey with CAMTech. But given the challenges in African context, for instance, what were some of the unique challenges that you had to overcome to transition from an idea to sort of a prototype, to a product, to a company, and something like that?
That's a good question. So just to put it, to every innovator here in the room, there are not so many funders that really are willing to, fund ideas. So for us, it was more of a blessing to, have CAMTech based at Mbarara University and identify our solution and believe in us at an idea level and invest in us to actually begin the research. So just to give you what we're working on, our innovation is a non-invasive medical device that facilitates easy access to patients' veins. So you know how you go to the hospital and you have to receive medication intravenously, but then you have a clinician, not because they really want to, but struggling to find a vein because veins are either collapsed or barely visible. So at that point, challenge number one was, who do we even approach? Who even believes in us that we can actually do this? And so CAMTech comes in the first place to give us the first funding, $10,000, and that was, able to push us from a level of just idea to a level of, coming up with a rapid prototype that was able to at least show that this thing was possible. And so, of course, moving all the way, we had to, try and raise more funding, of course, given the visibility that we always had from CamTech. And this was able to push us to, Ministry of ICT, and we're really happy to have received support from Government of Uganda through Ministry of ICT. That also supported us. And that as well also propelled us to, getting into Vilgro Africa and more other, grants coming in. But the challenges, of course, would stem from, limited funding. They would, stem from issues to do with STEAM. But again, mentorship comes in. And I think, of course, my fellow panelists will talk about how mentorship comes in to address some of the challenges. Like probably maybe a nutshell, when you have a mentor, it's more like when you're trying to learn how to drive a car, so you always have this person next to you so that you don't really do the mistakes. You don't repeat those mistakes. So we really had these beautiful mentors at CamTech and, very helpful. Had mentors from, Vilgro Africa, and these were always able to just push us into what not to do, what we have to do, and how much we have to spend in such a format. So the challenges for me would always be solved for an innovator who is starting by identifying that particular funder who is willing to even believe in your idea and fund that idea.
Thank you so much, Emmanuel. Yeah, I can identify with some of those challenges. Let me get to Eunice. Eunice, would you want to supplement anything on this, or your challenges were exactly the same as the ones of Emma?
Interesting. Yes, so I would definitely supplement. So another challenge would be infrastructure. You realize we have the idea, we have this is the University of Science and Technology. Students in those classrooms have great minds. We have the great minds, we have the ideas, but you realize we don't have the infrastructure, the tools we need to do some of the things. For example, for us, when we were designing our very first prototype, we thought we would do everything from Bara here. And then we just realized we had to actually go to Kampala, to do something. Like Uganda is designed in such a way that somehow you have to go to Kampala to do something. So that was also a challenge to us.
Thank you. Let me get to Edwin, since he's close to you here. Sometimes when you start a project, you write your idea down and the road seems to be clear. If I get this, I get that, I get that. And then you start and the road tends to disappear. You don't see the road that you were seeing earlier. What are some of the specific moments when you had to pivot or change your idea in response to some of these challenges that are unforeseen?
Thank you, Dr. Jones. I'll begin by saying that innovators don't invent problems, that we exist to solve problems. And if your innovation is solving a problem that is existent, it should make the journey a bit easier. I know of guys who make solutions and they try to make a problem to fit their solution. And so we began from the problem aspect. There was a problem that needed to be solved. We have expensive machines. We have, they treat one baby, the etc. And so along the way, one of the things that sort of let us move was getting feedback from the potential end users. So, we can go in a lab and make a machine, and it looks good. So we get these medical workers, nurses, doctors, radiographers, whomever. Then we say, hey, we're building device A and B. What do you think about it? Then they will tell you, the height is too much. You're like, height? Then they'll say, I think it's too big for this. So one of our biggest pivotal moments was when we invited actual potential end users to look at what we had done and give us their feedback. Because I won't be using it. They will be using it, 300 days in a year. And then they will tell you, okay, I think you need to change this to this, or this to this. And then at some point, we had, because we're dealing with babies, we had some mothers. And we asked them, now, the photo cupboard is derived from the actual word cupboard, which means a place to keep cups. Our first design looked like a cupboard. When we called the mothers, they said, my child in a cupboard? No. And so having the end users tell us what they want helped us change from what we had to what would work for them. But also because we're solving a problem, they could identify with it. Calling health workers and you tell them, I have a vein locator. They know they have to locate veins 1,000 times a day. But you can't tell them, so I have this app, which it's easier for you to begin from a problem. And you say, I've seen this and I have this. How can we solve it? So for us, it was about inviting potential end users to sort of guide us. And if I could show you the one of our two different designs from version 1 to 2, there's a huge difference because the mother said, no, my child can't be in a cupboard. Doctors said no, a lot of things, and now we have something which really works for them and will solve the problem we had from the start.
Thank you, Edwin. Yeah, I can attest to that. When I was coming with Dr. Nevan, we saw your new device now, and Nevan was late. This looks very different from the last time I saw it. And your old device is still in our lab, very close by. Maybe you can bring it and people compare the first version and the second version. It's not very far from here. Then we go to Nura. Nura, I have seen projects sometimes that I have supervised, not mentored. And the innovators come to you later and you're like, who are you working with now? And they say, we have gotten a mentor. Somebody is mentoring that now. What is the role of mentorship? How good is a mentor vis-a-vis a supervisor? Many of us, when we are supervising, we just say, you have to write this objective, that objective, and then if you do that, you'll get 75%. But I think then it's different from mentoring. So what is mentoring and what is the role of mentors in innovations, especially giving us your experiences with your mentors?
Thank you so much for that question. So from experience at CAMTech, I think I'm among the core beneficiaries, I would call it core, of innovators at CAMTech. And in line with the question of the role of mentorship, one, the journey of innovation is broad. So it doesn't rotate sometimes just about developing the product, but there's a lot that goes on. And importantly, I would point out pitching. I will share my experience with Dr. Data when I was just starting or learning how to pitch. So pitching is very important because this is one skill that helps you in communicating your idea, innovation, as well as securing funding. So when I was just starting, I didn't even know how to mention or how to point out the problem I was solving. So interacting with Dr. Data as my mentor, I remember the example was to talk about the Uganda crested crane. And as opposed to talk without breaking, as opposed to create a story about the crested crane. So from that moment, at least I learned how to pitch. And it draws back to like when you're on stage pitching, you're not supposed to stop. Or even if you forget something, no one knows your script. You have to keep talking. And yeah, so that is one thing that I'll point out to the role of mentorship. And then the other is a mentor is someone who offers guidance and advice in what you're doing based on their experience, because they have lived this journey, and it also helps you to avoid mistakes or to pivot when needed before you can actually create or land into the mistakes that they had done. And then also mentorship also offers technical guidance. From CamTechUganda, my team has also benefited from the technical guidance from Mukama Martin. We have been able to identify the different components that we needed for our innovation, as well as the documentations that supported the journey of that. So there's technical guidance, there's overall, actually it's very important to have someone who believes in your idea. So a mentor should believe in your idea. It helps to boost confidence in you. At least if you have someone who believes in your idea, it shows you more like a focus or a direction on where you're going. So to wrap it up, there's guidance and advice from mentors, and I'm very glad and honored to have been part of the CamTechUganda ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Nura. I'll ask from Emma. You, the four of you here, have gone a little bit far now. You have been mentored, and there are people in the audience who are going to be pitching their ideas and looking for mentors as well. So you could be now ready to transfer your mentorship skill that you have learned to also start and mentor others. So Emma, if I may ask you, if somebody wants to be mentored by you, what would you tell them to be prepared for? Because there are some people who are also very difficult to mentor.
That's a good question. Yeah, thank you very much. Like you said, if someone is really, looking forward to be mentored by me or any other person, I'd really, first of all, tell them they have to be open to feedback. So usually, one thing I've seen in this innovation ecosystem is that as a mentor, you move, like the idea is like your child. So you don't want someone to tell you that this thing is ugly, this thing is not, you want the positive stuff about it. So having gone into the end user kind of feedback loop, you get into the lab, you have 24 hours no sleeping, and then the next day you get into the hospital, you're presenting something to the clinician, and they're telling you, hey, look, no, it doesn't address what I really, what I'm suffering from. So this I don't like, this one I don't like, the other one I don't like. So if you're not good at taking feedback, whether positive or negative, you'll be like, you know what, I'll never go back to this person. So from a mentorship perspective, one of the things we've received is that sometimes the feedback does not correlate to what we wanted to hear. And so what we have to do is, after getting feedback, then we get back and say, yeah, now we have to pivot the other way. So if anyone is looking out for a mentor, my advice would be have, ability to take in feedback, whether positive or negative. If it's negative, it means it does not align with what you expected. But if you pivot towards that, you'll actually realize that someone saved you from spending a lot of resources and time, which at the end of the day becomes a wastage.
Thank you, Emma. I will go to Eunice. On the issue of market, there is willing to buy something, being able to buy it, and actually buying it. Sometimes people say different things. When you say, is this good? Would you wish to have it? They say, yeah, I would wish to have it. But when they get money, then they buy some other things. Okay, somebody says, I want to buy sugar. You now give him money for sugar. Then he asks another person, I have 10,000. If you add me 2, I will buy honey. Okay, so how did you go about actually validating that this market needs my thing, not just the wishful thoughts of people that are in the market?
Thank you so much, Doctor. So when it comes to validating your market, it all starts from the start. I'll say that. from when you have that idea. You have to identify who are you solving that problem, who is facing that problem. You get? So, because those are the people who are going to pay for your service or for the solution that you're offering. So you have to focus on that person, focus on those people, keep interacting with those people so that they get to know that, you know what, there's someone providing a solution, I need it, and yes, I can pay for it. But if you stay inside your laboratories, your rooms, and then you design, and then you come out and you're like, oh, Eunice, you can buy this. I will not buy. I'll be like, there's another option in the market, right? There's another option. So you have to keep in touch with your end users because those are the people who pay for your service. So I would say to any innovator, if you are considering looking for market validation, we are at an initial stage. I wish this question had gone to Emma.
He can supplement on it.
Yes, he will definitely supplement. So we're at an initial stage, but still we consider our end users. So come here.
Yes, Emma.
Thank you. So there are maybe three things: end user, beneficiary, and the other one is the customer. So sometimes you find that you're innovating and your solution has to fit into three categories. You have a customer, the person who's going to be paying, for the particular solution. You have an end user. For example, I'll give an example of the vein locator. So we're innovating for children. This is, a population where we find issues when it comes to finding veins. So this child is a beneficiary at the end of the day, but the child won't pay for the solution. The clinician could actually use a solution from the hospital, but they didn't buy it. So the clinician, in this sense, becomes the end user. And then now the hospital becomes our client, our customer. So if we are selling to the hospital, then the healthcare provider will access this product and use it, they're the end users, and then we will have the final person who's going to benefit, the beneficiary. So when it comes to now, business, as an innovator, you're asking yourself, where do I focus my marketing, strategy? Do I focus on the beneficiary, the baby? Do I focus on the clinician, who is the end user? Or do I focus on the hospital? In such a format, it becomes a bit challenging. For some things, you realize you're the end user, you're the beneficiary, and you're the customer. For other innovations, you have a customer who's going to be paying, then you have the end user and the beneficiary. But I like using the ice cream model. The ice cream people know that if I create a need from the child, the parent automatically will pay. So I'll go and create a need from the child perspective and make sure that the child has known the ice cream person is in the community. If they begin crying, the mother has no option apart from paying. So we target the clinicians because these are the people that, go ahead to recommend. If a clinician says, whether you buy this thing, we want to use it. Even if the hospital purchases it, they want to use it. So in such a case, we go to the end user, who is now the clinician, and show them how much this device or this innovation is able to make their work easier. And at the end of the day, they just recommend and have the solution purchased. But like she said, you have to involve these people at the very first stage.
Thank you, Emma. That's why I see the ice cream people have a bell. They pass by our neighborhoods, and the kids are all lining up, and the parents waiting to pay. If I will go to Edwin, the issue of sustainability is a relatively big one that pinches all, not only innovators, but even people who run projects. They always ask for a sustainability plan because whatever funding you have might not take you all the way. What are some of the ways in which you are addressing the sustainability issue? You could have a seed funding from CAMTech, from Ville Group, but how are your plans going forward?
The first thing is about the team. The team drives the innovation forward. I might have the idea, but I can't do it alone. You'll find we have doctors here who have ideas, and they want to build, maybe devices. So they need to have an engineer, you need to have a marketing person, you need to have. One of the things that we get wrong from the start is that we have some team members who look very near. They focus on the tomorrow. So they'll focus on the paycheck, they'll focus on the, in fact, there's a thing called grantpreneur, where their job is to get grants, buy new cars, get a new office, get another grant, buy another car. After 5 years, there's nothing. But they're there, we know them, we know that, oh, you're building a device. And yet, when you have a good team, people who have identified with a solution, and they know, okay, I like this, this is going to, I can go with this, I can roll with this. It means they're going to plan for future. As a software engineer, I can design a software thinking about tomorrow or thinking 5 years from now. I can design for scalability. I can say, okay, right now we have 5 users, but we will have 1,000. If I don't plan for that now, it means 3 months later, I will crash. And so to be able to sustain an innovation, you must have a good team. It doesn't have to be many. You can be 4, you can be 2, but people who know the goal, who know where you're going. You know that Photocabada is this device going to go here, and the people you have with you, including your mentor. You can't get a mentor who doesn't doesn't like what you're doing. You can't get a medical doctor to mentor an electrical device that has nothing to do with the hospital. I would rather get, a pediatrician to mentor us because we're treating babies, because they know, they see the challenge. And so you have a good mentor, you have a good team, that enables you to, even if you get zero funding, even if you get, $2,000, you can still use that to move the long-term plan. And the third thing is that please plan for, don't just plan for, okay, we have the project. I think people think it's a project and they stop there. When you begin making a product, you now plan for long-term. When they say marketing, you're marketing for long-term. You've seen 2 years. Similar advert. It means the guys who made the advert didn't plan for this month. They planned for this advert for 2 years. So get a good team, get a good mentor, make sure they are in line with what you want to do, then plan long term. And I'm not talking about money, I'm just talking about the team plan, the product plan. Where is the product going? I'm sure there are some projects here, if we ask them, okay, where do you see yourself in 5 years? They have no idea. But they know they have built something good, it's a good innovation, but okay, 5 years, what's the plan? They don't know. They don't know how they're going to get to market. Okay, you may not know, but you can have an idea, you can plan for it, and you say, in 5 years, I think I'll be sailing in Ethiopia. If you ask me now, I'll tell you in 5 years, we'll be in East and Central Africa. How we'll get there, I don't know, but we'll get there. And so we have to plan for long term.
Thank you so much, Edwin. I know it's a challenge to maintain a team, because as you start, people get more experience, they get more exposed, so the opportunities open up and they tend to run. Maybe I would ask this to Nora as well. How have you been able to maintain your team? Have you maintained it, the team of skilled people that you started with? Because as their eyes open, they also start looking far. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So yes, we've been able to maintain our team, and like Edwin said, the very first thing is to have vision, also believe in yourself. So I would acknowledge the presence of a team member in the audience who is also our PI, that is Dr. Stella. So she's one person who gives us the boost or the energy to keep moving. First, coming from an engineering background, most of the things in the medical side, like we just don't know them. So if we are talking about temperature, we always run to Dr. Stella. What's the normal temperature range? What's the abnormal temperature range, and all that. So having a team that believes in your vision, the team that is able to project and see that the product you're developing is not for now, but for the future, but also the team that sees the need. Like I said, Dr. Stella is every day in the hospital with these newborns. She understands the need of having such a solution in our setting. So she's always pushing to see when is this coming into play? When are we having this solution? So the team has stayed, and it's just because of the vision and the need through the daily experiences of what they do. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I think I will go back to Eunice, then I will come back to Emma. On the issue of funding, one of the skills they always say is the skill to look for money. How have you been able to mobilize resources to take you up to where you have reached now, and what are some of the challenges?
Thank you so much, Doctor. So, mobilizing resources, it's not easy. Look, convincing someone to give you, like, even if it is just maybe your mom, you know, convincing them to give you that money has not been easy. But it's about being persistent. You know, you have to be persistent in that, because for us, the first time we pitched our idea, we didn't get the money. We came back again. I don't know. We've pitched like in several places and we have not won, but you know, you keep going back as long as the grant is still there and they are announcing, you go back, you never give up. So to mobilize resources, always make sure, don't give up on that, because you have a responsibility. You have identified a challenge in society, and it is your responsibility to solve it. You don't have the money, so don't give up on looking for the money. Then another thing, for the innovators who are here, people have to know you to give you their money. Today we are here. I've been with this team in Nairobi. By the way, they're like my mentors. Yeah, for us, we started last year, so they're like my mentors. So I've been with them in Nairobi, like increase that visibility as an innovator. If there is a showcase somewhere, go there, go and showcase. People will get to know about you. Today we have people from MIT. Tomorrow you may apply for a grant, and then they say, oh, you have to come to the US to, you know, pitch your idea. And they'll be like, yeah, we saw this idea in Uganda at Mbarara University. Let's fund it. It's a great idea. So increase that visibility so that people can know what you're working on. Don't just sit inside there. We've received, money is not always enough. But like he said, with the little that you get, can it push you? Always look at that. The little that you get, make sure it pushes you somewhere. So that's what I would say in terms of funding. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you. Yeah, I have so far pitched some idea 3 times and I come up empty-handed, so sometimes I get discouraged. Should I pitch again when I see a call? You're saying only 3? Okay. So I still have more shots to make. So I should continue going ahead. Emma, you are in the space of medical devices. The regulations are a little bit stringent. How have you been able to navigate through the regulatory frameworks? Do you have any government support in terms of regulation guiding you what to do with these medical innovations?
Yeah, that's a good question, and I think for our, community, it's really very relevant. Regulation, medical devices, that's an industry which is highly regulated, and I would really understand why that has to be, highly regulated. You're dealing with human beings, so in any simple mistake, someone is dead. So we don't really have to joke around with that. Dealing with, regulation. So I'll go back again to what my team, my panelists here mentioned. Mentorship. Mentorship has really been very important. First of all, you need to understand what are you supposed to even measure your innovation against, I mean in terms of standards. So sometimes as an innovator, you wake up in the morning, you have a brilliant idea, but you don't even know that actually there are standards, like, ISO standards, ISO 13485 specifically for medical devices. What does it say? So we have mentors that have gone there before us, and through learning how to, document and do this, you realize that you're getting there. But now when it comes to Uganda, if you have a medical device, then you're thinking about clinical trials. So we have different levels at which you have to seek for authorization. So you have, for example, people based, like in Mbara or Western region, Mbara University of Science and Technology. So we have the Research Ethics Committee. Do you even know what it takes to probably write those many, different documents? Someone is saying, those different documents are supposed to be submitted. When you're done with, the math rec, do you even know the next step? Because then you have Ministry of Health, you have Uganda National Council for Science and Technology. All these are looking at the research, your technology, your devices, if they are, and see, are they safe for the patients? Should we let this person, interface with really human beings and probably test their device or something? So if this is passed, then we can be able to say that you now have real human data. But of course, above all that, you have National Drugs Authority. So how do you really deal with these people? So for me, in my case, I would say that our journey has been really pushing to these people's doors. You really have to make sure that they know that you exist. They won't come looking for you. You have to look for them. So what we have done is making sure that NDA has to know that we exist. So we have to push on their doors. Making sure that UNCST knows that we exist. We have to really push. Making sure that Ministry of Health knows that we exist. We have to push on, their doors. And so that has really worked for us. And one thing I can say, unlike maybe 10 years, back, the government is, getting into a little bit of supporting innovation. So when you get to NDA, you have a lot of support. When you get to UNCST, you have people willing to listen to you. And so I would say that for innovations coming up right now, the landscape in terms of medical devices, especially for Africa and Uganda, is somehow getting a bit leveled.
Thank you, Emma. I'm going to open it to the audience as I get some feedback from Emma, from Edwin, because as Emma was talking, was saying, yeah, I know. So maybe you give us some short feedback on the issue of government regulations, as I have somebody pass the microphone around. If there are any questions in the audience, please raise up your hand and we'll get the microphone to you. Yes, Emma.
Yeah, while Emma was talking, I was going, right now we are almost in clinical trials. We've been at it for the whole of this year. But regulation is not meant to fail you. NDA doesn't hate your product. You will make a mistake and skip them, and if you check that water bottle, I think there's UNB certified. To get that UNBS as a medical device, they first ask NDA, who are these guys? Then NDA will say, National Council, who are they? And then they'll say, who is their IRB? Then they'll come back to REC, like he said. And you're going to get so much feedback. I've told you, we began applying for clinical trials December last year. We're almost in December, we haven't started. It's not because they have refused, they don't hate, it's not a bad product, it's just good for the end user. And you're building a medical device, it's about life. God forbid, if a baby dies in our device, that's bad. And so the regulation tries to prevent us from such a problem. They need to be sure that what you're building will work. Emma talked about something, ISO something. When I was a young boy, I used to see ISO. What's this? And I knew it was an international standards organization, not so? Until a couple of years ago when I learned that everything on the market has a standard to it. Specifically for medical devices, ISO 13485. Now for us, for the third, we have another one, an ICE standard that even specifies the wavelength of the light you should produce. Like, there's no way you'll sell to a facility if you don't have a stamp from UNBS. You don't have that stamp. If you can't, they'll ask you. And right now, I think UNBS has introduced something called a good manufacturing certificate. Before GMP, before you produce a product, you have to show them that your manufacturing is on board. And that means if you had not planned for manufacturing, they'll ask him, where do you source your raw materials? China. Which company? Something. Do we know about it? And so all I can tell you is that regulation is not against you, it's for you. If you can pass, if your device has been designed with your ISO standard, UNBS will just give you a check. When we went to NDA, and they specified, we want an ICE certification, and I said, we already passed this. And so, then they say ISO, I even know it off head, 13485, 2016, yes, that's the one. I know them now because I've been going through them, and you guys, the document from word 1 to the last, we had a workshop with, I think the 2 of them were there, just for documentation, documenting your company. It also has a standard that you don't just write. What is your policy on document? What's your record control policy? How do you name documents? Even that has a standard. But the beauty is now, I know what it was for. Right now you can ask me a question and I just, I know where this is. Where is your, we have those folders,
Thank you.
It's not against you.
Thank you, Edwin. That's very elaborate and good. Do we have any questions from the audience, please? I know that you have had a lot and from our panelists, and you probably want some inquiry, clarification, interest.
Thank you so much. Fortunately or unfortunately, mine is not a question. My name is Ernest Sewanyana. I'm a startupper, and I would like to highlight the indirect impact of this innovation ecosystem and thank CAMTech for supporting innovators. I am, like I said, I'm a startupper. I'm the CEO of a startup sustainable packaging company, Nova Eco Packaging. We got incorporated a few months ago this year and registered with URSB. Recently, I've been seeing on our email and on our groups, Elite, about their vein locator. So we are currently making their primary packaging. I had never met them. One of our team members has been in touch with them, and I was receiving their emails. So when I heard Elite and heard what they were doing, I was intrigued, and I felt very grateful. I felt so much in the right place. Like Eunice said, people have to know you to give you their money. So innovators here who have products that will need primary packaging, we deal in eco-friendly, sustainable packaging, boxes like you see for Elite Vein Locator. You can talk to me, talk to Nova Eco. And we thank CAMTech for indirectly also pushing our startup. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that. There's a question here in front.
Good morning. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. And this previous question and comment is a perfect segue. There's at least 2 of you who are starting to scale up from prototype to production. Could you talk about the challenges you're encountering and how you're overcoming them and building your supply chain so you can start shipping at volume in the beautiful box this gentleman I just heard is making for you?
Okay, so that is...
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. So, definitely challenges when it comes to, scale up, especially in the perspective of Uganda. So Uganda is still a developing country. So much is, coming in place. I will talk about maybe, the Elite vein locator. Some of the technologies, for example, the surface mount technology, we didn't really, have it in Uganda when we started. What we had to do was, looking outside Uganda, like in East Africa, where we can get that. So ideally, would start with designs, locally, do the designs, and then of course, send our designs to China. So we get the PCBs, ship the PCBs back to Kenya, have the PCBs machine populated, from Kenya, because we didn't have a machine in Uganda where we can do surface mount, kind of population. And then have these, again, shipped to Uganda, and we do the entire kind of fine assembly. So this, I would say that the country is taking, from the government perspective, coming in with support, from the president in terms of setting up these facilities. But as for now, when it comes to, medical devices, really, even when it comes to regulations, we've interacted with NDA, UNBS. Sometimes you need a standard, but these standards are not readily available. And so then you have to be able to just buy them, externally from outside and be able to use them. And so some of these at the country level are being sorted. I would really say not to discourage anyone here, because the government is doing a lot, and we have to appreciate that Uganda is still a developing country. So some of the things which are a bit advanced may not really be available, but there's always a way around that.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think Emma's pointed it out all, but what I would like to add on is local capacity building. So as we are sourcing these resources from outside, we are also taking a step ahead to build capacity, local capacity in our own teams. So what we cannot do, so for example, the designing, we do the designing, we have the capacity to do the design, then we identify what we cannot do, and then forward that to an identified manufacturer who is capable to do that. And the process is also that we just don't look out for who can do this, but they have to be ISO certified. So there are those nitty-gritties. They're ISO certified, and they have done this before, so they have what to present to show that at least they have been in the industry. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so it's coming to 11 o'clock. I think we'll take a couple of more questions. There's where's the microphone? So we take that. We'll take one here. We'll take one behind and one more. We'll take 4 questions. Okay. The first one is there. The second one is here. The third one is there. Maybe the fourth one is not there, but okay. Let's take the 3.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I'd like to thank CAMTech for making us gather up here. So I'm Sulaiman, also a passionate innovator. And someone talked about sustainability, whereby ideas can't be done individually, and they're always based on as a teamwork. Now, my question goes to all the members, to all the members who are our panelists in front there. My question is, what initiatives did you use to promote the diversity, equity, and inclusion amongst your team when you were beginning the startup?
Thank you, EDI. Let's have a question from Dr. Sebutinde here.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Mine is not really a question, but just underline something. Regulation is about safety. And safety, not, yes, safety for the individual, the baby, the sick patient, whatever, but to a bigger extent, the national safety, the regional safety, the global safety. And that's why people will ask you all those questions. The fact that you present yourself as an innovator, you can make an innovation that can go the extreme for good, but also for bad. And when it comes to that level, countries come on heavy on that regulation. The Uganda National Council of Science and Technology and all these other bodies are bodies that are established. They are statutory bodies. They are established by an act of parliament. So the country is really, really, really interested in what goes on around. at universities and whatever level, because we must be safe. We have seen cases where innovations have turned to be bioterrorists in nature. And we cannot allow that to happen. So as we do the innovations, we must think at that level. That even as you talk about country Uganda being innovative and creating these things, but there are countries around Uganda and they are watching. And they are watching you with a critical eye. What is it exactly that you are doing? And so, that's why now the Ministry of Science and Technology and Innovation was established in 2016 to exactly take care of all these things. That universities are there, they are brains, they are bright individuals, and they are putting up all these things. But they must be regulated, they must be safe. They must be safe for Uganda, but also safe for the region, and they must be safe globally. So regulation is very important for that reason.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sebutinde. So let's take our last question from the gentleman there, then we'll have closing remarks from our panelists.
Yes, thank you very much. I am Ronald, a fresh innovator. It has been a very nice session. I really enjoyed right from the start up to now. And I would wish to request one of the presenters there to give me a summary of at least a step-by-step ladder, right from your idea level up to the far you have reached now. Just a summary. Thank you.
Okay, so we have two questions. One was on EDI, Equity, Diversity, Inclusion. Edwin is going to answer that one. Then the step-by-step summary of your journey. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nura, okay. We've got our answers.
All right, IDE. Let's assume we were hiring an individual, a biomedical engineer. What we're looking for is a biomedical engineer, regardless of what they are. They are female, they are Ugandan. What we want is a biomedical engineer. In your team, what you're looking for is skill, not person. We're hiring for skill. We want a software engineer who can build a product based on this framework. It's as simple as that. We're not looking for Emma. We're just looking for a skill. So when you hire for skill, you've hired everybody. It means every qualified person will apply. If it's a university and they want a lecturer, all you want is a skilled individual to train students in place A and B. They don't want me or Dr. Jones, they just want the skill. And so when you hire for skill, you've qualified almost everybody who has a skill, regardless of gender, ethnicity, regardless of so many other things, regardless of color. Yeah.
Thank you. So I think skill solves it. Just hire for skill. Yes, your step-by-step journey. Summary of what we have talked about all here.
Okay, thank you so much. So I would, more of what I'm going to say is the same process or the ecosystem at CAMTech, because that is what we have followed. So the very first thing is you have an idea, which usually is not starting from the solution, but you have a problem that you need to solve. So you have the idea, and then you need to come up with a concept in a way that someone can understand what you're trying to do. And then from conceptualizing the idea, you need to go to rapid prototyping. So rapid prototyping is more like putting your idea in a tangible format that someone can see. And there are different ways of rapid prototyping. Sometimes you do mock-ups. Those ones who do electronics, you know about the Arduinos, like at least something that can show the product. So from rapid prototyping, you go to the end user. You need to start involving the end user. Actually, the end user needed to come from this point of the problem, why you think you have the problem. So you go to the end user to confirm or like to better understand this problem, and also if there is need for providing a solution to this problem. So you have the ideation, you concept, rapid prototyping, that you now do the end user survey with your prototype so that you can get feedback that then leads you to refinement of your prototype. So when you refine the prototype, you again go back to the end user to see if the things they suggested, you implemented them, and also if there are any other things that will still need to be improved on. So you have a refined prototype that is tested with the end users. So now you have the files that you can design to be transferred for external manufacturing. That you can't do the final manufacturing here, but at least the journey of prototyping has helped you identify the different components that you need. You have simulated, you have a prototype, and this is working. So now from the manufacturing, you now come into the phase of clinical trials, if it's a medical device. So you go for clinical trials, test out with the end users and see how the device is performing. And from there, you're able to get feedback, again, for refining on the device. And yeah, and so on with the next stages that lead to commercialization. Thank you.
Thank you, our panelists. I want to have 30 seconds, last word to to our audience as you get off stage. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. So this is what I would say to my fellow innovators who are here. In the first place, I thought this place would be full. I don't know why, Dr. Jones, I don't know why our students are not here. Maybe they're watching online. Okay. Yeah, but if you're an innovator, if there is anywhere where there is innovations going on, as you can see me, I am here. You see? I am here because I am passionate about innovations. I want to be with the people who think like me, people who know where I want to go. So I don't know, the students who are here can possibly pass on that to the fellow students who wish or want to be innovators, that make sure you are always there. If it is anywhere, Kampala, go there. Get to know what other people are doing, you know? And then always don't feel shy to tell people what you're doing. Sorry. Don't feel shy to tell people what you're doing, and never give up on your idea. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Edwin, 30 seconds.
Make mistakes, learn from them, and solve problems.
Thank you. Emma?
Yeah, I'll get back to what I said. Embrace feedback. So feedback is really very important in this journey.
Closing remarks from you, Nora.
Mine is to say that as Africans, we understand our problems. We have the potential to do that. Let's build a resilient system that will leverage the digital tools that we are developing now. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Let's give a round of applause to our panelists. And thank you, CAMTech, for organizing this. Back to you.
Let's applaud them as they take their seats. Thank you so much. And all the panelists are graduates of CamTech Uganda. They are people that have gone through the CamTech Uganda innovation pathway. And we are very proud of them for the work that they are doing to solve the health problems in Africa. So thank you so much once again. Now, our chief guest arrived while we were having our panel, and it's at this time that I would like to request all of us to stand up for the anthems. Thank you. You can take your seats. Allow me take this opportunity to recognize a few people with us. Dr. Najing Elizabeth from the Department of Pediatrics, by Regional Referral Hospital. Dr. Grace Namboze from the Department of Nursing, Barrow University. Mr. Gustavus Ritwara from UICT, who works as the Research and Innovations Coordinator. We are very happy to have you here today. Mr. Jit Abraham from URSB is the Senior Officer, Search and Examination of Patents. Ms. Celestine Rakalu from the Planning Department, Barrow University. And Dr. Medad Twinamasiko, who are part of the funders of this event from CITT, Barrow University of Science and Technology. It's now my singular honor to invite Dr. Data Santorino, who is the Country Director of CamTech Uganda, to give a preamble about CamTech to our chief guest. Our chief guest is called Dr. Hilary Chisanja from State House. He works as the Senior Presidential Advisor on Youth Affairs in Agriculture, Value Addition, and Export Promotion. He also is the Director of National Youth Skilling and Program under Office of the President. So Dr. Data, please. Thank you. Dr. Data will do us the honors of inviting our chief guest. Thank you.
Thank you. All protocol are observed. Our chief guest for this occasion, I just wanted to give you a few highlights of what CamTech Uganda has been all up to. Since our inception in 2012, we wanted to meaningfully contribute to solving the challenges that low and middle income countries face, especially in the health sector. And we realized that there was no better way to contribute than building an ecosystem that will identify problems and plug these problems in a systematic process so that they are quantified, they are validated, and they are logically addressed. So we built the CAMTech innovation ecosystem, and this ecosystem has survived for the last 12 years. Over the last 12 years, we have seen quite amazing results. The CAMTech innovators represented here have brought up to 10 intellectual property certificates to this country. And 2 of them have been awarded by the World Intellectual Property Organization. And I think that speaks to the quality of inventiveness that the ecosystem strives to make people have. We've seen now up to 15 innovation-based companies that have been formed out of this ecosystem, and they are thriving. The technologies from this ecosystem, the commercial ones, have been used in countries like India, the US, Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya, Uzbekistan, Zimbabwe, and many others. And I think if we can have technologies that start from here and are being used there, it's a testament of how we are responding to the global challenges. The successes are many, but with every success, there are also challenges. We've built this ecosystem, and we have heavily dependent on American dollars. Philanthropists from the US have been very passionate to support this ecosystem, and we are very grateful for them. We have had other support partners like Uganda Registration Services Bureau. I remember the first conversation we had with them, and we told them, you know what? You are waiting to examine our patent applications, but you will have none of them. The reason is we don't have the technical know-how to actually write competitive patents. So why can't you come down to us and we work together and write these patents together? And because of that, I think we have been very successful, and our innovators have been very successful. So we are very grateful to Uganda Registration Services Bureau for that. And so this event is sweet and bitter. It's sweet because you will be able to see how much growth the innovators and the innovations in this ecosystem have brought and have attained. It's bitter because this potentially is our grand finale. We may have no CAMTech next year, and the CAMTech innovation ecosystem may actually come to a close. What that means to the innovation ecosystem in Uganda, you can ponder over it. But we are very grateful for all our supporters over the years. We have been thinking, and we realize that despite our great outputs, we have actually been running this ecosystem in a very frugal way. And we know now, if somebody gave us an endowment of just $2 million, we will keep the CAMTech flame burning forever. Talk to me about how we figured it out. If it's just more than 2 million, we will even be thriving and producing more. And what's 2 million for a nation? And what's 2 million for all the impact that it is? I think we can do this. And I want now to take this singular honor to invite you to address your people. Thank you so much.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is the day the Lord has made. I'm really humbled to be here to see young men, patriotic Ugandans, young women, and everyone interpreting His Excellency the President's vision on science. But before I move forward, I want to give an opportunity to my colleagues who have traveled far from Kampala, from State House, to come and be witnesses to this noble cause by the CAMTech team. As they have told you, I'm Dr. Hilary Emmanuel Musoke, codenamed Chisanja, Hakuna Mchezo, stewarding so many programs in State House. Recently, I've been the private secretary to His Excellency the President in charge of value addition, innovation, and export promotion. But I'm happy to inform you that today I stand here as the senior presidential advisor to the President in charge of agribusiness in State House. But also coordinating a number of initiatives spearheaded by His Excellency the President, like the one of skilling the girl and boy child. You are seeing the President graduating thousands and thousands of young men and women in Kololo who never got opportunity to go to school, but they are skilled in different enterprises, including electronics that involves science, electrical installation. But remember, these young men and women never went to school, most of them. They are ghetto young people. But you'll be shocked that they are making prototypes of their own, having not gone to school. So that is where you people are going to be very relevant, the CAMTech team, to see that we really change our country. So let me take this opportunity to first give a microphone to the team from State House to introduce themselves and at least give a 1-minute word by each, because they are very great scientists. Among them, you are going to see one Omara, who has just landed back from Japan, the brain behind our satellite, and they are going to launch another one very soon. So Uganda is now known for launching satellites, but before, we thought that satellites were made by people who shake hands with God. So in the house, you have some of them. Please hand over the microphone. You know, scientists fear talking. I don't know why.
Not all of them, though. Some of us can talk. So I'm skipping protocol. So I will hand the microphone first to my superior, who is choosing to sit behind me.
Good morning, everyone. Apologies we are late, but thank you so much for having us. We're really excited to be here. We are from different dominations of engineering. Mine is electrical and petroleum. I'm so glad that MAST and CAMTech have had a partnership for innovation in health, because we've seen Busitema with innovation focusing on minerals. We've seen Makere with the Unipod focusing on business and agriculture. So it's good to come here and see it now being done in health. We're really excited. Thank you for having us.
Thank you, Susan. I'll keep going the same way, the hierarchy. So I'll go to the next.
Thank you so much. The organizers of this function, my name is Wilfred Isiwe. I'm an industrial chemist to His Excellency, the President, and also a coordinator and contract manager for establishment. There is a factory we are establishing in Mbarara, which is going to transform banana fiber into paper. It is already, the machine is already on site in Roshoz here, Biharwe. It is an initiative of the President also under State House, which I am coordinating, plus so many other initiatives we coordinate as a team. So we are glad to be here. Thank you, Martin, and your team for inviting us to be part of the bright young men and women who are striving so hard to create a science-led economy, as the President is always advocating for. I think most of, and other things I will not speak, our representative and the guest of honor will talk about them. But for now, that is all. I'm glad to be here, and thank you so much for having us.
Thank you, Wilfred. I'll continue through hierarchy.
Unlike the rest, I'm not an engineer. Good morning, everyone. I'm called Julius Burangwa, proudly associated with my team. I am a lawyer in making. I head Traffic and Crime, State House. So thank you, Martin, for the invitation, and we are glad being here. We believe our presence causes impact today and tomorrow. It is today that I've known that the first time I heard of Dr. Data, I thought, because Martin is in the computer engineering, I had associated data with the data that I know. Until today, that I've come to believe that Dr. Data is actually a person. So thank you for clearing that, Martin. But thank you for the great team. We believe with technology we can move miles. And we look forward to being a team together and see a better Uganda tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Okay, so now it comes to me finally. I'm choosing to leave my colleague last because he's a special delegate here from Italy. Still smells like Valentino. So yeah, I'm Engineer Matthias Nsimbe. I'm a systems design engineer to the President. I specialize in designing technologies for industry, majorly for value additions processes and production systems. And I also double as I oversee innovation and science among us in the team. So I'm happy to be here. I'm excited to see. I thought I would come late when the speeches are done because I usually want to dive into the real science. So I had seen here they were saying we are going to do some bit of pitching. So I was excited to reach at that stage. So I had timed myself, but unfortunately I have to listen to my colleague Sanja talk about the vision of the President. So I'm choosing to leave my colleague behind here, the award-winning space engineer who just received his, I think, third accolade in Italy. Engineer, please allow me.
Okay. Good morning. I'm really glad and honored to be here.
My name is Engineer Boni Omara. I am the Special Presidential Assistant on Space Engineering, and I also double as the coordinator for MIC. We call it MIC, Mission Ideation Contest. That is triggered to domesticate the development of Uganda's next satellite. And I think some of you know about it. And it's not my first time to come to Mbarara University, especially this faculty. It's, I think, my second time. I'm really glad and honored to have this moment with all of you. Thank you so much. He's asking for the awards. I don't know which one. But I've had several awards. The last one was in Italy, that is emerging space engineers, especially in Africa. Thank you so much.
Engineer Omara, you tell us about, this is a science house, about the first satellite and the second satellite. Is it there, and when is the second one coming out, so that we can really be proud of our brains?
Okay, if my boss commands so, I'll do it. Let me start with our first satellite. That is called Pearl Africa Sat-1. I think there has been a number of, questions flagging, social media. Is the satellite there? What is it doing? What was it launched for? But I think that is the question for another day. But in summary, what I can say is, every satellite or any spacecraft that we launch, usually it has got what we call the lifespan. So the first satellite that we launched, that is Pearl Africa Sat-1, had a lifespan of about 30 months. However, there were a number of factors that contributed to making it to the orbit. One of them is what we call the harsh space weather. By the time we launched it, it was at the peak. So it lasted for approximately about, I could say 6 months. So in the 8th month, we had to deorbit it intentionally and deliberately because we did not want to increase on a number of what we call space debris. So at the moment, we are working towards making and launching subsequent satellites. One of them, we have a collaboration with the 3 African countries, that is Egypt, South Africa, that we are going to launch very soon. Actually, the ideal was supposed to be this year. However, there are a lot of issues that we are still yet to sort out with NASA for it to be launched. Secondly, there is another satellite that we want to domesticate. As I said, I'm the coordinator of that project in Uganda. So we want to make use of the university students. We train them, we work with them through up until we develop it from Uganda, test it from Uganda, and then we launch it. So I will be oftentimes, coming to Mbarara University, especially this faculty, to take students through this entire journey until we launch it. So this is a collaboration that it will involve all the engineering university students in Uganda. So apparently that is the roadmap we are taking. I don't know if my boss have still other things to add on. I would be glad to do that. Thank you for now. I would want to first stop here and probably invite one question. I see the public, someone is interested in asking a question. So I would want to invite one question from someone, preferably a lady. Thank you. Yes, there's a hand up here. Okay, that's, a very interesting question. I always tell people this one thing that comfort kills innovation. It's very simple. Comfort kills innovation. So if a moment you find yourself very comfortable wherever you are, in whatever you're doing, just know you're not going to be innovative. So try to distance yourself from your comfort zone. Push yourself to the limit whereby you feel like the environment is not favorable. It is really not something that I would want to. You understand? So a moment you're out there and you feel something is pushing you, you'll be, triggered to think, how can you address, how can you challenge the situation, how can you change the situation? By doing so, you will be actually innovative. Just try to imagine we are in this room and then all of a sudden we have a blackout, like it's completely dark. Do you think we are going to remain like this forever? Absolutely no. So let's try to create a situation, an environment whereby things are not the same and it is not favoring, it's not to our advantage. In doing so, you'll always be pushed to think way beyond. I'll give you an example. Oftentimes you have heard the President, His Excellency, making this saying that, these guys, they're looking at us like insects, watching us doing nothing. So what are we doing? What are you doing? Can't you also feel like you can go up there? So you need to create an environment that pushes you to move to the next level. So as I was saying, the President has always talked about this. These guys are looking at us. Why can't we also go and look for them? We also need to look for them. Much as we don't have the technology here in Uganda, now that pushes us to the next level. Can we go to those countries who are already established? Countries who have made it. Countries who have, also been there looking at us. We partner with them. We collaborate with them. We sit with them together on the same table and we tell them, you're my friend. I am also a fellow human being. Can't we make this bottle together? Give me the notes. Let me read. I also come back home here and replicate the same. Then secondly, and lastly, do not fear to replicate or duplicate anything you see. That is the beginning, it's the stepping stone of innovation. You see a bottle, how did they think of a bottle? You see a laptop, how did they think of a laptop? Did someone thought of it? You also open it, do re-engineering, reverse engineering, open it, spoil it, learn, and then you can be able to innovate. I hope.
Maybe, Engineer Omar, this is a team of health and medical innovators. How does aerospace engineering fit into their career?
That is amazing. I always say this again, that aerospace spacecraft is multidisciplinary. Right from, I would even give you an example of a lawyer. I'll give you an example of a mechanical engineer. I'll give you an example of a chemical engineer. I'll give you an example of medicine. You have seen a couple of times we are talking about research in deep space. Research in deep space, what we call research in deep space. How can we make human live in Mars? I think that is strictly medical. I'm not a medical personnel, but I can help you with the electronics required for that, right? But how to make that environment habitable is your what? Role as a medical practitioner, as a medical personnel. For me, I would only provide a platform to make you get there. So there are a lot of research being done in that field, And then there is what we call the e-commerce, that's basically for business. There are those who are doing surgery remotely. That is basically space. So space in itself is multidisciplinary. It is not only for design engineers, not for electronic engineers, not only for programmers. It is something that cuts across to all disciplines.
Thank you.
Yes.
Can we give a loud applause to Engineer Omara? Yes, I must apologize, but I have to take you through that. This team you see is just representing so many other specific scientists. As I told you, when I reached in this room, I really saw that His Excellency the President has nurtured the ambassadors of science in the country. I remember when we were young, it is the President who fought for the establishment of Mbarara University of Science. He faced a lot of resistance from politicians who are myopic in ideology, but now you bear me witness that Mbarara University has put Uganda to another level. You remember during COVID, when everyone had lost hope, it was Mbarara University in the news. As I was going through with Dr. Data, I was also thinking that Data was something different, but it is a name from Koboko, I've just learned. He was telling me that, can you imagine, here we have 15 companies under CAMTech, and out of these 15 companies, 10 have been awarded international awards in intellectual property. And most of them are OBs and OGs of Mbarara University. Then 2 have gone on global. So it shows that Mbarara University and CAMTech is making us proud as Ugandans. Let us clap for them. I was supposed to read a written speech, but I know scientists believe in practical issues. Written speeches without interactions may end up boring the audience. If I had not given my colleagues an opportunity, you wouldn't have known who they are and what they are going to do for the country. I'm here to deliver on behalf of our head, Engineer Shiba Chobutunji, who heads the President's Science Unit in State House. As I've told you that President Museveni has been the champion of science and innovation, having realized that there are so many untapped talent in the country, scientists finish universities, they can't practice what they have studied, they can't commercialize their prototypes in different fields. He came up with his own science unit where all those people are coming from different disciplines of science. And it is this unit that is going to kickstart the establishment of the National Technological Demonstration Center that is housing the part of Africa, Silicon Valley in Entebbe area. It is going to be composed of a pool of scientists, including biotechnicians, doctors, agronomists, chemical engineers, food nutrition people, all fields of science, to try and work like the way you've been doing by developing appropriate solutions to problem-tailored challenges in the country, on the continent, and globally. In the past, you've seen all our talent being brain drained in Europe, South Africa, USA, where you find that they are earning money, but they are not contributing to their country, Uganda. Sometimes I'm saddened when I walk into San Francisco and you find that the Silicon Valley of America, you find over 40 Ugandans working in different fields. The head of Boeing, Sebunya, is a Ugandan from Kagoma Maganjo here. But these are big bosses in American companies. Then you say, what is the problem? And yet back home, we are having pressing challenges in disease, in pharmacy, but our fellow Ugandans are being used in other countries. So, when I heard about CAMTech and its work, yes, I said now this is a formidable team which the science unit of the president must reckon with to see that we build synergies, to see how the president support you, to see how government support you, to see how we can hinge into the different budgets to make sure that you don't die. When I was discussing with Data, he told me that, these Bazungu, the Americans are pulling out. They are saying, we are supporting you, but the intellectual properties are for Ugandans. How do we benefit as Americans? So they are deciding to pull out. Sometimes I say it is sad, but sometimes I rejoice when the Americans pull out. You see, if they start giving conditions, that means they want to force you to make sure that the patents are for Americans, yet the brains are for Ugandans. And in the end, you are all aware about the science which has just been found that a man is supposed to marry a fellow man and a woman marry a fellow woman. So you will not be surprised that the budgets or the funds that these people are going to bring, at one time they will tell you that first support that law for us to give you that money. I'm also happy that now Uganda will wake up as cabinet and parliament to prioritize its expenditure and earmark it to science innovations. The good thing, the team in the House is a team working in the nucleus with His Excellency the President. And when you see fellow scientists there, just know that these are deliberate efforts by the President to promote science and innovation. By the way, I didn't disqualify myself from you. For me, when you hear Dr. Hillary, I'm not a medical doctor like you. Me, I'm a doctor of books, PhD. I'm a senior lecturer in different universities, but then I double as an agent of change to transform my country, Uganda. So, you scientists, you are very much aware that the president is advocating for your increased pay so that we can retain you as a country. There is no development that is going to occur to Uganda without science and scientific innovations. Let it be economic, let it be social, let it be political. Science must be the engine of development. So, that is so bad that these people are stopping to fund this project. But I assure the management, you should not lament, you should not cry. Why we are here, we came to see how to work with you, how to interact with you, how to design way forwards that we shall present to His Excellency the President to see how this program can continue. We cannot afford to lose such a wonderful program, just because of $2 million. We cannot afford. You are ambassadors of the president in promoting science. So Martin, Dr. Data, and the team, we assure you as staff of State House, moreover, kickstarting the National Technological Demonstration Center, where we are going to develop prototypes like the one we've been doing. I was happy to see that most of the members who are seated here have never been employed. From university, they started their own companies, and now they have products on the market. However, my colleague, you said from science and technology? DHO, Mbarara. Yes, you talked about controlling, regulating the innovations. True, but most of the forums where we share with scientists, that issue of regulating and controlling has become a problem itself. How? Our innovators put their innovations on table. They take them to the government, say Ministry of Health, for approval. But according to data here, he was telling that there's an innovation that has taken 8 years to be approved by Ugandan government. Imagine, this is an application that is saving lives of mothers and babies dying, but 8 years it has not been approved. So, yes, regulating is okay, but the bureaucracy sometimes kills innovations. And other countries are embracing Ugandan technology. Rwanda, Kigali, Tanzania, South Africa, but as Uganda in the bracket of regulating and authorizing, we actually kill the innovators. So as government, we must really come up and work with your team to see that we forward all the challenges, all the way forwards, to see that we design systems that can facilitate innovators to develop their prototypes, to test their prototypes, to commercialize their prototypes. So it should be a collective ecosystem that will indeed develop science in the country. We are really so happy for having come here to witness. Our role is mainly to come and witness that these guys are serious and they exist. We shall sit with a team of you, about 5. Even we may call you to our offices in Nakasero. You come and we see how this program can continue. Budgets are there as long as they are serving a right cause. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm so happy for having given me this opportunity to speak before you, the great scientists. But my appeal to you, let's continue to harness all opportunities to see to it that us and the future generations leverage on your brains, on your talent to transform Uganda, to transform Africa, and to change the lives of our people by designing appropriate technologies tailored to Ugandan challenges. For God and my country, I thank you for listening.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for our chief guest, Mr. Musoke Hilary, Dr. Hilary Musoke. Thank you so much. And we thank your team for traveling all the way, coming down here. And we appreciate that State House appreciates innovation. It's not, I know it's the president's dream to see science, technology take a higher step in this country. That's the way we are going to develop this country. Our chief guest, being in science and technology and having physicians and doctors here, We know that sitting for long is not healthy. Isn't it so, Dr. Savutinde? Yes. And now I would request to use your name, Chisanja. And then, ladies and gentlemen, let's rise up. Let's rise up, please. If I spell it badly, we're going to do that. So let's write the name Kisanja with our bodies. Let's start with K. Go down. Hey. That is Q. Judges? Do you have questions for this? Yes. Okay.
Thank you so much, Team Grandwave. I must say it's a great innovation. And the comment I have is actually not a question, but to kind of build your market. I feel like this is an issue, this is a national issue, it's not only hospital issue. And I think you should stretch your market beyond hospitals to offices and personal people. So I think you're limiting yourself by only focusing on the hospital. All of us need language interpretation, and we need sign language assistance. But it's great that you integrated your innovation in addition to language translation. You added sign language. I think that is really a very innovative part. Other judges? Other questions from the judges first?
Let's have, yes.
Thank you, Tim. I think that was a great presentation. That was very fast. I don't know why you didn't include your other members to participate in the presentation. It was a one-man show. Is that because of time or what? Yes, but it's okay. Also, how did you involve end users during the development of this app? How did
you
you?
can use the mic.
We shall engage end users in the development. They will give us the data, the languages, the data that we shall use to train the models will be gotten from the end users themselves.
Well, the question I have is that how will you survive if you're charging only 50,000 subscription fees for every year? I think you should think about that because the technology is expensive and what you're picking is not commensurate.
Yeah, we're also looking at advertisement revenue, earning money through ads for the free version.
All right. Thank you, Grand Wave App, for that brilliant presentation. I think personally it's a very bright idea because very often communication in healthcare is one of the factors that affects effective care. So it's a great idea. Congratulations for bringing up that idea. My question is about your team. How diverse is your team, and do you think the team has expertise to bring this to life?
Yeah, so our team has, I'm the team leader. It has people from software. There's an AI specialist. There's a medical officer. He's a pharmacy student in 4th year. And there's also someone with hardware in case we have hardware issues.
Last but not the least, you're asking for $50,000. It seems like very little money or so much money to many people. How are you going to utilize that money? Can you give us an idea?
Yeah, so that money will help us to capture the first market. The product development will have very many stages. The first stages will involve utilizing the resources that are already available. Say Google has done some transcribing of African languages. We can capitalize on that. Then we can get more funding, let's say from VCs and hedge funds to do more work after that. The 50,000 is to just put the product on the market, but when we are scaling, we shall get more investors to come in.
Maybe before the congregation, I have one small question. How does this conversation start off? I come, I'm speaking Lusoga, you're speaking Runyankole. How do we start off to know that we are using and we shall understand each other?
Yeah. So if I'm speaking, you're speaking Lusoga, I'm speaking Runyankole. So I set it here, it's Lusoga, to Runyankole and vice versa. You set it in the app so that when I speak, it translates for you. You speak, it translates for me. Same thing with sign language, but for sign language, you use a screen. So if you have a PC, it shows on the screen. The camera faces me if I'm the person, the deaf person. So I show the sign in the PC, it translates for you.
I'm sorry, it's time up now. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Team Grand Wave. He says his team was unable to come here. He's a graduating student. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Team 2, and this is Mama Ware. Mama Ware, the stage is yours. Let's cheer them as they get onto the stage. Mama Ware. I can't wait to hear what it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, tonight I want to introduce to you a world where early breast cancer detection is as easy as putting on your most favorite bra. My name is Margarine, and with me is Amos. Globally, 2.3 million women diagnosed with breast cancer present led to hospitals. Among these, we have 685,000 women die globally due to breast cancer. In Uganda alone, 80% of the women diagnosed with breast cancer also come late to hospitals, having a death rate of 25% annually. What is lacking in us? Is it awareness? Is it that people are not embracing the ideas, the interventions that have been brought out by the health on early breast cancer detections, where we have self-examinations which have proved to be inaccurate or inefficient? Mammograms are available, but these are x-rays exposed to women in screening for breast cancer and are only recommended for ages of 40%. But we have women with a lesser age, below 40 years, having breast cancer. And mammograms as well are only recommended for women that have probably a denser breast tissue. MRI is available, but it is inexpensive. So us as Mama Ware, we have brought to you a solution that is going to solve breast cancer and detect it at its early stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have the solution. Mama Ware, imagine you're putting on your favorite bra and connected to your smartphone. This bra has sensors which is able to collect physiological changes in the breast as soon as they develop, sends it to your mobile application, and is able to give interpretation of whether you have benign or just malignant breast tumors. This will offer an accessible solution to the mothers, which is you don't need to go back to the health facilities, and it is very affordable. We have a very big market. We are selling each bra at 40,000 Ugandan shillings. This will make us 9.6 billion Ugandan shillings if we sell it to the 240,000 women in Barara alone. Scaling up, we have 13.2 million women who are at risk of getting breast cancer. That is from age 15 to 65 years of age. That would give us a revenue of $14.9 million US. Ladies and gentlemen, we request for your support. We request for funding. We request for the technical support and working space to join us in partnership to help this team, this multidisciplinary team of 9, to bring this project to life. Early detection saves lives. Check yourself. Be safe. It is the month of October, Early Breast Cancer Awareness Month. Thank you.
Thank you so much, judges. Any questions for Team Mama Wea?
So the problem is valid. The question is what mode are you using in the bra to detect physiological changes? Is it ultrasonography? Is it what mode? I don't get it. The science is not yet ground there. Probably you have an answer.
Okay, thank you for your question. We are using ultrasonic sensors combined with thermal sensors and we have ultrasonic sensors, thermal sensors, which are embedded into electronics, bioelectronics, which will be able to get these differences in how sound and how the temperature changes occur within the breast tissues so as to be interpreted by the AI.
Just wanted to ask, have you made any prototype, done any tests, or this is strictly idea?
We are still in ideation stage, like iterations, yeah.
Okay, thank you for clarification. Your team, you mentioned a number of things. There was some mobile apps, some IoT sensors. There is some medical bit of it. But your team, you are just two. So how varied is your team technically to accomplish this task?
We have a team of 9 of us. Me, I'm a medical doctor. He's a biomedical engineer. My team has over 3 biomedical engineers, software engineers, and marketing business. It's a multidisciplinary team. Maybe we can take back to the slide of the team members.
All right, thank you, Team Mama Wave. Brilliant idea, especially now that cancer is becoming a problem in women. A few quick questions. Is it a one-person use or many people can share the device? Quick answer before I continue.
1 person use.
And for how long do they have to wear it?
2 hours in a day, favorable time of the day.
Every day?
Not every day.
Okay, how often?
Like in a month, you can have it twice in a month.
Thank you. Last but not the least, 40,000 seems to be very small to some people. How do you expect somebody deep in the village who doesn't have a source of income to be able to afford 40,000 shillings for the device?
We believe that with breast cancer, we can also work with NGOs that can probably give that bra at a subsidized price. Yeah, that's...
Okay, thank you so much. I think this is indeed out of the usual thoughts, and we welcome the idea, and we hope that it will come to life. I just have one question. How do you plan, how will the hygiene be maintained amidst the technologies? How will this bra be cleaned? How often do they have to rebuy?
For now, we haven't thought about rebuying, but it's like embedding our electronics in a normal bra, which can be removed, and you can wash it, then you take it back. Yeah.
So does that mean that you disconnect the gadgets that come embedded in it? Or you're washed with the gadgets?
No, you can't wash it with the gadgets. Like, okay, it's user-friendly. You can remove and take it back. It doesn't require technical knowledge.
That's something I guess you will have to think about. Do they have a minute? Okay, because of time, we thank you for really this. This is a wonderful thought, and we hope that more brains will come on board and make it come to life. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mama Wea. Ladies and gentlemen, next on stage is the VP Monitor. Let's welcome them with a round of applause, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Yao Ediga, the co-founder of BP Monitor. Unfortunately, we have failed to get the slides, but I will try to clarify on it. And initially, this one is still something that is still young. It came up into my head. BP is blood pressure monitor, a creative device that is to improve hypertension management and stroke prevention. Following the statistics, 589,000 hypertension cases were recorded in Uganda between 2016 and 2021. The current situation and following these results show that very many people are living under that fear and all the threats brought by hypertension, at times that include stroke and even death. And they're living an assigned life of following their blood pressure, monitoring it for it not to go high. The available measurement that could help manometers. Manometers in Uganda are there to help these patients, but however much they have not done all that good, simply because they lack one component that came into my head, that is storage of records. You can measure and note down, but it may not keep for you those records. And it's so hard to keep these records for a long time. Someone can be a patient of hypertension for 10 years. So if they ask where are your records, this time you noted here, the other time noted in some other book. So it is so hard to follow up. And without follow-up, without records, you may not even foresee the threats of like stroke. But if there was a follow-up of records, maybe you would foresee, you'd realize that I'm either improving or I'm in a bad stage. So I came up with an idea that is still too young, but however much we have not seen it. This is an advanced device of a manometer, and that is the BP monitor, that is going to be able to also measure the blood pressure like any other manometer can do. But on top of that, it will be able to keep results and recordings in accordance to the days, and you'll be able to notice that on this day, my pressure was up simply because maybe I did this following the result. It will also have another component of providing a graph of pressure against days. It could be pressure against days or pressure against or time, you may see. So this graph will help you to know my variation. I'm either heading into getting a stroke or I'm now improving. With that graph, you'll be able to see on how you're performing. It will also be able to provide an alert, like for those who have interacted with Yaka units. When your units are becoming low, it can provide that flashing light. So this manometer is also going to provide the flashing light for in case your variation in pressures have been increasing day by day. Once it keeps on increasing, it will give a flashlight that you are either you're doing something wrong, you're eating like food that your doctor told you not to eat, you're either overworking, so it will be able to identify that. And lastly, the beautiful part of it, it will be the interface. You'll be able to access it on your mobile app, and it will be able to connect those graphs and whatever. Unfortunately, you have not seen the team, but we are still only 2 people. It is too young, but I decided to pitch it. And I'm calling upon university students that have liked this to come and join our team. Personally, I'm doing petroleum engineering in year 2. We want biomedical engineers, so come and team up with me. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I guess I should be the first person because I'm the one that uses BP machines more. Okay. I want to say that it is true, hypertension is a big problem.
Yeah.
You have actually understated it. It is a bigger problem. Almost 40% adults in Uganda might be hypertensive. However, the technology you're trying to tell us is already existing. I think that you should have really visited us, the end user, so that we guide you. We already have the cheapest BP machine is 40,000 shillings, and it is able to store 200 records. It even has positive voice assisted AI. It can speak to you and tell you your BP is high, or low. It even gives you color codes, green for normal, red for high. And I think that, so the technology is already existing. I don't know how you will survive the competition.
The outstanding feature I might have from that is the user interface. Does it have the user interface? Like, can you connect to the phone? I think I can stand out from that. Thank you so much.
No, to be honest with you, I don't see the importance of connecting to the phone.
Okay.
Yet, most of our people who have hypertension actually don't have phones.
Let me first answer that. I'm sorry for interrupting you, but the only advantage of user interface is that when you take a look, doctors know that most of the patients of hypertension, especially stroke, they normally lose their memory or kind of lose their memory. So it is so hard for these patients to keep on monitoring. But I could be having my dad in a very distant place, but simply because I am connected to his machine, I can follow up his results from Kampala, and I'll be thinking, the records of dad are not okay. Maybe I should go and see him. So that's the only advantage maybe I could stand out from.
Well, to be honest with you, I don't think this idea is going to stand the test of what is available.
Okay.
I think you should go think hard. There are many problems you can tackle with hypertension.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Edgar. I request the audience to kindly give us attention and reduce on the noise behind. Please be with us and let's engage in these sessions. There are many other people who are out there looking. Edgar, I want to encourage you that take the advice of feedback. Give time to feedback, listen, and you're going to get a lot more advice. Okay?
More questions?
Judges, other questions?
Edgar, thank you very much. Like they already made mention of, it's a critical problem that exists. But the device you are trying to bring up, like he said, there is so much technology out there already. I personally have a watch that can monitor my blood pressure. It can monitor my pulse. It can monitor how fast I'm walking. It can monitor how much I sleep. It can monitor everything that I have. And if everything is out of order, it just beeps and gives me that signal. I have that watch. I don't just have it on today. So you need to take your ideation to a different level, or probably think of something else pertaining to blood pressure. The second aspect I will not re-emphasize, but when you are pitching, always have that spirit of listening to feedback, because you are dealing with experts on the panel, and this also goes to the rest of the teams that are going to follow. You are not arguing with the panel, but you are trying to get feedback. Thank you very much.
Thank you, judges. Edgar, I'm sure something motivated you to come up with this idea, and we will see how it can be moved forward.
Thank you so much. Let's have our next thing, which is AI diagnostic software. Let's welcome him, please, the one presenting for the FEMO AI diagnostics.
Thank you so much. This is Team Nemo AI, coming from Pneumonia. Part of my team wasn't able to arrive today, but we're two. We shall be able to present to you. So basically, our problem is we're trying to solve a problem of late diagnosis of pneumonia. Because if you check the global statistics, we have 2.5 million lives of children lost every year. And this is due to the effect of late diagnosis of what? Of pneumonia, and also the limited resources of one, the radiologists, and also the diagnostic technologies. If we're to look at Uganda as an example, we have a report of Delo Monitor. We had 40 radiologists present in Uganda, and of which 11 of them retired. So we're left with around 37 radiologists who are supposed to handle the reading of the images of 40 million Ugandans. So if I to do the mathematics and do the ratio, one radiologist equals to around 850,000 Ugandans. So basically, what our solution is, we're trying to design an AI tool which is designed to read these images. So this AI tool, how it works is, we get the image, the chest image of the lungs. It is uploaded onto the AI. This AI interprets the image, and then it reads the lung patterns and flags different indicators and looks for indicators for what? For pneumonia onto it. Then if it detects pneumonia, it then gives a positive result, whether there's pneumonia present or the pneumonia is absent. So how the AI tool works is that it is very effective in that it can produce the results within 5 minutes. But if we were to look at the traditional radiologists, they can take 1 to 2 days, because when an image comes up, sometimes it can be confusing. So if it is confusing, they'll have to consult with senior radiologists. So this untimely diagnosis of the pneumonia affects early treatment. I'll introduce my teammate to take on with the rest of the...
Yes, thank you very much. I'm called Emmy. Actually, how our device, how our tool is going to work is that our tool is going to be connected to a radiographic machine, that is an X-ray machine that is scanning, doing the chest, like the X-ray machine that is used to do the chest scan. So once the image is got, using communication tools and standard communication tools that are used in imaging. So we get the image and then upload it to the tool. So the tool performs image processing on the radiographic image, and then enhances the image to extract the features that are prominent with the pneumonia cases. And then finally, the tool is able to classify whether an image, there are spots of pneumonia on the image or not. So basically, that's how our tool is going to work. And actually, the tool, we have already, okay. So the tool, it is viable in that we are targeting the market. Already we are targeting the health facilities that are in the country. That is over 6,000 facilities that are in the country. And then we are looking at facilities that offer radiology. That's about 635. So if this tool, we can sell it to facilities that offer radiology services at a price of 2 million Ugandan shillings. So, and if you were to calculate for all those radiology facilities, that's about 1.5 billion Ugandan shillings. And then some of the funds we are going to use to improve further research and also local data sets, because currently we don't have local data sets of pneumonia. So if we get the funds, we would like to go and obtain local data sets to perfect and fine-tune our tool. Thank you.
Thank you, Pneumo AI. And indeed, pneumonia is a big problem in children. For us, it's one of the leading causes of death. I have one question for you. Us as clinicians, the reason we do chest X-rays is not to tell whether there is pneumonia or not, but maybe to look for other things that come along with the pneumonia. So I was wondering, I appreciate that there's a big role of X-ray in management of pneumonia. clinicians look out for X-rays, and that would be probably enhanced if you have a clinical person on your team.
It's a tool for clinicians.
Well, thank you so much, Nemo AI. We already have tools that are actually doing what you are proposing to do. We have online tools that can tell us if somebody has pneumonia. But I think my concern is, in your problem, you said you want to detect pneumonia early, right? So you cannot use X-rays to detect pneumonia early. Why don't you start thinking about developing an app that maybe can sense coughing patterns and maybe predict if somebody has pneumonia, rather than waiting for X-ray? Because honestly, in clinical practice, I will ask for an X-ray for a patient who is very sick. Most of these patients who have mild pneumonia, community-acquired pneumonia, I will treat them by listening with my stethoscope, and I will know they have pneumonia, and I don't have to expose them to X-rays. So start thinking about something simplistic as just using the cough pattern to predict if somebody has pneumonia.
Yes, what similar solutions have you started that are currently available so that you can see the value addition you guys is bringing on board? That is one. The other thing is the data sets, because using AI requires huge data sets to train the model and be able to come up with a solution. So where are you going to get those data sets to train the model?
When we speak up, they are currently public data sets that are available. But what I say, we don't have access to global data sets. So we're going to be looking at global data sets separate, around 7,000 data sets. At least be able to train our AI
Use some existing solutions you looked at?
The existing solutions, basically, the existing solutions that we saw around the table, we're looking at the traditional solutions. That's why we got here as an AI solution.
Yes. I just wanted, coming from the engineering AI programming background, I think where your mind is at is a very good place. Already they've told you the idea is good, maybe not for the functionality of it. Already giving you the idea, change what it's looking for, but it could be useful. So I just wanted to encourage you that from programming AI side, you think about research, data sets, science, signal systems. I think you're a good path.
Yeah, I was going to transmit a question from the DHO, Dr. Sebutinde. He's asking if this device is going to be used by clinicians or anybody in the community can acquire it and then use it as needed.
Okay, actually this tool, we were looking at the time that a radiologist takes to come up with a diagnosis after analyzing an X-ray image. So that is what we are trying to solve. We are trying to cut it down because we already have few radiologists in the country, and the time that they take to come up with a diagnosis following analysis of an X-ray image. So that's what we are trying to bring down. So
to narrow it down, basically our target is going to be the health centers with a high overload of of the X-ray chest images. For example, Mulago has a high load. If you have to check the statistics, it shows that it has a high load of around 80,000 patients yearly. Then also regions with limited resources to the radiologists, like for example the eastern regions or that. So that's basically our target. The ones with high load and then limited areas with limited radiologists. Thank you.
Thank you, Team Nemo AI.
Thank you so much, Nemo AI. Thank you for the creative idea. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome the tumor monitor. Tumor monitor, please give them a round of applause. He has too much energy.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I will call back this gentleman to stage because he's also my teammate. Good morning.
Before you go, please, those behind, there is something we call the golden rule. Who can remind us of the golden rule? Do unto others what you would like done unto you. You're going to come on stage next, and if you are disturbed while you are pitching, it's unfair. So I pledge your indulgence, please. Let's be silent. Let's give a chance to those that are pitching to pass their ideas through. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Beda Witness. I'm a co-instructor of biomedical signals and image processing, year 4 elective, and he's one of my students, taller than me. So, as a class, we agreed we were going to have a class project that was eventually going to be our output as a class, and this is what we pitch here today at CAMTech. Ladies and gentlemen, go back to the previous slide. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are pitching TLS monitor. In the next slide, you shall know what TLS is, and we call it a wherever and whenever solution. So TLS is Kihumuro syndrome. So Kihumuro syndrome is a condition in cancer patients whereby when you start undergoing therapy, there is a high chance that the tumors, the malignant tumors, tend to break and release their contents into the bloodstream, destabilizing the electrolytic and metabolic condition of the blood. So that comes with the result that you're going to have conditions like hyperkalemia. You've released a lot of potassium ions into the blood, so you're going to have conditions like hyperkalemia, hyperuricemia, you're going to have hypocalcemia, so many other conditions, but in the project, we are targeting hyperkalemia because it is the most prominent. So we are designing the, excuse me, go back, you're rushing in the slide. Okay, so our problem is the gold standard for monitoring tumorisis at the moment is the electrolytic lab test. And we are saying in low resource settings, we tend to run it not so frequently, and yet Kihumuro syndrome is something that can set on and actually bring fatal results in such a short time as within 24 hours. So we are saying, we are trying to look at how to improve the frequency of testing with the result that we are suggesting a solution that indeed cuts down from rather doing a 48-hour form of testing to bring it down to as frequent as possible. And with that solution, we are suggesting what we call the TLS monitor. TLS monitor is a body surface embedded electrolytic biosensor that is able to monitor the concentration of potassium ions. And like we had said, the potassium ions shoot up in the blood because of the breaking of the tumors in the body, which we call the Kihumuro syndrome. So no, it's okay. Okay. No. We are sorry. So what our solution offers is that it is easy to embed onto the skin surface and then collect the parameters. It does not need a specialized person to collect the samples, painfully do so, and then take the samples to the lab, analyze the samples. You cut all of that by embedding a monitor, or a sensor onto the body surface and collecting the parameters directly. And we have faith in this solution because it is already partly achieved by ECG. It is already partly achieved by ECG, and we are going to capitalize on the technology that ECG applies, and we shall bring it to a device that can be used. So this solution is good for admitted, whereby it can be run anytime, even in absence of a specialized healthcare worker. And then when they come in the morning, they can just analyze, they can look at the stored results and are able to know the condition of the patient even while they are away. Then it is electronic and can be compatible with mobile health components and electronic health components. So let's move to the business part. Business part, like I quoted there, I quoted budget projections for UCI. If you are to have a good business, somewhat must target into tapping into the government resources because the government has the biggest money. So we are looking at how to collaborate with UCI. Also, beyond that, we shall collaborate with other partners into the cancer, the fight against cancer, and we include the likes of Rotary Club, the likes of Lions Club, the likes of Global Health Collaborative, which is doing some bit of funding to the pediatric oncology at Mba Regional Referral Hospital. So basically, that is, okay, I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Team Tumor Lysis Syndrome Monitor. It's tumor lysis, okay? And yes, it's a good thought. It's an emergency in management of cancer and sometimes can kill patients before the cancer kills them, okay? And we like the idea. I just have a few questions. Other than ECG graphic readings, does it give any other real-time readings?
We aim to do the programming of our device in such a way that the signal is transduced in such a way that it corresponds to physical parameters that are readable and are figurative rather than just a signal. Okay? From the ECG kind of setting, we are looking at how they arrive at having a sensor outside the body accessing the condition of potassium ions inside there, okay? But now for us, we want to make it in form of figures. You can display something that is more in terms of a figure than just a graph, so that when you store data, it is not just a graph, but figures.
So
the strength of the signal can create figures, can be interpreted in terms of figures, the extent. Thank you.
Okay, so that becomes a bit tricky and complicated because the way that works, the way that technology works, is that if you have potassium at a certain level, either below the normal or above normal, it will give you the same reading. If you, for example, the normal is 3.5, okay, lowest. If you go to 2, or you have 1.5, you will get the same pattern. So how do you intend to make it give you different patterns as different levels progress?
Okay, in our class, when we are talking about signal detection, we have a component we call sensitivity. Sensitivity is the ability of a signal to detect even the smallest changes. So we are going to capitalize on the sensitivity factor, so much to the point that it is now bigger than the one that you have, the one that you get with your ECG. So that is where we are going to capitalize on the sensitivity factor of the device that we intend to design. Thank you.
That's a great idea. I just have one last point for you to note is that in managing potassium, even as 0.5 is significant. So as you plan to think about sensitivity changes, it has to be that small. Thank you. It's a good idea.
Thank you so much. I probably need to say this, that tumor lysis syndrome clinically is a complex syndrome that is very difficult to detect. That's why these days, the current practice is prevent it before it happens. So now we know the cancers that are likely going to cause tumor lysis syndrome, and in those patients, we give them medicine before to prevent that. What I am suggesting, and I think I love the idea of potassium detection, why don't you think about creating a point of care potassium detector so that it can work across? Because potassium problems are not only in cancer, they are in kidney disease, even in diabetes. You think about developing a point of care potassium detector. Maybe that will help.
Okay.
It doesn't use too much blood.
We've only been together for 2 months, so we haven't done much. We can take on anything and change to any direction, so we welcome any sort of feedback.
Maybe tell us about your team, the technical composition of your team.
So, because this happened now and not later, we are still a class of 4 biomedical engineers. We have been looking at this as a class project. But right now the challenge is the technology and the medical background. For the medical background, we have one more person that we've been consulting at every step, and that is Madame Imerida, that heads the pediatric oncology at Marara Regional Referral Hospital. We've been working closely with her, so she is the other team member. Otherwise, we are just a team of 5 biomedical engineers. Thank you.
Judges, any other question? Any last
No, it's
question?
time up for this team. Thank you so much, Chair. This team, the next team, I pity them. Dr. Mutekanga is going to listen without shaking his head. Let's welcome Diabetes Hypertension Tracker. There you go.
Ladies and gentlemen, if a certain friend of mine asked me what medical students do when they are not at school, and I'm going to tell you about it in a short time. My name is Gerard Wanzunula. I'm in my final year medicine. Yes, and I am going to present to you the diabetes and hypertension tracker, what we shorten to DHT. Yes, so one of the holidays, I did what most medical students do when they are not at school. I went to a peripheral clinic, and this one was a diabetes clinic. One thing that I noticed there is that we had a lot of patients with diabetes, but they also had hypertension at the same time. And what worried me the most is that, yes, they could be having records of their diabetes, of their random blood sugars for every day. But these ones were written on papers, and this could easily be lost sometimes. But also they didn't have readings of their blood pressures. So this triggered a thought in me. Why do we have all this disease burden of diabetes and hypertension comorbidity, and yet we do not have a standalone device that can monitor random blood sugar, hypertension, and all other aspects of vitals at the same time? So that's why we thought of the diabetes hypertension tracker. This one, it will be able to take the random blood sugar of a patient. It will be able to take the blood pressure of a patient, the pulse rate, and the oxygen concentration at the same time. Yes? And all this is going to be integrated into a mobile application that is going to store all these records, all these medical records, that is going to also have sync with health professionals. The patient can choose a health professional, a doctor, or a health professional of their choice, and they sync that data with them, so that we can have timely monitoring and management of patients, so that we do not get into complications of diabetes and hypertension, like coronary heart disease. Yes, of course there are products on the market, but these ones do not integrate the aspects of monitoring blood pressure and the random blood sugar, and also other aspects of patient monitoring at the same time. Some of them do not actually sync this data that the patient is having in real time to the medical profession. Let's say the doctor who is monitoring them. So with this, with our product, we believe that we are at a better position to help prevent complications of diabetes and hypertension.
Thank you so much, Gerard, for representing Team Hypertension and Diabetes Tracker. Let me first hand to the physician.
Thank you so much, Gerard. I love the idea. It is true that monitoring has a very important place in the management of non-communicable diseases. And the idea is good, but it is with a very big assumption. It is with a big assumption that our healthcare system is a perfect system. And to be honest, the idea is too good for our setting, because I sit in the diabetes clinic with 100 patients. I don't even have time to see my phone, and then imagine a patient is piling records and records and records. Will I get time to see those records? I think the idea probably might be good for the next years of Uganda as we continue to grow, where everybody has access to a doctor, and doctors are so many that some can be made to sit there to review records every day. I don't know if Dr. Sebutinde has a plan to recruit more doctors, but I think the idea may not be very feasible right now in terms of practicability.
Thank you. I think now we're on a different divide. This is a brilliant idea. Integration. Now we need to collect data like you are proposing, but also I just need to hear you connect this data collected onto a bigger system that will not require the doctors Dr. Mtekanga is talking about, that it has been collected and there's a server somewhere, there is a room somewhere, there are computers somewhere, and now these computers are making sense out of this data. When I come in the evening, I turn on the screen and I read, my patient from village X is doing like this, another patient from, and I can easily, at a snap of a finger, make a decision on how to follow them up, on what to change, on what to tell them. I think that's what we need to hear. This is one of the brilliant ideas since morning. And many of the ideas have come, but they're coming in on late. You're talking of tumor lysis, it is late. You're talking about lesions in the breast, it is late. But now we're talking about monitoring before complications have come on board. Go for it, my brother.
Thank you, team. A quick question here. Have you been able to work with different experts? Is your team multidisciplinary yet, or you're still to compose the team?
Okay, let me start with you. My team is still small. We are 3 people in the team. Myself, I'm a medical student, and I have a teammate called Joram. He's not here right now. He's a mechanical engineer, and I have another teammate who is Patience. She's in business. But I would like to take this opportunity to invite anyone who is interested in this project, who has been inspired by this idea, to come and join my team. And yes, just to add on what you've said, I didn't get time to talk about it, but I had planned that we integrate AI into this mobile application that will be able to make sense of the data, give the patient what they need to hear, and also on the side of the doctor, they can like the exact way you've mentioned it, that they can sort out the patients that need critical care. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Team DM and Hypertension Tracker. And as you go ahead with this idea, remember that with patients, we need accurate measurements of blood sugar and blood pressure to be able to make the right decisions. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap for our teams that have ideas. It's really not easy to take up the stage as a student and you get ideas from judges who are experts. At this moment, I request the judges to go to the boardroom and make a decision. But we are using this time to have Q&A. I invite back all the teams. The audience is going to have questions and ideas for you. The judges are not the final. We have other experts in the group, in the audience that can give us ideas in relation to our innovations. And I request Mr. Mukama Martin to come and moderate this session. Teams, please come back. Judges, please go to the boardroom. And may the Holy Spirit guide you to make the right decision. Yes. Teams, please get back with your chair on the stage. The chair on the stage. Thank you so much, all presenters. Okay, all the teams are here yet. Please move in the same line. Thank you. Yeah. You want to pass the other side. Yeah, the team members can be on the deck or somewhere there. Team members, you can come and sit here if it's hot for your member. Yes. I kindly request Sharon to come and help us with the microphone to move around. Yeah, you can use it. It's all right. Okay, question one from the audience was from Elvis. Sorry, Sawanyana. Yes, you had a question, but I was guided that we have the judges first. Please watch not to sit in the space. Yeah.
Thank you so much. My question was to Team Grand Wave about languages. We use different accents and voices. I acknowledge that you are going to teach your app on data sets. How do you plan to go around the variety of accents and voices? Thank you.
Before they answer, ladies and gentlemen, the judges have been requesting for silence. I think in the next session, we shall just have the judges in the room and the mentors, because we have failed to control ourselves. The people in the Chirasha there, I don't know, the innovators. Please tell them it's prudent. Thank you. Whoever's done that, may the Holy Spirit guide you again to make them quiet.
So to answer your question, we are going to train our models on African subjects. We get Amunyankole, we get Anacholi. We use Anacholi. We use people from Acholi to train the Acholi. So sometimes it's hard Google Assistant to understand what you're saying. Subjects.
Yeah, thank you, innovators. Team Mama Weya. Yeah, I loved your. I have my wife. He has bought this device, and she's going to the market, and it rains onto this device. Is she safe? So safety. Two is because you aspect of safety, because you're talking about sensors, thermal sensors, and whatever sensors happens. If something happens, they change. There's a drastic change in temperature. What happens? Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I beg to guide. This is going to be our last question because we are a little bit behind schedule. So I'm going to request the team to answer. Mama Weya team, you can answer so that we go into the next part of the program.
Okay. Thank you so much. So about the safety, we are looking at, as a woman, there are lots of changes that occur different times in the month. So even the time of the periods and all that, I would not want to go through so much of that. So we are looking at this device being worn at a specific time in a month, like twice in a month, and not during that period of the time. And it is going to be worn maybe like 2 hours in a day, and not necessarily that the rain has to be there, really a specific period over time to be worn, not that you have to go with it or put it on the entire day. No, not really.
All right, thank you so much. This closes our Q&A to the innovators that have been pitching. I want to invite the next set of judges for the teams that are on the functional prototype stage. Our first judge is Engineer Bonnie. Please take your seat, State House. And then also from State House, Dr. Onesmus from Bar Regional Referral Hospital. Dr. Najingo, also from Bar Regional Referral Hospital. And then Dr. Immaculate from FIS. All right. So the next teams that we are having, we'll be pitching for a total of 3 minutes, and I'll need a timekeeper. Emma Kamhile, can you be our timekeeper? Perfect. Please sit where they can see you. We'll be pitching for a total of 3 minutes. I'm going to read. Kangake will be pitching first, followed by drip sense infusion monitor, followed by the low-cost automated slide stainer, followed by MAL AI, followed by Total Safe baby carrier, and then followed by iDrain. All right, Kangakea, please take the stage. Kangakea. Next on deck will be drip sense infusion monitor. Make sure you're behind Kangakea. Keep close here.
You to run a post-simulation test before actually doing the measurement.
Our revenue stream will look into direct sales, installation of the machines, repairs and maintenance, sales of the parts. And then, next slide. Let's talk figures. That will look into a projected unit price of 5.3 million Ugandan shillings, a production cost of 5.3 million Ugandan shillings, and presenting a profit margin of 33.9%.
So our competitive advantage is that
Our competitive advantage is that this machine is fully able to be manufactured here in Uganda, and second of all, we can easily have data logging whereby we log the tests done on the machine and how they were done. So in case something comes up, we're able to know where the fault came up from.
Who are your team members, please?
That's the team.
Thank you. Great innovation, and you're going to solve a lot. Wrong results, wrong diagnosis, wrong treatment, and it's definitely going to improve patient outcome. But we have automated blood stain sliders on the market. How different is yours from the ones that we have currently? I saw your comparison was to RDTs, was to the manual staining, but then we have the automated one. How different is yours?
Thank you so much. Considering the current stainers on market, for example, bio-based stainers, these are actually limited to specific types of staining, like histopathology or cytology, and do not have the provision for telemedicine capabilities that enables the medical laboratory technicians to actually do remote monitoring and programming, and also most of them do not have backup batteries, which is actually a limitation in low resource settings, especially Uganda. Then also looking at our size of the device, we hope to maximize and make it actually something small, considering the other existing stainers, most of them are actually very big. They weigh over 88 from 50 upwards, but our device currently is less than that. Thank you.
Just in 1 minute, excuse me. How local is this product?
So from the parts of the boards, the electronics that are running the machine, it's currently running an Arduino. That's imported. But the material from which the frame is made, that's steel. We can easily locate that from steel and tube. Then for the motors that are running, those are staple motors. Those are got from abroad. But the containers, nice plastics. The casing, the metallic case, steel and tube. The coding, the software that's running on board, that's fully made by our team.
How unique is your product as compared to the rest that are on the market?
Thank you so much. So, like we said, our product, currently we have 4 programs that are installed into the machine. It can perform malaria stain, gram stain, pap smear, as well as ZN.
Thank you so much, Team Low Cost Automated Slide Stainer. Just before our next team comes in, I would like to let the audience know that we have been graced by the presence of our new Vice Chancellor, Professor Pauline Yachika Chibwika. You're most welcome. I believe that this is the first event that we are attending. And we as CAMTech, we are very proud that you are attending our event first. Today we are celebrating 12 years of CAMTech's existence in Barrow University. And we have structured our program in such a way that we exhibit the outputs from our work. We have categorized the teams that we have supported in 4 different categories. Ideation, and those teams have already completed their pitching. Functional prototypes, those are the teams that are currently pitching. Minimum viable product, and then teams that have commercialized their products and are currently working in Uganda and in countries elsewhere. But we've also added different panels to discuss or enlighten the audience about the journey that these teams go through. The first panel was talking about, from concept to implementation, the journey of a health tech innovator in Africa, We had a team of 4 innovators that really gave that panel justice. Our next panel, you will have the opportunity to listen to them. They are end users that have used some of our products. And our last panel will be talking about the different policies that guide health innovations in this country. We are very happy to have you here today. Our next team is Zao Pulse that will be pitching. And next on deck will be Smart Swine. Thank you.
Just one thing to mention, most of the innovations we've listened to are in health and health tech, but we have two teams that are from the CAMTech robotics program. So those might not be directly into health, but their innovations are related to health. So those are the 2 teams, Zao Pulse and Smart Swine, that are coming in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mackenzie. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to recognize our dignitary is here. My name is Mwesi Jordan Alvin from the team behind Zao Pulse with my colleague, Damali. In Uganda, there is widespread micronutrient deficiency. These are essential nutrients like iron, vitamin A, folate, and iodine. In Uganda alone, this affects 32% of all women in the age between they're able to get the pregnancy age. 32% of these women, just from the deficiency of iron alone, causes anemia. Anemia, of course, has diverse effects, even on the children of these women. We are here to solve that deficiency of micronutrients. How we solve this is addressing where these come from. These micronutrients are obtained from consuming vegetables. So, in urban areas where we are focused, how do people have access to these nutrient-rich vegetables to be able to get these micronutrients? These are urban farmers that grow these and supply into the market. But of course, these farmers do face many challenges, operating in limited spaces, and also high production costs that ultimately increase the prices of these vegetables, making them inaccessible. We are here as Zao Pulse to present a sustainable way of growing these vegetables, even with the minimal spaces available for these urban farmers, reducing their productivity and maximizing their production up to 80%. With Zao Pulse, precise nutrient management is taken into court so that we can have farmers operating at maximum capacity.
To address these challenges, we propose the use of our system Zao Pulse to increase the production up to 80%. Our system uses water and nutrient sensors to administer correct amounts of water to different plants, according to what the farmer is choosing to grow. Our system, Zao Pulse, has different units, and these units administer calculated amounts of water according to the requirements of different plants. And this system does this it gets knowledge from other organizations like NADS that are so much into agriculture. So that's why we get that knowledge. Our business model is obtained from the sale from
I would like to invite any questions.
Yes, thank you. A good innovation, and it's good that you're targeting agriculture. I think that's great. I was just discussing with Dr. Elizabeth. So you want to administer water to the plants, right? sort of an irrigation scheme, right?
Water and nutrients.
Or water and nutrients, because that I think didn't come out in your presentation. It seemed like you're giving calibrated amounts of water, and the question was, how is the water related to the nutrients? But you've answered it, thank you.
Thank you. My other question would be, because I understand you're caught up by time, my follow-up question to his would be, you're taking measurements, or you're doing control at the input, right? Now, at the output, what happens?
Yeah.
How sure are you that whatever you administered is all taken up and it's there, and if consumed at the right quantity, it is probably will give you the desired results?
Yeah,
Would you
the best
consider
way?
also the output?
Yeah. So we are controlling and automating applying that nutrient supplement. Once this system is installed, it's automated based on the soil analysis. So we tell the farmer, what crop are you growing? We don't need to tell him, it's all on the remote platform. I'm growing maize. The system will now use the logic we get from farming bodies like NADS. We say maize needs higher nitrogen. Then the system mixes the concentrates to give a higher nitrogen fertilizer, which is integrated into the irrigation system. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Team Zaopals. Thank you so much. Our last team in this category is the Smart Swine team. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Arinda Josephine, and I'm excited to present to you Smart Swine, a technology that will revolutionize pig health monitoring in Uganda. Pig farming is one of the many businesses that give a source of livelihood to many farming households. The latest livestock national census report indicates that the pig population has increased from 3.2 million to more than 7 million. However, many piggery farmers continue to register significant financial losses due to unchecked disease outbreaks. Many farmers rely on outdated and labor-intensive methods to diagnose a sick animal, which are prone to error. This often leads to delayed illness detection, stunted growth, disease spread, and significant financial losses. To address these challenges and support this growing industry, we have developed a low-cost, continuous pig health monitoring system, Smart Swine. Smart Swine monitors the vitals of the animal, such as activity levels and temperature levels, and it uses Internet of Things to be able to automatically alert the farmer in case of a suspected ill animal. Our market size is the 2.2 million pig keeping households in Uganda, according to the Livestock National Census report. We plan to market the product by showcasing the product at agriculture exhibitions and having radio talk shows to sensitize farmers about the product. With a production cost of 30,000 Ugandan shillings and a selling price of 50,000 Ugandan shillings, we're able to offer this product to commercial pig farmers in Uganda. We are a team of 4, myself, Arinda Josephine, the software developer, Mr. Ilemut Ivan, our team mentor, Mr. Chemere Justus, the computer engineer, and Mr. Ebegu William, a specialist in management and treatment of pigs. Thank you.
This is really interesting. However, I have some questions for clarification. First of all, do you intend to embed sort of a sensor onto the pigs? Or how does your sensor or your system interface with the target?
So it's a wearable device worn on the hind leg of the animal, and it's embedded with the sensors that monitor the animal's temperature and activity levels.
Then what is the cost per device?
The cost is 50,000 Ugandan shillings.
50,000. Okay, so anyway, that's achievable, relatively achievable. Okay, thank you.
A good innovation, and thank you and congratulations. I'm just curious about the internet part of it. Don't you think most farmers will shy away from it because of the internet? Is there any provision for the off-internet monitoring? Or can the device store all this information and then the farmer reviews it at the end?
Yes.
Just being curious.
The device is able to store the information, but currently under development, we are also planning to include an SMS functionality.
Okay, do you look at partnering with anyone whatsoever? Like for your design, after you've designed, do you look at partnering with maybe already players who are treating the swine?
Yes, we plan to partner with NGOs and government bodies such as Ministry of Agriculture to be able to have more farmers adopt this technology.
Do you have a sustainability plan? Because some places that are not connected to the internet, how are you going to help those places or those farmers detect the problem?
We're planning to embed SMS.
Thank you so much. And that concludes the pitching of the category for functional prototypes. Let's clap for all our pitchers in that category, as well as the judges. So the last two teams that pitched are products of our robotics program that we run at CamTechUganda. At CamTechUganda, we run a robotics for kids program, both for school-going children in primary and secondary, and also for university students. So these came out from the university students category. And these two teams specifically also participated in the Ayute Africa Agriculture Challenge, and they emerged among the top 10 winners after being supported for only 1 month. That's last holiday. So we are very proud of them. So we are going to give a chance to our judges to deliberate, but as they deliberate, we'll continue with our program. And next on our program is a panel. All right, Mackenzie is reminding me that the teams can take the judges through their prototypes before you go to deliberate, so that you have a look at them. All right. Our next panel is from prototype to practice, ensuring that healthcare innovations meet the needs of end users. And just before we start that panel, I would like to challenge Professor Tam Kong. Yes, I have your attention now, to give us an energizer. Thank you. I said Professor Tam Kong. All right, I'll pass on the challenge to the next person. Okay, volunteer. Who wants to give us an energizer? He's passing it on to Dr. Sebutinde, our DHO.
We need to get some energy. Get on your feet, please, please, please. Phones down, get some space. Get some space. Peter says, do this. You do only what Peter instructs you to do. When you do other things, you sit down. Peter says, do this. Harder. Peter says, stand. You all sit down. Peter didn't say stand. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Peter. Yeah, in CAMTech we love challenges. Professor Tam Kong feared the challenge. Yeah, we are going to prepare for our next panel, which is going to be moderated by Dr. Onesmus. Dr. Onesmus, I'll invite you to take over the floor, and you'll invite your panelists. Thank you.
Good afternoon to you all. My name is Onesmus Byamukama. I'm a medical doctor. I'm a gynecologist, and I work with the Regional Referral Hospital, and because of that, I work with MAST. I'm going to take you through this panel discussion. It's going to be short. I'm aware that we are towards lunchtime, and so I will make it very short for us. We have a team of experts who have utilized some of these innovations, and they'll be talking to us about the experiences. We shall be looking at from the prototype to practice, ensuring healthcare innovations meet the needs of the end users. And with me, we shall have Dr. Mutekanga Andrew. Dr. Mutekanga, please take your seat. We also have Dr. Najingo Elizabeth, sorry. Dr. Najingo. We also have Katushabe Doreen. Please take your seat. And then Dr. Choyagala Stella. Yes, Dr. Choyagala Stella, take your seat. Thank you all for joining me. I'll give each one of you 30 seconds to introduce yourselves, and then we dive into the discussion. As we give our perspectives about this, I request the audience to be disciplined so that we do this very quickly. I'll start with you, Dr. Elizabeth. Quickly, 30 seconds.
Good afternoon. Elizabeth Najingo are my names. I'm a pediatrician at Mbara Regional Referral Hospital and also a lecturer at Mbara University of Science and Technology. And I'm also the Western Region representative of all pediatricians and healthcare specialists to the Uganda Pediatric Association. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Najingo. Yes, Dr. Stella, you're welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Stella Choyagala. I'm a pediatrician and a lecturer in the Department of Pediatrics and Child Health. I'm head of the neonatal unit in Mbara Regional Referral Hospital, and I work with Ministry of Health on the technical newborn working committee to design care protocols for newborns.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Stella. You've really contributed a lot to the lives of the newborns. Yes, Dr. Andrew.
My name is Andrew Mutekanga. I am an internal medicine specialist, mainly in private practice. I also do research with the Master Grants Office.
Oh, thank you. Yes, Doreen.
Yes, good afternoon to you all. My name is Katshabe Doreen Kasule. I'm a critical care nurse. I am the in charge of the neonatal unit and also the area manager pediatrics at Mbara Regional Referral Hospital. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome all. As you can see, we have a team of experts that are going to discuss this with you. I want to start with you, Dr. Mutekanga. Have you used some of these innovations that have come out of CAMTech or any other innovations hub?
Thank you so much, moderator. I have been privileged to be part of CAMTech for years now, and I've not only used some, I have also seen them develop and mentored students through the process. It is very interesting to have seen some of the innovations, and you'll see them in the showcase, come from very huge prototypes into small things and very attractive things to use. I can confess that many, for example, some of the students are trying to develop a continuous glucose monitor, and I have seen it work, and I have even put in my finger for my sugar to be measured. And it is very interesting to see these things happen.
So you as the end user, why do you think it is important for these innovators to involve you right from the time they have ideas to the innovation? Why do you think it is important? And how best should they do it? In just 1 minute.
Well, I think that it is interesting to begin with the end users because they are your market. Number two, I keep saying that it's important to understand the end users. The end users in health innovations are in two categories, the health workers and the people. And for you to put it into perspectives, you need to understand the population demographics of Uganda. It is important for us to know that majority of Ugandans are young. 78% of Ugandans are less than 30 years. Meaning that if you are innovating something for the general population to use, you must think about these people. Because young people love technology, they love AI. So if you're going to develop something that is devoid of technology and AI, and you're targeting the young people of Uganda, you might not get enough market. So I know that many of you who are innovators here are thinking about doctors, but think about the general population of Uganda. That's when you will get the true perspective of the market that you're looking at.
Thank you. I want to go to Dr. Najingo. Have you faced some challenges while interacting with these innovators? At times, of course, they will come with their idea. You're trying to communicate your ideas to them. Have you faced some challenges?
Thank you. I'll go straight to some technology that we have interfaced with. Yeah, I should say, largely speaking, there are no major challenges that personally have experienced. Most of them are to do with logistics, either internet connection, which is a challenge everywhere, literally. And for instance, the Prisms technology that we are embracing in our unit, we get challenges with one tablet having to sync with another. And I would say those are really minor challenges, and they are solvable.
Yes, Dr. Stella, when you're trying to communicate your concerns to the innovators, has it been smooth? Do you get a pushback from them?
Well, thank you for that question. Being a judge several times and a mentor as well in CAMTech, I think communicating challenges that innovators has not been a big problem. We are privileged that these innovations that we use at Imbara coming from CAMTech are at-home innovations. And anytime we have difficulties, they've come on board to sort these challenges. But also telling innovators about their challenges in the innovations has actually been a happy journey. And like one of the innovators for photocabada and then the kangaroo wrap, they have brought their items, we have looked at them, we have told them, now you see this height is not okay, this wrap is covering too much, it's preventing the warmth from the mother and all that. And they've been pleasantly surprised at the comments we've given them, and they have taken them up positively. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Stella, and I'm sure that has changed the direction of so many projects that you have mentored. I want to come to Sister Doreen. I'm very sure you're one of the users of some of these innovations. Are there some barriers that you have encountered while using some of these innovations? Because some of them have new technology that probably we are not used to here. Do you want to share some of those barriers with us?
Yeah, thank you very much. Well, some of the barriers have already been shared by Dr. Najingo, and it is actually good that when you get such barriers, such challenges, the innovators are willing to come on ground to support you. So that is one thing that I would want. When we get challenges, someone is there to work with us. So the challenges have kind of been mitigated along the way.
Do you want to share with us some of those features that have made the innovations that you have used user-friendly to you?
Oh, yes, yes. As a nurse, I would look at my ward. I want my ward to be organized. So I think, for example, prisms. Speaking of prisms, it has helped us actually have 5S, that Kaizen principle. You are sorting yourselves, you know, you're setting things well, you're shining, and then we want to standardize this, and we sustain along the way. So as a nurse, actually, I'm happy. I don't have the hassle of going through files, you know. Somehow it makes my work easier. Also, in this era, we are having people having smartphones. Almost all of us have smartphones. So it is just a click, and you know, you've given treatment. You know, it makes work easier, actually. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sister Doreen. I want to ask Andrew, are there times when some of these health innovations have disrupted your work, your daily work, and you feel like probably I should do away with that?
Yeah, it is very true. As you know that, and this is for the new innovators.
How did you overcome that?
Most of the innovations that we are looking for are innovations that are a bit portable. You're going to see a student coming in with a prototype that has so many wires around, and you can't move, and you know that sometimes our wards are already overcrowded. And so, these things can interrupt daily flow. If students want to, for example, do a little preliminary testing before they go, even those who are doing clinical trials. So it is important that maybe as we look for newer innovations, that we develop even less wires, wireless or even wireless gadgets that might not ideally interrupt our workflow. It is very important.
Thank you. Yes, I want to come back to Dr. Stella. To what extent do you think these innovations should actually be customized? Because I think at times, yes, we need them customized for end users, but to what extent do you think the customization should go? And does that affect practice anyway, in your own opinion?
Thank you. So the degree of customization depends on the type of technology. If it is a device, the main customization comes for the patient and the doctors who are using these devices. For example, when we were thinking about the new technologies where they are designing monitors. For example, they had made a monitor which had a probe as big as my pen. And we told the head of the innovation that this is too big and uncomfortable for us small babies of 800 grams. And she had to go back and make it much smaller and comfortable for them. And I think the comfort of the users and the ease of the users aids the customization. But when it comes to technologies, I'll give the example of prisms. It should be able to allow, for example, customization to different ministries. For example, in prisms, they give you an app that is able to help you admit a patient and monitor them and treat them and guide you where you have problems and can tell you what to do. Now, these management protocols had to be in line with Ministry of Health. So when, for example, Dr. Data was taking it to Tanzania, it had to be customized to the protocol management guidelines for Tanzania. When it came for us in Uganda, and this special at Mbara, we wanted certain things in line with Ministry of Health because this is what they require and he's able to do that. So that allows easy uptake and sustainability of the app. And much as the basics are the same, that customization according to each ministry helped to improve the uptake of the technology. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Stella. I request people at the back. There's a group that is putting on uniform. Please lower your voices so that we can finish and listen to each other. I wanted to go to Dr. Najingo. Is transparency about how this machine works, its effectiveness, important to you as a clinician?
Come again?
Transparency. You see, when the innovators are marketing their product, they will say good about it. But at times, they might not tell you how it works. They might not tell you its effectiveness. Do you think those are things that are very important?
Yes, very, very, very important. Transparency is key. And how I feel we, the end users, would get that confidence to use whatever products you present to us is the regulation that we were talking about, first of all. So if any product comes to us and number one, you show us evidence of it's being accepted by the regulatory bodies available, starting with the Ministry of Health and going to the different bodies, URSB, I'm glad it's a partner with CAMTech already. So those different certificates can give us courage to use whatever product you bring to us.
So apart from how it works and its effectiveness, what other features have made you gain trust in using this new technology that probably you have no idea about previously?
What? Come again?
What other features about this technology have made you gain trust in using it?
Yes, I will use an example of the prisms. So prisms is one of the products that we are using on our ward. And we are always concerned about patient data safety. And yeah, it's ethical to keep everyone's information private. So if a product gives us an option where there are administrators that have to give rights to access certain features, that product gets a plus. And already Prisms has that. Not anyone can access any information regarding a patient in question. There are rights that have to be given. And also password use as you open up the tablets. So that's a plus to the Prisms technology.
Thank you. There is a lot of good things, I think, about Prisms, and we thank Dr. Data and the team for that. Dr. Mutekanga, you know, most of the times when you're using these new technologies, a lot of data is stored. A lot of data can be used for future reference. How concerned are you about the data privacy that is involved, especially in these new technologies?
Thank you so much. I am
And
very concerned.
in any case, do you have any assurance features about usage of this data? I'm one of those who sees a lot of reading about the consent and I just click, I consent without even reading through. I'm not sure if you're one of those, but are you concerned about data security?
I'm very, very concerned. And in this day and age where any machine can be hacked, it is very important. And I want to say this because it looks like elsewhere I have gone, in Western countries, people are serious about data security. It is important that all innovators are educated on rules that govern data, especially health information data. I want to give you an example. I was involved with a certain project that was in the US, and before they allowed me to use their system, I had to undergo a course, a 1-week course on something called HIPAA privacy rules, okay? And before you actually enter through their system, you must go through that training. So I want to encourage innovators, invest in yourself, get information, learn. There's actually a course online on Health Insurance Portability and Accountability Act, privacy rules, on data security. It is very important that we learn because you could actually be prosecuted for using patients' data anyhow. You could actually lose your license if you are a health practitioner if you leak any patient's data or if data in your hands get leaked. So it's quite important. And I feel like CAMTech should encourage all innovators to undergo through training, especially on data privacy, for us to be sure. And there are even certificates that they can award to you to show that you have gone through the training and we can trust your devices and your applications.
Thank you so much. Sister Doreen, lastly to you. I wanted to ask you, have you used some of these innovations, maybe apart from prisms,
Yes, there is one
that have stood the test of time?
Well, standing the test of time, I don't know yet, because the one we have been able to use is new to us, but so far we are seeing good outcomes. And this one is the augmented infant resuscitator. This one helps us to pick skills and then confidence in resuscitating newborns. So actually you're doing it on a dummy, but with the time, as you get better, you know that when it comes to the real patient, you will have good outcomes. Yeah, so that's one I've used at least, and I'm sure it's good.
Okay, thank you so much for that response. Dr. Choyagara, I wanted you to answer this. Is it important to continuously support these innovators through training, through financing? Why would that be very important? And what kind of support anyway, apart from training, finances, would they require?
Thank you so much. And training and supporting innovators is key. As you can see from the previous sessions we have had of pitching, people start from having an idea in mind and they don't even know what to do with it. So starting even with the smaller concepts of learning how to present, teaching them how to put the problem across, teaching them how to think of innovations that are going to work is very key, because most ideas get stagnated at that point. If you can't present your problem very well, if you can't think of an innovation that is going to cut across and be well amazing to the audience, the idea dies, and it doesn't mean that it wouldn't have been a good innovation. That is a start. And then when it comes to developing these technologies and innovations, some of the innovators even have no idea how far their innovations can go until they go for these mentorships. And they come out so surprised and happy that something that they thought was going to do so little ends up impacting such a big world and going further than they anticipated. If they were not mentored, they wouldn't have reached that far. And lastly, financing. A lot of our innovators are suffering looking for finances to put the ideas to life and looking for people who can believe in them. And I want to appreciate CAMTech that they look at these simple innovations of young minds and take them to a bigger level through financing and helping them to collaborate to look for their own finances. But even after innovations, these trainings to sustain them in business becomes now the key after developing whatever they have. Because if they don't, it gets off market. They have to keep up with the pace of the world. And without these trainings and exposure, they will never make it throughout the world. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stella. In 30 seconds, probably.
Yes, I'm expounding more on her submission. Yes, we've reached a point where we can't do away with the innovators as far as health is concerned. Actually, there's a project I was called for. It was about picking lung sounds using a certain app. I've forgotten the name of that project. And I told them, I'm afraid you are going to kill the doctor in us because you're bringing everything, the machines and your apps and your everything are making
them to see that they go to another level. Yes, we do. Personally, I work with Ministry of Health to see that we have the right strategies for improving newborn care. When PRISMs came out, we were able to share the idea out there and also at technical meetings to see that it's taken up. When we also visit partner countries like Kenya, when we are doing strategic benchmarking, we have also seen that we've taken some of the technologies from CAMTech to Kenya, and now they are using air devices as part of their national training programs for treating newborns, for teaching about caring for newborns and resuscitating newborns. So, thank you.
Thank you. And before we conclude, I will forward the list of the noisemakers to the new Vice Chancellor so that she can punish you. I've recorded the names, but Dr. Andrew, I wanted you to answer the second part of his question. How come these products, some of them never make it to the end user? And even when they make it to the end user, how come we never use them more often?
Thank you so much. I think most of the innovators are very zealous. I have seen very good, very zealous innovators, but I think most of the innovations, and I want to say it here, are devoid of the physiology. And I want to encourage all of you who are interested in innovation as far as medical devices or medical interventions are concerned. Invest in understanding the physiology. Because if you are going to innovate something that does not explain the physiology very well, that is not easily calibratable, sometimes it may not move to the next level, however good the idea is. So my advice to you, make your hands dirty. Read. Sometimes it's just a small change in your formula that might actually make your innovation go to another level. Thank you.
Thank you, Mukama Martin. I wanted you to answer the two concerns. Yes, Martin. One is, why do you allow pitching for 3 minutes and not 60 seconds? And number two, do you give a short or do you follow up on those innovations that do not make it to the award ceremony, or you just dump them? Yes, Martin, if you can answer that in 1 minute and then we conclude.
All right. Thank you so much, our panel moderator. And I think we can first clap for them before I answer this question. So I'm going to start with the question related to follow-up. Not all teams that we support are winners. We have run CAMTech for the last 12 years, and we have awarded, I think, more than 36 teams. But it's not those 36 teams that have made it or have come out to be the best teams. So we have a whole process that we take teams through. The teams that will come from here will be invited to enter our innovation pathway. And that pathway is going to be presented today so that you look at it. You know how teams are supported through the ecosystem of CAMTech and how they move from ideation up to commercialization. We don't only support winners from the different events that we organize. Then the question related to the 3 minutes pitch and not 1 second. I am not sure 60 seconds is a standard for pitching. We have the 60 second speech in one of the events that we organize called the hackathon, but when we are presenting to different audiences, our standard is 3 minutes, and then 2 minutes for Q&A. That's the standard of CAMTech. Yeah.
Thank you
so much.
Martin. I wanted to give the panelists just 30 seconds to conclude, and then we shall be out of here. Yes, Dr. Najingo. Just 30 seconds.
Innovations is the way to go, but involve the end users at the start of the journey.
Thank you so much. Yes, Dr. Stella.
I want to encourage those who are in the process of innovating and their support partners to always consider implementation science. A lot of our good technologies are still hanging out there and we are waiting for them as end users. We have to find a solution for them to reach the end users.
Thank you, Doctor. Yes, Dr. Andrew.
Innovation is like entrepreneurship. It requires a lot of work, a lot of study, and a lot of networks. So flourish in those, and then your innovations will go to another level.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Sister Doreen.
Dr. Najingo said innovation is the way to go. Actually, without innovation, the world will stagnate. However, as we innovate, we need to think of sustainability at the end of the day. So if we get these innovations, they should be input in the government systems, the programs, then they will go far and wide. Look at the regulations you talked about. So without that, it will stagnate. So innovation, but think of sustainability at the end of the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much for listening to us, and thank you, CAMTech, for giving us this opportunity to share our perspective. God bless you.
All right, let's clap them off as they take their seats. Thank you so much, Dr. Nesmas and your panelists. I think this panel it was quite enlightening, the things that you're discussing. Now, for the next part of the program, I really want your full attention. So I would like to invite everyone that is in the of the next 10 minutes to listen to Nuriat as she presents the CAMTech process and the achievements. And her question, the person that was asking about supporting honorary winners, will be answered through this presentation. All right, so let's give Nuriat the audience. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Martin. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our dear VC, the new Vice Chancellor, she didn't get that big clap. I know it will come, but I request that during this presentation, the time that we are going to tell you about CAMTech, please let's give her a very big hand clap for honoring our invitation. And our judges who are here, the panelists, everyone in their capacity, our director, CITT, you are all most welcome to the CAMTech Showcase and Pitch Competition event, the first ever that we have organized in the last 12 years of existence. So right now, I am going to take her through what we do as CamTechUganda, how we do it, and where we are as CamTechUganda. I know you have listened to many innovators, the panelists. You have an idea, and some of you have visited the stalls and looked at the innovations that have been exhibited there, but also the innovators have shared about their innovations. Thank you so much. I request for your attention as I briefly take you through this. My name once again is Nambogo Nuriat. I work as the Research and Grants Manager for CamTechUganda and also help in coordinating the program, working hand in hand with everyone at CamTechUganda. So CamTechUganda's impactful approach. First of all, CamTechUganda, CamTech is the Consortium for Affordable Medical Technologies. It came into existence in 2012 following an MOU that was signed between Mbarara University of Science and Technology and Massachusetts General Hospital. That's why you see the logo of MGS on our banner. In 2014, we opened up a co-creation lab to incubate innovators, but the process had started already. So the lab was opened officially in 2014. Our mission is to build entrepreneurial capacity and accelerate affordable medical technology innovations to improve health outcomes in low and middle income countries. That's our mission. Our pathway, we developed and tested a CAMTech pathway or a process through which we take innovators. And this is our process. Our process is divided into four. The first point is within our process is the challenges pipeline. So we work with challenges and we love challenges. We don't pick up innovations that are already developed. We pick up challenges and then help the innovators develop those challenges into ideas, prototypes, products that are functional, and then they get scaled up. So under the challenges sector, how do we collect these challenges? We've been organizing what we call themed innovation cafes. These are events where we get innovators together with a theme for like an hour or two, and then they brainstorm on challenges related to that theme. And then they will also briefly brainstorm on possible solutions, but that's not enough. Then the other avenue is themed medical technology hackathons. Some people have termed CAMTech as a hackathon because hackathons have been selling CAMTech. And these are events that we've been organizing every year. It's a 40-hour event whereby we get innovators, partners, mentors, all individuals that are interested in solving challenges in the health sector, we get them to Mbarara University of Science and Technology from different countries, from different institutions, from different universities, to come here at Mbarara University to pitch, first of all, to present challenges, but also work on prototype solutions. And during the hackathon, we have mentors from different disciplines and different institutions. We have people who come to support us implement that hackathon event. And at the end of it all, we have a number of challenges that get registered. I know you're wondering, where do they lead to? The other avenue calls for challenges. Some of you who follow us on our social media platform, I think you saw a call for challenges towards this event. So based on the theme, we will send out a call for challenges, and people who are interested in submitting any challenge that is bothering them in health, they will submit the challenge, and then we invite them to think together about the challenge and also see how possible we can develop a solution. So those are the three avenues. And from here, this is early stage. We move them to what we call the Innovation Support Office. Now, under the Innovation Support Office, we start with a scientific writing workshop. This is a workshop that we conduct to empower innovators to come up with a concept that well defines the problem, the challenge that they are trying to solve, the solution or the innovation or the technology that they want to develop to solve the challenge, the commercial viability, how commercially viable. They have to define and let us know how this product will make money and be self-sustaining, their team, and who they intend to partner with. We conduct this workshop for 5 days, but at the end of by the end of the 5 days, the team should have a concept with 5 sections. The reason as to why we start with this, first of all, we know innovators need money. And if you need money, you need to acquire writing skills. Writing skills of not hearsay, but writing skills whereby you can cite whatever you are writing. So we teach them how to cite, we teach them how to write, we teach them how to pitch. Some of them, you saw them pitching here. How do you pitch and compete for funding? But how do you make sure that your solution makes sense to a funder? So all that happens, and after that, we organize what we call, a project qualification review exercise, or a PQR. Now, CAMTech does not work independently. We work hand in hand with several stakeholders, health workers, business people, technical people in IT. We source out for these people to come and help us support these innovators. So at this stage, once we have the teams ready with their concepts reviewed internally by the CAMTech team, we now organize that event, which is a project qualification review exercise. We don't usually take on so many innovators, depending on who applies. Even those that come from the hackathon, we send out a call for them to come and we take them through this workshop. So from the other avenue, we take them through a scientific writing workshop. Now, it's the judges to decide, and depending on what kind of solutions the teams are working on, we also look at the end users at that stage. That's what one of the panelists here, I think all panelists that were here, they mentioned that. We engage them as early as concept stage. They come and give feedback, they evaluate, they listen to these teams, they give them good feedback that will move them to the next level. So it's up to the judges, we call them reviewers stroke judges, to decide whether a team is ready to cross and get registered into our innovation lab, or they are lacking, they need to make some changes. So based on the feedback, we will write to them a letter that has feedback from the judges, the reviewers. And if you're advised to repeat or to redo and come back and present, then we let you know in the letter. If they say the team qualifies, then we pass them and officially get them incubated into our lab. Still under this, we do give out seed grants. Because of budget constraints, we've been giving out small seed grant or to 3 teams every year, but the writing workshop empowers them to even compete for further funding. Once they have that concept, they can always twist it to fit any call that could fit them. So that's why we empower them with writing skills. So the teams that get funding, of course, we also continue supporting them, but yeah, and from this, we move them to the 3rd stage, which is the innovations development support stage, where they get incubated into the co-creation lab. So once you get a file, we open for them a file, and then we start with a product requirements document workshop. So we support the teams to develop that blueprint that will guide them while they are developing their product. So they put together that product requirements document, and we invite still a technical team that will help review and advise on what to change before they start developing their first prototype. So they develop the prototypes. Still there, we encourage them to carry out some studies, to collect as much user feedback as possible, so they do get also protocol approvals, like REC approvals, UNCC, because these are medical innovations, especially for devices. And yeah, so the prototyping, some steps here are iterative, depending on what the team is developing. Then the final one is commercialization support stage. There we start preparing the team to prepare themselves for commercialization, like opening a company, but they also file for IP under stage 3. Of course, we work with the Uganda Registration Services Bureau. Abraham is here. Thank you so much for always coming to Mbarara to support our team. So at this stage, those are the numbers that Dr. Data was talking about. We invite them to come and support our teams before they commercialize their products. So those are the phases. There are 3: pre-lab, in-lab, and post-lab. Pre-lab has the first 2. The first one, in-lab, where the team is incubated, and then post-lab, where they are creating their own companies and becoming independent and also employing other people on their projects. When you go to the stall there, you will see a number of them that already have running grants and they are employing people. These are some of the outputs. Of course, the pre-lab, I have already explained that. The outputs of in-lab, we need the functional prototypes, we need the IP, we need studies. They conduct studies, manuscripts, and publications, and also building capacity in product development. We do 3D printing. Okay, I see Martin is warning me. This is some of our traction. The jobs created, it's now more than 216. And then the companies, we have more than 10 now. Partnerships, we have created a number of partnerships on behalf of the university and with CAMTech as a hub. So with the university and CAMTech as a hub. Then evidence, the studies, there are more than 33, IP, more than 11 now. Yeah, those are the numbers. And these teams keep applying for funding. They keep getting funding from both national and international funding. These are some of the projects. Nura was here talking about the bracelet, autothermal, for continuous temperature monitoring in neonates with a remote display capability. So it's also out there. They are at the stall. You could look at it. Photocabada, it's also there, a hybrid remotely monitored phototherapy machine that is able to monitor and treat multiple babies with jaundice simultaneously. They have a stall at the exhibition area. This is MobiCare, a mobile-based application that links patients and doctors through a convenient appointment scheduling system. So you can be able to get any kind of doctor and have an appointment scheduled for you. Prisms, a newborn technology that gives non-specialist doctors it guides them on what to do and how to do it. They also have a stall. Right now, they can be able to manage neonates. A nurse can manage a neonate where there is no pediatrician. They have deployed prisms in more than, I think now in 102 hospitals in Uganda. It's now in Tanzania in 2 hospitals and 4 hospitals in South Sudan right now. This is vein locator for Emma. He was one of the panelists. A device designed to enable visualization of veins in children during phlebotomy. So you will also have a look at their device out there at the stall. Digital speech assistant. This is an application to ease communication between the doctor and a deaf person. Kanga Care. This is, it's a low-cost, locally knitted, double-layered premature carrier that enables the kangaroo skin-to-skin mother care technique to generate and maintain warmth. So they are making use of kangaroo technology, but also improving it to ensure that, yes. Total Safe, they are also out there. It's a carrier for babies in hospitals that are sick. I'm trying to rush through. This is Mal AI. Mal AI is a phone-based machine learning powered application that augments malaria light microscopy diagnosis by detecting Plasmodium species and stages. So it's also an application that was developed by our team, one of our teams here at CAMTech. This is the air device, which is also in Uganda, Tanzania, Kenya, and India. It is an add-on to the ventilation equipment and provides feedback on the quality of resuscitation for babies, of course. So you can be able to know whether you're doing the resuscitation right or you're not doing it right. I've come to the end. We are seeking more partnerships as CAMTech. We wouldn't want CAMTech to close, but we are looking at a way that we can sustain this program because at least we are showing progress on how we are supporting innovators, and it's a process that we have developed and tested, and we are sure that it works. This is the small team of CamTechUganda, but we also have other innovators that are managing their own projects, and they are working under CamTechUganda. We have a number of partners. Some are not here, but we have so many partners. Also, CITT has supported, because we are under the Center for Innovation and Technology Transfer, some of our innovators have been receiving funding from CITT and other partner institutions outside Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you so much, Nuriat. Let's clap for her again. Can we take only 2 questions? Just 2 burning questions. Okay. And we'll first take all of them, then Nuriat will answer at once.
Thank you, Nuriat, for the presentation. I was seeing figures on funding. I don't know whether it is funding required or funding that went into that project.
Okay. The last one. Oh, you have just 1 question.
Okay, so that was a collection of funding that we've got under CamTechUganda for the CamTech program, but also innovators and projects that we are supporting. So it was a collection. Yeah, thank you.
Maybe just to add on that, were you meaning funding that you're...
I pepeta, I pepeta, I pepeta. Go down. I pepeta. I catch the ball. I put it here. People at the back. I catch the ball. I put it here. I pepeta, I pepeta, I pepeta. I catch the ball. I put it here. I pepeta, up to your seat. I pepeta. You got it. Let me invite the judges quickly. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dr. Peter Sebutinde to take the seat of the judges. A round of applause for Dr. Peter Sebutinde. Our next judge, Mr. Gustavus, please take the stage. Why aren't you clapping for him? Dr. William Waswa, please come and take the stage as a judge. Dr. Medat Twinamasko. And Mr. Abraham. Ladies and gentlemen, the first team presenting, we're going to have autothermal. The rules are, you present for 3 minutes, question and answer is just 2 minutes, and that's it. And then the judges will go and make their decision. We shall have autothermal take the stage right now, and on the deck, we shall have the vein locator. Vein locator on the deck, and on stage, autothermal. Autothermal, your time starts in the next 10 seconds. Autothermal, on the deck we have vein locator. In the queue, we shall have lift relief. Our timekeeper is Mr. Mukama. Please warn the candidates 1 minute to time. And the scoring sheets are with the judges. Autothermal, your time starts now.
Yes, good evening. My name is Andrew Gasseth, representing Autothermal. I want us to put ourselves in the shoes of a nurse called Lucy at Mbara Regional Referral Hospital, who is in charge of taking care of neonates. And the hospital admits about 70 to 80 neonates who are under the watch care of about 5 nurses. And that gives a ratio of about 1 to 14 babies. Around the world, we have over 17 million cases of hypothermia reported. About 85% of those are in sub-Saharan Africa. In Uganda alone, we find that over 83,000 admissions are done in the neonatal unit. And of those, about 65% are associated with hypothermia. Among those, you find that 50% perish. Now, considering the case of Lucy, a nurse who is in charge of about 14 babies, it presents a burden of work upon the health personnel. They are not able to efficiently do their work because they have to respond to so many, and so many babies die in such a case. Due to that, we innovated autothermal, a wearable device that non-invasively measures the vital signs of babies. As you hear the name autothermal, you may think quickly about temperature. But over the years, autothermal has been developed rigorously, undergoing numerous stages of development, and right now, with approval from Maastricht, UNCST, and recently we have obtained a utility model, and we have a version 4 that features a bracelet, a cloud-based data processor unit, and a central display screen. What does this do? The bracelet is incorporated with medical-grade sensors that measure temperature, respiratory rate, and the heart rate of a baby. Those are primary vital signs that help diagnosis in the medical setup. And the central display screen provides an overview of the baby's vital signs that helps the nurses take action in case of escalation. The display screen also features alert systems that help notify the nurses when the vital signs escalate, and that helps them to timely respond to escalations in vital signs of babies. This proposition helps to improve the efficiency of the health workers in such settings as ours, where the burden of work is quite heavy because of the high patient-to-doctor ratio. Compared to the existing solutions, we have a competitive advantage in the aspect of providing alerts, providing a wider display for the nurses that helps them to intervene timely. And our take is on the health system to provide the solution to the health facilities around the country. And we have been supported by numerous players in the health market, and that is our team that is not only limited to that. Thank you.
Thank you, team leader, for that. How big is the team? How readily available is the solution, and to what extent? I'm looking at the health center system. Is it applicable at level 2, 3, or you'll start at health center 4 and above?
Yes, we start from health center 4 and above due to the level of specialty at each health level. So you find that at health center 3s, they may not have that specialty of housing a neonatal unit to offer specialized care. So we could consider from health center 4 to the general hospitals and then the national and the regional hospitals.
Thank you very much, the Auto-Thermal team. I have two main questions. One relates to your customer segments. It didn't come out very well, but also your revenue streams that will make you float in the market more appropriately to be more commercially viable. The second part is on the rural setting where technology uptake is a challenge. How are you interfacing with that challenge to integrate it in your development process? Thank you.
Okay. Beginning from the last query about the rural settings, currently, from the previous judge's question, we considered from health center 4s. And so the downer administrative health systems may not be able to afford the infrastructure, and therefore we begin from the upper one. However, we have a proposition in the future to extend the usability of the device at an individual level, that individuals can be able to purchase and readily use the device as well.
Okay. Maybe just tell us a bit about your partnerships or partners.
The partners, we have had CAMTech at the start, and then the others that came along, Vilgro Africa, and many others.
Thank you so much, Saif. Let's give him a round of applause. The clapping means time up. Yes. We have a vein locator, and on the deck we have the lift relief. Please go start your presentation now.
Hello, my name is Emmanuel. I'm the CEO and founder Elite Uganda. Now, Elite Uganda is a medical device that company that has developed the Elite Vein Locator, which is a non-invasive medical device that facilitates easy access to patients' veins. Now, putting that into perspective, up to 80% of all children admitted into hospital wards require access to their veins for different reasons, administering medication, drawing of blood, or even parenteral nutrition. However, it becomes difficult for even experienced clinician to find the vein of a patient at first attempt. And that means multiple trials, which are really stressing, not because the clinician wants to, but because sometimes the patient is dehydrated or their veins are barely visible. Now, on international markets, we have devices such as the Vein Viewer Flex C, the AccuVein, but these devices are not available in a local setting. And the reasons are, one, they're prohibitively expensive, and they're designed not for the context and situation at our health facilities. So as Elite, we developed a solution, the Elite Vein Locator. This has been clinically tested, and thanks to Ministry of Health, Mbarara University REC, Uganda National Council for Science and Technology for their approvals to test this device in 4 hospitals: Lila Regional Referral Hospital, Bwizibwera Health Center 4, Nakival Health Center 3, and Wellsprings Children Hospital. Why we've gone through all this, Western, Central, and Northern Uganda, was to test if the device had any problem with the different skin textures from these people from different areas. But just good news is that the device was able to perform very well. It is very safe, it is effective, and currently it's at the level of pre-market assessment. We've really been able to move through a number of stages, company incorporation in 2018, getting IP protection, the utility model from URSB, thanks to URSB in 2019, doing clinical trials, and currently at the level of pre-market assessment. Moving forward, we're looking at generating 200 devices for market launch, and we plan for a market launch in 2024. We have worked with amazing supporters, and CamTechUganda being at the forefront. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation and for all the milestones you've made in this. In your commercial viability, do you mind telling us the difference between your device in terms of price and the available solutions on the market?
So the available solutions on the market, some of them go up to $5,000 US. This device is available at $200 US, and that's something you have for up to about 5 years. And then we also have an option for rent to own. We believe that we have people in Uganda, for example, that may not be able to afford paying $200 upfront, but we give it to you at $50 and you're able to pay $10 per month for 15 months.
Isn't that expensive for Bwizibwera, for example?
We can look at it from the perspective of the value that we are delivering. So if we have a patient whose veins are not whose veins you can't easily locate, you're looking at the number of pricks, let's say up to 9 attempts, for a period of 30 minutes. Now, for emergency cases, you don't have the luxury or you have lost a patient. So looking at $200 vis-a-vis losing a patient, and I wouldn't call it expensive. Thank you.
In your commercial viability part, because we are talking about commercialization, the partners you're identifying, I didn't see the middleman or maybe those that are going to link you to the big facilities. Do you have any aspect of that nature to have maybe the agents that may take you to the market?
Thank you very much, Doctor. So that's the part we looked at. Now, initially, what happens is that some of these agents really want devices that are already having traction on the market. So if you come and give me a device, let's say, for example, joint medical stores, if you give them the device and there is no demand on ground, that device can actually be put on the shelves. So what we are doing initially is us as a team move this through the Ministry of Health and the different health facilities. And when we have generated traction, then we come to these people and say, hey, we have this, and it's actually being demanded. Thank you.
A quick one, yes, it's good you tested out end user validation, but what metrics did you use to say that it's doing very well? When you said you tested out the innovation, and you said it's doing very well. Yes. What metrics did you use to say that it is doing very well.
Yeah, metrics. Number one, number of attempts. How many attempts, is the device...
Thank you so much, Vein Locator. On the stage we have Lift Relief, and on the deck we have Photo Cupboard. Lift Relief, your time starts now.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Protocol observed. I'm called Grace Nambozi. I'm here to present to you Lift Relief Series. Ladies and gentlemen, did you know that lower backache is a common problem among nurses and midwives? 80% of the world population of nurses and midwives suffers from backache. 79% revealed that nurses in Mulago Hospital had lower backache. Can you imagine? Our nearby hospital found that 4 nurses had already undergone laminectomy, a serious side effect which we should be avoiding. And today's Ugandan population, ladies and gentlemen, is aging. Therefore, we need a device. We need to find a solution that can help nurses. We are therefore prepared to come with a portable test that will help nurses and midwives to aid them in relieving lower back pain. Who are our partners? We have Ministry of Health, the Mother Ministry, who employ nurses and midwives. We have training institutions. We have ICT Ministry. We have Police Rescue Team. We have National Medical Store who will be buying this equipment, and all those who sell those equipment. We also have the Uganda Nurses and Midwife Council and Union. What is our business model? It is a very simple model. We've only spent 7 million in the prototype, and we hope that when we finally come up with the final product, we shall make a profit of 2 to 3 million because it is cheap. And our product is unique in a way that it can be used in lower hospital facilities, and it can be used in limited resource environment like Uganda. The available resources are very expensive, and that are only found abroad. In this device we are developing, it has unique compartments that can make patients have continuity of care, and it is cheap. And as I will explain later on as we see the device, what is the competitiveness of our model? It is not competitive in Uganda because there is none anywhere, and yet our nurses are continuing to have this lower back pain. The only competitive we have are abroad, and they use OIST. OIST is very expensive. We know the Ugandan government has the Vision 2040, whereby electricity by then would have reached all powers, and it is by then that we can move to the second version. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Grace. I'm very much interested to know how you're breaking even, because the cost of production is not very clear and vis-a-vis what you're going to get, and also the model that will help you to reach out to your customers. Who are your customers and how will you penetrate to make sure that it is sellable? Thank you.
Dr. Grace, your customers, don't you think they can survive without the solution you're proposing?
Thank you so much for those good questions. I first will. Okay.
If I may add, did you develop this as a team or you are a singular member?
Thank you so much for those questions. I start with the last one. We have a team of computer team, and then we have nurses, and we have doctor on the team. Then can our customers survive? I would like to say backache is one of the reasons why nurses are not performing efficiently. And studies have shown that majority take some kind of mild analgesics to enable them perform. So they really need a relief. And that's why elsewhere worldwide, a solution was found. But in our setting, we are still allowing our nurses to lift. Can you imagine? You only find you are remaining with the patient's legs. The rest of the body is down because the back has given. We don't want everybody to get a problem. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lift Relief. Thank you so much, Dr. Nambozo. Next on stage, Nambozo, sorry. Photo cupboard and on the deck, more skill. More skill, get the deck. Photo cupboard on stage.
63,000 babies in Uganda alone grow up with developmental issues. 40,000 of those babies will die annually because of untreated or little treatment to jaundice. Jaundice is a condition that affects babies, which is when their livers cannot excrete bilirubin. It causes their skins to become yellow and their eyes too. It is treatable with exposure to blue light. If you go to current facilities, they have machines that treat this jaundice, but these machines are built for single use and they're supposed to be plugged into electricity. When power has gone, treatment has stopped. As Photocabada, we've built a hybrid, low-cost, remotely monitored phototherapy machine. It is hybrid in that it plugs into a solar outlet and a hydro outlet, and the charge controller will switch intelligently to whichever source is available. It is low cost because all things are sourced from Uganda itself and from East Africa, and while babies are in the machine, we track their heart rate, oxygen concentration, and temperature, and send these to our dashboard, which health workers can remotely log into and are able to monitor their babies from within the comfort of their offices. The Photocabada device also treats 3 babies at the same time, and that means whereas in the previous devices you have one device for more than one baby, you expose them to a risk of cross-infection and lack of adequate treatment. In the Photocabada, you can treat more than one at the same time. As we speak, we've managed to raise $125,000 US in funding from partners including CAMTech, Ministry of ICT, UNICEF, and Vilgro Africa. And as of this year, we're about to begin our clinical trials. Once we finish clinical trials, our plan is to go to market. We plan to sell to about 30 facilities in the first year of production. And because the device is low cost, we shall reduce the cost of purchasing a device by over 50%, while at the same time reducing the time of treatment by over 40%. Thank you very much.
Photo cupboard at the Regional Referral Hospital or at Buchiro Health Center 3?
So the photo cupboard is built to be at any hospital. As you will see, the device is modular. Given the skill level at a facility, we could remove some modules and leave enough for just power on, give phototherapy. So if the facility has skill, then we give them more modules. Otherwise, all levels of health facilities can take a Photocabada.
Easily handled by a nurse or a nursing aide or a doctor?
And like I had mentioned at the start, because of working closely with health workers, we've been able to make the device usable by any person, a nurse, a doctor. As long as they are qualified to offer phototherapy, they should be able to use a Photocabada, as you will see.
I missed the prevalence of jaundice. If you can highlight more on that. Then secondly, as I mentioned, still the cost of production vis-a-vis what you're getting as a profit will be very much appreciated. What's your break-even point? You can highlight those two. Thank you.
All right.
A quick one. I'm wondering, why didn't you capture all that information in the form of a presentation to aid your pitching?
All right. I think it's some sort of miscommunication on our end, but I'm sure it could have been received. We apologize for that. but I'll have make one available. And for your question about prevalence, in Uganda alone, about 1.5 million babies get jaundice, and out of those, only 23% receive treatment. The numbers I gave you, the 40,000 are the ones that die without treatment. The 63,000 are the ones that get inadequate treatment and grow up with developmental issues, including some neurological problems, and sometimes, they take long to get speech because of jaundice.
What is your market feedback? Because you didn't highlight that. Have you done market surveys, and what is coming out from your market surveys?
The most common phototherapy machine is called a Firefly. The Firefly is sort of box material that takes one baby at a time, and the need is that
Thank you so much, Photo Cupboard. On the stage, we have Moskill. Moskill is our last team that is presenting.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Peter Mwebesa, representing Team Moskill. When I tell you that we are solving a global challenge, this may seem too true to be. This may seem obvious to be true or too good to be true, but I can say that listen and confirm. Based on the global statistics by World Health Organization, the world experiences over 200 million cases of malaria every year. And what makes matters worse, 95% of these people are from Africa. Malaria alone in Uganda claims for over 17,000 lives. And you ask yourselves why. What makes matters worse, 90% of these lives are children below 5 years, a sensitive part of the population that we really need to address. We keep asking ourselves, why are we losing these lives? Yet the government goes ahead to supply free mosquito nets to at least each and everyone in the country. The only reason is one. People spend a lot of time outside their nets, and this is where they experience mosquito bites. Tell you what, Mosquito is there to answer every bit of the question. Mosquito is there to settle your challenges. It is an electronic device that attracts mosquitoes and kills them instantly without struggling. This is gone. It uses blue-violet light as a bait to attract mosquitoes and kills them instantly using an electrified wire mesh. Can you imagine? We acknowledge the brilliant brains that came up with the solutions, such as the zapper, this mobile zapper. It's for, you are guaranteed to keep chasing the mosquitoes, to kill them. This is automatically hard for us to do. I bet few of us here can afford that. There are repellents whereby you chase the mosquitoes from your room and they go to the neighbor who doesn't have any solution, and this one becomes a victim. For us, we say no. Let's kill these mosquitoes and we have everyone settled. So what? We have other solutions there, but mosquito is so unique in the way that you just press it somewhere and let it do the work for you. Don't struggle. We have partners. Our business model, yes, thank you. Our business model, based on the retail purchases of the components that we are using to build the device, our production cost is 180 Southern Ugandan shillings. And then we hope to sell our device at around 280 Ugandan shillings, leaving for us a profit margin of 36%. We have partners like CITT, CamTechUganda, UCOBS, and MAST. These are the institutions that have helped us to reach where we are. And we cannot leave them aside. This is our team. And our mentor, Mr. Jones Obongoloch, Dr. Jones Obongoloch. We have biomedical engineers and IT personnel who are working hand in hand to bring this solution to life. Thank you for listening. Together, let's fight malaria and save lives.
Thank you, Team Mosquir. Back on your team, I don't see any business-related competence. How are you addressing that to make it a multidisciplinary team that will enable you to go to the market? Secondly, what will make a poor person living down there in Kachindo, in Bushenyi, to leave the mosquito net and go back to this, which requires more sophisticated technology? Thank you.
Thank you so much. We are not eliminating mosquito nets. Why? Because we spend some time in the net and we really need it. We are not eliminating it. We are looking at that time when you are outside your net watching TV, when our students are in preps reading, they really suffer. We are not eliminating them. Let it work hand in hand with the nets, and we save everyone.
Yes. Is that applicable where my grandmother is, Ebukomansimbi? The rural electrification program has not reached her. She has no solar power. How is this solution applicable?
Thank you.
In her case?
This is sorted because our device is portable and it's dual chargeable. It uses both solar for charging and it can tap power from the mains. So that person is also thought about.
Thank you. Your solution, I think mosquitoes disturb everyone, but I just wanted to ask, have you looked at what similar technologies exist out there beyond the ones which are in the market here right now?
Yes.
Are you aware of another device that attracts them in the same way and kills them in the same way?
Yes.
Okay. What's the risk of you infringing on the intellectual property of other people who have done the similar thing? And have you looked at the cost of your device vis-a-vis the ones who are able to mass produce and sell a unit at 70,000?
Yes. We made a survey first to see what is on market.
Please have a seat there. Oh, sorry, the timer. Come and have a seat here. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, after all these questions, at least 2 questions from the audience, as our welfare team is getting ready. Martin, I request you take the microphone round. There are already 2 burning questions that side.
Yes, thank you very much. Once again, my name is Katongole Adam, President, Barrow University Engineering Society. And my first question is going to be to Moskill. You did not actually answer one of the judge's questions properly. He asked you that for his mother who is in an area without electricity, without solar power, 1, how are they going to use that product on a day-to-day basis? Then 2, have you looked at the functional costs? Because I've looked at the product, it's 280,000 Ugandan shillings. People don't have money to pay electricity already. So how are they going to run that product? Functional costs. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you so much. Currently, we are producing everything on retail purchase. The components we buy one by one, and of course it becomes expensive, and you cannot work out of a loss. So our production cost is running up to 180 Ugandan shillings, and you cannot sell it less than that. But in our plan, Okay, in our plan, like I said, we are having partners. These people that we are partnering with, they are really helping us to see how we can subsidize our cost so that everyone can afford it. But currently, we work on order. That one the one that can afford that price makes an order and we produce. We frankly tell you it's this price. If you either make an order, or if you cannot afford on our retail production, you please wait when we start producing on a large scale and we subsidize the costs. Answered? No. We had to first make a survey and we asked them, how much are you willing to pay for this solution? Actually, there are people who are willing to pay at 350. But for us, we said, let's put it at 280 to at least cover those ones that can try to bargain for it.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, this team. Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap them off the stage. Thank you so much. Yeah. There was a question for you? Okay, let's get off the stage. There's been a suggestion that we had let breakfast. Let's run through the program, and then we have our dinner with no rush. Deal? Yes, I love the energy. I'd request my ushers to take this off. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let's clap for the judges for this session of panel 3, panel 2. Thank you so much. I now invite panel 3, led by Dr. Viola Nyakato. Please come take the stage of the judges. And then we shall have Mr. Joshua from NITA-U, Dr. William Waswa, you're on that panel, Dr. Meda Tunamasko, you're on that panel, Mr. Adam, again, you're there, and Dr. Peter Sebutinde. So what I'm changing is Mr. Gustavus is interchanged by Dr. Viola Nyakato. And I'll read the panel again. The judges, you're going to sit there, headed by Dr. Viola Nyakato. Dr. Viola, please take your seat. Dr. Viola, you take the middle seat. I need one more chair. So Joshua NITA-U, please take the seat. Dr. Waswa William, take the seat. I'm reliably told that Dr. Waswa has been called for an emergency. So we'll have Mr. Abraham. Dr. Viola, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, and good evening, everyone. Welcome to this panel on fostering innovations through a support regulatory framework. As you may have heard from the experiences of the innovators, regulation is one of the steps that one has to take. So here we have people from different agencies concerned with regulation, and we'll have the representative from the Ministry of Health, Dr. Sebutinde. He will introduce himself. Barra University of Science and Technology comes with 2 arms, research, and as well as academic, but also as regulation in terms of ethics. And then National IT or NITA-U representative, Joshua Akandwanaho. And then the URSB, intellectual property rights. You've heard people have already experiences from you. So I'll allow members, each one at least, how many seconds? I'll do 2 seconds. Okay, no, 5 seconds. Introduce yourself, and then we start.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Viola. My name is Peter Sebutinde. I work in Mbarara as a district health officer. I am privileged here to represent the Ministry of Health. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Joshua Kandwanaho. I work with the National IT Authority, Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Medad Twinamasko Katonera. I am the Director of Innovations and Technology Transfer at MAST, at our Center for Innovation and Technology Transfer. I'm glad to be here.
Abraham, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Abraham Age Tonyait. I'm the Senior Patent Examiner for Uganda. and I am glad to be here to share insights on how we can make this successful.
Yeah, thank you so much, and welcome all of you to this panel. And like I've said, personally, I want to say this. I saw the innovators whom I've seen in the different CAMTech hackathon sessions present their innovations here. It's real. So things have turned into proper products. So let's hear from regulators, and we'll start with the Ministry of Health, Dr. Peter Seutinde. A brief question here. How is the Ministry of Health fostering regulation that supports health innovations, especially those driven by technology, the ones we have just seen here? What are the available regulations, and what is the environment available for innovators?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. First of all, I just want to start with the team up front here and the composition. But also, as the Ministry of Health is busy looking for medicines, looking for that and that, looking for health workers and all that, they do not work in isolation. We work very closely with the other ministries. And through the interministerial committee, we work with all these other ministries, especially the Ministry of Science, Technology, and Innovation. And that's where we make lots of presentations. And that is one thing that we must know as innovators and academia, that we cannot work in isolation. I am very glad that the VC is here, and the university is not going to stand alone, but there must be those collaborations and partnerships with the other ministries, including the Ministry of Defense, because some of these things are national security issues. We can think about innovators, yes, but the innovators can be violated. They can be compromised. So we need to work together to make sure that there is regulation. And all these regulatory bodies, earlier in the day, I forget the name, but they called him Chisanja. Chisanja mentioned the bureaucracies and the delays. These bureaucracies and the delays are brought about by the need to be clear that what is being done is safe. I am a medical doctor. Before I became DHO, I came from a research world. There was a time when shipping samples for research had become a business. Before the coming on board, strongly coming on board of the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology, people were simply shipping samples left, right, center, until when that council came on board and said, before you ship anything out, tell us, where is it going, for what purpose, and how safe are these samples? So we need to be very cautious about these innovations, but also even with the desire to have them on board. I think that's very important. Thank you.
I'll take you through another question before we move. Yes, you have told us about the regulation and the need to regulate and the challenges that come with regulation, actually. But we need to know what kind of support mechanisms or even available collaborations are available in the ministry that will ensure penetration of these new technologies, and as well as meeting the standards. What do the regulators need to know to meet the standards, and who do they meet in that space?
Thank you. Yes, available mechanisms. In the Ministry of Health, for example, there's a whole department that is set aside for IT and health informatics. And that is very important. People come up with innovations, but they are oblivious of the platforms that are going to help them come through. We have been looking at the innovators here, and you ask them about who are you going to work with, and they don't seem to be having a clear answer. We have a whole department of health promotion and disease prevention, and the commissioners in there are tasked to identify and find people to work with, one, to promote health lives. And that's why I earlier had said, we want to come up with innovations, yes, but most of the innovations in this house today have been coming late to address problems that have already escalated, they have grown. We want to see you, innovators, work very closely with the Department of Health Promotion and Disease Prevention, come up with innovations that are going to prevent disease, innovations that are going to make people healthier, innovations that are going to help Ugandans be more productive before they fall sick. I think we are closing in our eyes to concentrate on disease, but we want to prevent disease. We want to see people more productive and working without disease. So those platforms are available. There's a whole department for monitoring and evaluation. When you have made the innovations, you have collected data, you have gathered all this information, it will not be helpful to the nation until when it has come up, it has been utilized, it has been synthesized and information used by the departments to inform decision for the subsequent programming. I think that's very important.
Thank you so much. We shall move to the university now, where the innovations are coming from. Dr. Medad, you are in charge of the university innovation ecosystems. And CAMTech is one of the ecosystem that we have here. So would you please tell us more about how Mbarara University of Science and Technology is fostering partnerships between academia and industry and to support the development and commercialization of health technologies?
Thank you very much, Dr. Vaira. As Mbarara University of Science and Technology, we've been very purposive at strategic partnerships to bring them on board to enable us link the university industry as well as industry coming to university. And particularly, we have established a very close relationship with the Uganda Industrial Research Institute. We signed an MOU in 2022, and most of our innovators here have access, a very open door to Uganda, UIRI, or URI, as we know it. So there are many of our students and staff that have benefited from high-tech equipment that is at URI. We have also signed an MOU with Uganda Manufacturers Association, which is a consortium of quite a number of manufacturers, and that's targeting the commercialization arm of whatever we do as must. And we have quite a number of our innovators that have already been linked to some of the manufacturers. We have also worked closely with the Uganda Registration Services Bureau, and we recently got to be accredited as the 35th TISC, which we call Technology Innovation Support Center, by Uganda Registration Services Bureau and WIPO. So they will be building a capacity for intellectual property, registration of patents and other intellectual properties that as a university we might churn out. Actually, on the 14th of November, we are going to launch the TISC for URI, URSB and WIPO. And on the 13th, a team of 8 people, including Abraham here, they are going to come here to build the capacity for all the applications within the ecosystem and also help in the development of the review of the intellectual property. We've also signed agreements with other universities across Uganda, like HOWEST, University of Ghent, and these are purposively selected to support some of the medical technologies, but also other technologies developed out of the university. We've also had a chance to work closely with NDA. Actually, NDA has certified our Farm Biotrack Center as a center that can that can facilitate the accreditation of most of the traditional and herbal medicine technological and product development processes. And we have a product development laboratory here at Mbarara University where a lot of companies and industries are actually benefiting from our ecosystem. We have also worked closely with the community. Our Faculty for Interdisciplinary Studies works closely with the community because the community is another partner that we believe more in. We've had a lot of interface on the challenges that are facing the community and how the communities can feed us on what we develop as an institution. So there are a number of partnerships that we are building up. We have an MOU with TU Dublin on innovation specifically in Ireland, and they have been part of building our capacity building as well as other partners like UNESCO, Ministry of Science and Technology and Innovation. We've had a very close relationship with MAIF. We were participating in the development of biotechnology and biosafety guidelines to support the policy that was approved. And also our team has been very keen in getting interested in the NDA guidelines for conducting clinical trials. Those guidelines were developed in 2019, so we are building in feedback on how we can support our innovators at the mast as a university. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's very, very informative for us. And we are aware that Uganda has one of the youngest population, and many parents strive to bring their children to the university, and the government of Uganda is concerned with skilling the young people into innovation and other skills. So where is the space for students? What are some of the support mechanisms do you have for students in terms of aligning them to understand these opportunities as well as the regulatory frameworks that are available in the field of innovation?
Yeah, thank you very much. Skilling is one of our key niches at the Center for Innovation and Technology Transfer because we have a department of skilling, practical skilling and experiential learning, and we are moving towards seeing how this can be actualized. We've so far developed practical short courses in various societal needed skills and product development processes. For example, we have worked out a practical short course on bioorganic farming techniques. And this has so far moved out to engage 192 farmers, and we are promoting the use of organic products, organic fertilizers, organic pesticides, organic herbicides. But in terms of medical technologies and medical trainings, we have worked with Farm Biotrack. We are now moving towards developing a short course on herbal and traditional medicine so that we are able to engage our traditional healers, our herbalists in the community. We have also worked with the pharmaceutical unit or department to develop an organic health drinks short course. And the target customers are those community members who are out there developing these products, but also our students who have had a very big commitment in some of these organic drinks. So the students are well charged, and we have trainings specifically on skilling, the scientific writing workshops. We invite students to come and ideate and develop proofs of concepts and also prototypes, but we have also integrated in product development workshops. And some of the challenges that come, entrepreneurship challenges that link the students directly to the market. And you heard from Noria that there are many of the students that have already developed their startups and some that have already registered companies because of the skills they get from MAST, and they are actually employing many other youth out there. So the Skilling Uganda program is what the university is very passionate about, and we are well to integrate it in our curriculum development. But maybe lastly, the center has attracted a grant from UNESCO, China Funds in Trust, And the grant is helping us to build what we call competence-based framework and approach in teaching. So right now, the center is working with the Faculty of Science and other faculties to develop a competence-based framework for maths that is going to make our graduates more practical other than the theoretical approaches that we've always had. Bearing in mind that in lower secondary, we have 2 years to entertain some of the graduates who are going through a competence-based framework. So we want MAST to be the pioneer, together with Makerere, which received the grant, to facilitate the competence-based methodology. Thank you very much.
Wow, that's very nice and nice to hear. I know my other colleague from Bara University was going to talk about REC, which is Research Ethics Committee. And I want to put you on spot to quickly talk about human subjects research and the expected ethics. Well, how does the Bara University Research Ethics Committee work, and what should innovators expect? If you can give us just a brief about that, so that they are aware that the things they are doing, they must meet the standards of human subjects research and innovation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nyakato. As you're aware, research and development, or research and innovation, work together. They move together. The innovations start from a research process, and it informs what we're doing. So as Bara University, we are so glad that we have an accredited Research Ethics Committee, which is recognized by Uganda National Council of Science and Technology, and it is not found in any other university, so we have a special niche in that. And we have purposely put up the Research Ethics Committee following the national guidelines for human participant interface, but also for animal studies. So the Research Ethics Committee reviews all the applications that come. We have a very technical and competent team led by Professor Paul Aleli that is going through all the applications that are submitted from all our innovators. But we are also in close contact with Uganda National Council for Science and Technology, because they cannot accept applications that have not gone through our Research Ethics Committee. So we work closely, and actually at some levels, the Uganda National Council for Science and Technology has been inviting MAST to participate in the development and refining of some of the guidelines. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. We shall quickly move to Nitayu, and I'll come back, Mr. Akandwa Naho. When we talk about Nitayu, we talk about accessibility and regulation of digital innovations. How does Nitayu work to create a conducive environment to regulate digital innovations for health?
Thank you, Dr. Viola. That's a powerful question. In the environment that we live in, especially with the young innovators, I'm also an innovator, by the way. I've been part of the 12 years of CAMTech, and for every co-creation activity, NITA has been part of this activity from day one. So we build policy by design or by innovation, and we work closely with Ministry of Health in creating a favorable regulatory framework, especially for medical health innovations. Dr. Septinde talked about the interministerial task force. NITA also sits on that task force, where we provide guidance and leadership when it comes to ICT or digital matters. We also sit on the technical working group at the Ministry of Health, and we provided very good insights in building policies that are relatable, that are sustainable for our health digital innovations. We recently launched the National Health Information and Digital Health Strategic Plan. That was launched, I think, in May 2023. And this plan aims to improve access to quality data, implement digital systems at the point of care, and then also strengthen the health information systems. We've also worked with Ministry of Health to build an interoperability standard for all health innovations or health systems. When you're building, you need to build a health innovation or system that can speak or communicate with the other. So we've built a standard that allows the different health systems within the ecosystem to be able to communicate and talk to one another, share information or share data for meaningful and impactful decisions. The world we are living in, data is becoming an interesting and fundamental object or subject. That without data, you're basically doing nothing. Our health experts rely on data. So the more data that is available for them to make informed decisions, the better for the health outcomes that we are seeing. We also are building a startup policy for the country, and we're in the final stages, supported by MasterCard and Ministry of Trade. Under the Ministry of ICT, we are building this, and we believe it will go further in supporting the regulatory framework around this. But we also have a national certification program where we certify health systems or health providers, companies, consultants, innovators, where we look at their systems and score these systems on a given standard that is ISO applicable or ISO determined, to be able to at least qualify a number of these systems. Because when you're building a system, you're going to, like the innovators we've been seeing here pitching, they are trying to solve a specific medical challenge. And without data, without information, without building the right system, we could actually cause even far medical damage or harm even to the patients. So it's so critical for the Ministry of ICT and NITA's perspective to be able to look at these solutions, analyze them, and certify them to be able to go to the market and be able to create the impact that we need. Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Thank you so much. My last quick question is on the concerns of integrating security, cyber security, into the innovations that are presented here. What are some of the concerns that innovators should have, and what kind of support do they have when it comes to cybersecurity?
Cybersecurity is very key, especially when you're building medical or health-related applications or systems. You need to be able to encrypt your data end-to-end through the pipe. You should be able to encrypt that data because health data is personal data. And the moment there is any breach of unauthorized access onto that data, it could cause far-reaching implications to the doctor, to the company that is processing or storing that data, to even the users of that data. So we built, we passed, Parliament passed, we created that policy and it was passed by Parliament. That is the National Data Protection and Privacy Act of 2019 that we are currently now enforcing across the board for all collectors, processors, and people or companies storing and processing medical-related or health-related data to actually do it within the law. Restrict access, be able to store it in the right environment, be able to process it, to be able to limit sharing of this information. We also have cybersecurity measures that address potential risks associated with digital health information. We've been doing multi-factor authentication where we build systems that are built with that multi-factor authentication capabilities. That if you're going to access someone's data, first of all, that system will ask to confirm that you have the right credentials to be able to access this data. And then there are parameters built on those systems that there are even other multiple authentication channels like email, like one-time passwords that are sent to your phones to actually verify that Joshua, whose contact is this, has received the code, and then you can go ahead and put it into the system to access that data. So we're doing all these. Of course, also doing assessments and security audits on some of these systems where we identify different gaps and communicate to the handlers of these systems to be able to align with the standards that we've set, build the right firewalls for these systems. And we've also, at NITA, we've built also what we call the government cloud, an environment that has helped reduce duplication, because we found out that most of the government institutions are setting up different data centers, and this has been they've been prone to cyber attacks because they host them in different environments that don't have the right firewalls, they don't have the right cybersecurity parameters. So as Government of Uganda under NITA, we built the GOU Cloud, or the National Data Center. We are hosting all these applications within government. For now, there are around 300 applications that we are hosting in this centralized platform, or GOU Cloud. And we've even built the National Cyber Emergency Response Team that checks the incidents, monitors the systems, their functionalities, their availability, and they've been able to prevent cyber attacks. I must tell you that Uganda has one of the safest cyber spaces in Africa, because through the collaborations that my previous speakers are saying, or have mentioned, we built the national SAT and built the nation's capabilities together with UCC, Ministry of Science, Technology, Ministry of ICT, to be able to, also even security, we are working together with them on a number of projects, ensuring that we maintain the security of most of these systems that we have in this country. Thank you.
Wow, that's very informative. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And now coming to the registration. The Registration Bureau, intellectual property. So we are coming to Abraham. Abraham, when innovators are out there thinking about their innovations, they are worried about the protection that they might have. So please tell us more about intellectual property, and what should be the concerns of the innovators, and what is the role of URSB when it comes to protection of intellectual property and innovations. Specifically for now, we are talking about the health sector, but it could be a general information that we should understand as far as registration and protection of intellectual property is concerned. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Doctor. The way that intellectual property is, it is fluid, in the sense that even this day, as we were here today, there were people creating intellectual property. The moment someone starts innovating, creating something new, they have intellectual property. So what the government does, it is puts in place a system to protect that intellectual property. So depending on what you have created, you as the innovator, you'll qualify for one form of IP or another. And I'm using IP to mean intellectual property, not the internet protocol of Joshua, yes. Just to be clear. Yeah. So when the role of now URSB comes in as the body mandated to protect your intellectual property. When you create, you come to us and tell us, I have created ABCD, I want to protect it. So we shall tell you that, yes, you've created a new name for your bra. I think it was called Mama what?
Mama Care.
Mama Wear.
Wear, yeah.
I'll tell you, the name Mama Wear, you're going to get a trademark for it. Because when someone goes to buy a bra at Victoria's Secret, they'll say, I want Mama Wear, and they'll get that. Now, the technology behind it, the sensors and how it works to detect if you have a lump or some lesion in your breast, that will be protected using a patent. So we try to clear that up for the people who are working on their innovations. We'll tell you that the software behind how that thing does the analysis and sends it to your phone, that is copyright. So through the mandate that we have, we administer these intellectual property rights. Additionally, we come and help you enforce your rights. Because what is IP if it's just a paper? You need to be able to use it to make money. Because the truth of the matter is, Nobody innovates purely for the fun of it. We want to make money from our innovations. We all want to be the ones who have gotten 50,000, 100,000, $1 million from our innovations. So intellectual property is an enabler for you as the innovator to end up in the market. What have we as URSB done to try and help people hear about IP? I can tell you categorically that about 40 days, 50 days ago, we were here at CITT conducting an awareness workshop. Shortly after that, we were in Lira University doing the same. We were in Makerere University, and we are everywhere trying to create awareness. But the fact of the matter is, as you make people aware right now, there's a child being born somewhere in Shema. In 10 years, they won't know what you've done here. So it's a continual process. The other thing we do is that we look out. We come to innovation spaces like this and see who is innovating what. And then we'll walk up to these people and tell you, hey, you can get a patent for this. You can get a trademark for this. And we have done it for CAMTech for the last 12 years. From the 10 innovations you see there, they are just specifying the ones which have been patent protected. But CAMTech has so much more in terms of the trademarks that are out there that have been registered, the ones that are bringing them money. I remember at the height of COVID, everyone was fighting for sanitizer everywhere.
Yes.
CAMTech had Sunny Drop.
Sunny Drop, yeah.
The name Sunny Drop was trademarked. And they were able to, I'm sure Sunny Drop had been somewhere in the development phase for like 5-7 years. But at that point, they jumped into the market. And I don't know if it's still being incubated or it's now its own company. So intellectual property is a right that helps you leverage your innovation to the next level, helps you get it to the market. It's just a right, but not an end in itself. With your intellectual property, you can now go and look for funders, you can partner. And just as I wrap this up, I had a discussion with somebody, and he told me that as we are looking for funders, we are putting our innovations on TikTok. And I actually saw on TikTok, these guys had done something brilliant and put their thing on TikTok. And at that point, I was like, hey, you're doing the wrong thing. Don't put your innovation on TikTok before you get protection. Because someone else is going to copy it and come and claim it's theirs. And I remember telling him, Stanley, before we even talk any further, go on TikTok and delete that video. Go on LinkedIn, remove that video. Then let's talk about protecting. Once you have protection, put it back, and now they'll look for you to be able to use it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. That's enlightening. We can have more and more information and talk. It's a full day talk, trademark, patent, intellectual property. So it's because of time, but I know that, like Abraham has said, this is a government agency and they have a responsibility to inform you so that we innovate and earn. It's not only about innovation, it's that you will innovate and you'll earn, and you'll not earn alone, the government will also earn. Yeah, thank you so much. And because of time, I'll cut it short. But I'll request for 2-3 questions from the audience. I have seen my 4 arms, and that's it. I'm not going to pick on any other person. Someone please help us and take around the microphone. Only those 4 people will ask the questions. Thank you. Please, if you don't mind, you can direct the question to the person. It's 1, 2, 3, 4.
Thank you so much for the panel. My question goes to Mr. Abraham from URSB. So my question is, how many patents does URSB issue out every year, and how do Ugandans fare with patent examination, both at the national level and internationally?
Thank you. Next,
Yes.
who are you asking the question?
I'm asking to the representative from NITA.
Mr. Akanwano, yeah.
Mr. Akanwano, yes.
Yes.
Yes, my name is Katongole Adam. The question is, yes, data is key, but how have you made the useful data not only available to the innovators within the system, but available to us, the general end users? Because you can go to Google and you search some statistics. Yes, this must be a job, it might be the job of you, boss, but how have you linked up with the available parties that can make the statistics available to us, the end users, to help us innovate? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Please help me take the mic to the person behind, and then the last one is there.
Right, thank you so much. My name is Victor Mgambe. I'm the CEO of Eden, a company which is trying to replace all non-biodegradable plastics with their biodegradable alternatives. My question is directed, and it's important for all of us innovators. Please listen. It goes to Dr. Medad and anyone associated with the universities. You have been talking about the regulations, but now this relationship
You're watching a Hit TV, empowering you. You're watching a Hit TV, empowering you. You're watching a Hit TV, empowering you. You're watching a Hit TV, empowering you.
from a position of understanding, not us reaching somewhere and then they tell us, you know what, Eden is a unicorn, $1 billion valued company. We need 60%.
Okay.
Thank
we
you.
have had the last one.
Thank you very much. I am happy with the resourcefulness of our panel. And I have a question especially to the CITT director. My name is Dr. Asaf Beamcha, and when we trained back then, the technology and a bit of innovations and some of that as regards to medicine was still minimal. I would like to know the journey so far, or the interest with CITT maybe integrating some of this during training in many disciplines, for example, Faculty of Medicine, because I think we would get a lot of innovations, and our minds of everyone getting through the training would be very much grounded in technology. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We shall start from this side. Mr. Akwandwa Naho, there was a question. Yeah.
Thank you, Adam. You actually gave us a very good question. And what I want to tell you is that we are developing an open data policy for the country. And how this policy is going to help us is that it's going to make useful data within the government ecosystem available for startups and innovators. I think you should clap for that, Adam. Though we are late, but we are trying to implement open data standards across government. We seem to hold a lot of valuable data within government. That's a fact. This data is not, okay, there is data that isn't supposed to be in the public domain, but much of these data sets, statistics, should be really useful to the innovation ecosystem. So you're building those open data standards for all government entities to open up these data sets such that innovators actually could get and pick data and be able to use it for information, obtaining, or even innovation. So that we are doing. But we also built the UG Hub. This is a data integration platform that integrates all systems within government to be able to share and communicate seamlessly among themselves. So what I can do is that you could contact us. UBOS is already implementing the open data portal where it publishes all statistics on this portal. it was an initiative between NITA, Ministry of Finance, and UBOS. So we have an open data portal, but that provides only some few statistics around some of the sectors within the country. But also NITA, we built an e-service platform where we're projecting all mobile and e-services across government onto one platform. There are e-services in agriculture, e-services in Ministry of Transport. We have the digital or e-passport, e-permit. So we're trying to bring all these services onto one platform that citizens can go onto this one platform and pick out all these services and be able to use them without you individually going to each of these government websites. So that we're also doing on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's very much appreciated. Let's listen to Abraham. How is Uganda doing as far as registration and innovations out there?
Thank you very much for your question. And on average, we are getting about 50 applications per year. Those are applications. But last year, for example, we only granted 1 patent. Last financial year. What does that mean? It's important for us to look at 2 things. First of all, the quality of our applications. Does it meet the standard? Because the patent system actually works in a global standard. It means when we give you a patent, we should be able to defend it even in front of the Americans, the Japanese, the Germans. So only 1 person had an invention that was new, inventive, and useful. But the bigger issue that we looked at as we kept seeing these dismal numbers, people would apply, but only 1, 2 would be granted per year. The bigger issue was that our people don't know how to draft, how to explain their inventions in a technical way. Case in point, a few years back, I had a doctor walk into the office, and he threw a 1-page document with formulas on my desk and said, "This is a patent, grant it." I tried explaining to this professor actually, that no, this cannot work. We need the technical description of how your invention works, what exactly you want to protect. We want it in the right standard because we abide by that standard. Professor walked out in protest. The next thing I saw was a letter from the IGP claiming, "I have failed Uganda's innovation ecosystem." Very interesting story. We still joke about it to this day in office. How I'm being summoned to be arrested because I didn't grant the patent. So, many times as inventors, we assume that everyone understands our invention, like the person on the other side, like ourselves. So you'll say, "This 1 page explains everything. Give me a patent." But the patent examiner is not there with you when you're innovating or inventing. He needs to understand, when I combine the red wire to the yellow wire, what voltage goes through this one? At what frequency am I modulating my waves? How am I doing this? So you have to explain your innovation in a way that you assume, much as the other person is an expert in my field, they are not with me as I'm innovating, so I need to explain it properly. So that's where our biggest challenge has been. Not that what we are doing is not new or inventive, but many times they will not want to give it to you in the proper detail. So what we have done is we've been having workshops with different entities, and CAMTech has actually been a beneficiary, where we come and we sit down with a group of like 20 innovators, and for 3 days, we are starting from the title. What is your title? Someone will come and say, "Mama Wear," and we'll say, "No, Mama Wear is not a title. That's your brand name. Tell us it is a bra for detecting breast cancer." That is technical enough for someone to understand. Let's go to the description. Describe to us how you add which sensor to the next. Where do you position your sensors to have maximum detection? After that, at what temperature does your sensor work best, so that we understand the inventiveness there? So we have done that with CamTech, we have done that with Lira University, we've done it with Makerere, as a way of improving the quality of applications coming out. So we went from a point where we were getting 0 per year. Last year we had 1. This year we anticipate about 5. So we keep improving until, not just the number, because now we have 50 applications, but the Vision 2040 says we need to have 7,000 per year. So we have 50, and we have how many years? About 15 years to get to 7,000 per year. So it's baby steps, but direct baby steps. Because when now someone gets a patent for their thing, they will have gas to bring 7 more that they are working on. But yes, it's very dismal. Our Ugandans, it's not that they are not innovative, it's just that they don't know how to put it on paper. Yes, that's the only challenge.
This is very informative, thank you. And I will request Meda to attend to the 2 questions very quickly. One was about the relationships between innovators and the institution. And then the other one is that can we integrate in these practices into our teaching and learning? Very quickly, Dr. Medad, 1 minute, is it fair?
It's not fair because this is a very important issue that Victor has brought. But I want to appreciate you, Victor, and the innovators that have always associated with the university, because there are many advantages of doing that. You walk with a giant and reach miles, because MUST has a name that has already been made. So you can always build on that. And I want to assure you, even the example that you gave, if MUST was not the flagship name, it wouldn't have been possible for the innovator to reach out there. Now, back to the policies. 2018, MUST Council established the Center for Innovation and Technology Transfer to organize the innovation ecosystem. And some of these include issues to do with policy implementation, policy development, to ensure that everything is integrated to help both the university and the innovator. Now, in that essence, we have the intellectual property policy of 2021. It must have come at a time when the ecosystem was not well organized, because at least I was part of the development process, and also Dr. Data was very, very crucial in the development of that IP policy. But this policy is under review because we identified quite a number of challenges, weaknesses, especially when the innovator is not put at the center of the innovation process. And this is very key because you want to facilitate the culture of innovation and invention so that the university can scale these innovations to the market, but the innovators also benefit associating with the university. So the intellectual property policy is under review, and we are actually supported by the Uganda Registration Services Bureau. They are part of the review process, and we are yet to present it to Council for review. But we have also established the MUST Holdings Company, because initially we had a challenge of having a university doing business in a public setting. Public institutions are not meant to do business. They are supposed to teach and do research, but then the commercialization part has been a challenge. So as a way of making a trade-off, we have registered the MUST Holdings Company Limited that will facilitate the business acumen of the university and help the innovators to be more fairly treated in a business environment, because you don't want to go through a lot of bureaucracy in order to have something certified or accredited or even promoted. So that's where we are going, and we are launching it on the 14th of November. We will associate with many subsidiary companies. Some of these startups can associate, and I always emphasize, because we've always had a challenge where our innovators want to register companies before they become more stronger, and yet you cannot manage a company. You don't have the muscle, you don't have the resources. Last year, over 200,000 companies were deregistered by Uganda Registration Services Bureau because someone quickly goes and registers a company, but there is no process that has led to that, and sometimes these products are not ready to actually form companies. So that's why the holdings company is going to be a very good advantage to the innovators. You associate with it, and then you grow with it, and then after you can spin off and start some of these other processes later. Okay. And the last question was, how have we been growing to facilitate more trainings? Yes, we have been bringing more strategic partners on board. Actually, the product development workshops and scientific writing workshops we conduct. We make sure these regulatory bodies are invited, and we've been growing as a unit because I have seen many students benefit from the product development workshop, and we are using a multidisciplinary approach. We run calls every year. We are lucky to receive some funding from the government of Uganda called Research and Innovation Fund, and every year MUST gets, for the innovation part, about 300 million Uganda shillings, which has been 95% put in product development and helping some of these innovators come to life. Actually, some that we are presenting here have benefited from that funding, and we are happy that we are moving and growing as a center. Now that we are having a holdings company, and we have been made a TISIC, Technology Innovation Support Center, and these other partnerships we are bringing on board, we've established an innovation co-creation space at the institutional level with high-level technology equipment like 3D printers, 3D scanners, laser cutters, foam cutters. All this is available, and we are moving towards acquiring even circuit printers to enable our innovation ecosystem grow, but also our innovators thrive into an enabling environment
We are going to,
as must. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Medad. You see, there is a lot of information, and the office is there, the director is there, and everyone is here. So thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much for being a very good audience. This shows that you were paying attention. There was no noise in the room like from previous presentations. So I want to thank you so much, to thank the panelists. Thank you so much for a very informative panel. And we want to thank CAMTech for being very creative and including such an important panel. Allow me to ask you to clap for the panelists, and we end this session. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. You've done a great job. The information you've given us was so informative. Thank you, Dr. Viola. Thank you for leading this session. Ladies and gentlemen, the next one is making money. We're going for team pitching season. Commercialization stage innovations. And ladies and gentlemen, here, we're going to have Prisms, Air, Sundrop, Sim for Life. Ladies and gentlemen, the order will be Prisms, Sim for Life, Sundrop, and Air. I kindly request that the following persons come and take up the stage as the judges. Professor Tamkong, Dr. Stephen Asimwe, Dr. Sebutinde, Dr. Abraham, and Dr. Medad. This is the person, or this is the project, or these are the projects that have innovations at the commercialization stage. These are products that are going to take on. Since Martin is one of the presenters, I need a timekeeper. Mackenzie shall be the timekeeper. We are using 5 minutes and 2 minutes for the Q&A. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Prisms on the stage. And on the deck is Sim for Life. After Sim for Life, we shall have Sundrop, and Air will be the final one, in that order. Mr. Martin, the floor is yours. Please use the stage.
I guess it's my time to be clapped off. I've been clapping off the rest. Good evening to you all. My name is Martin Mukama, and I'm representing the team behind Prisms. So we have a startup that stemmed out of Prisms. It's called eWall Technologies, and that's the startup that is commercializing the Prisms technology in Uganda and across Uganda. Now, about 2 years ago, my wife gave birth to a preterm baby. We were only lucky to have a pediatrician and neonatal nurses caring for our baby. But not so many people in sub-Saharan Africa actually get that opportunity. 95% of all newborn care in Uganda alone is being done by midwives and nurses that do not have the skill to make clinical decisions. And that's why we see that neonatal mortality in sub-Saharan Africa is still high. It accounts for about 90% of all global neonatal mortality. And that was the primary reason why we created PRISMs, so that we could guide the non-specialist doctors on how to care for newborns. PRISMs covers the clinical decision support gap. What the non-specialist doctor has to do is to fully assess the sick baby. And after assessing the sick baby, you input your assessment findings into PRISMs that could include the temperature and other vitals that are necessary, and PRISMs will in turn generate a comprehensive management plan on how you can care for that sick baby. Now, the management plan guides the midwives and nurses on what to do and how to do it, and it is validated. It is validated in accordance to the national newborn guidelines of any country we deploy in, but also the WHO newborn guidelines. PRISMs is also optimized for quality improvement. So all the data that is collected through the PRISMs application is actually synchronized to a remote server. At the remote server, what we do, we analyze all this data and we decide on particular interventions that we can do to improve quality of care in these facilities. The server is also optimized for remote clinical ward rounds. All right, so PRISMs has been used in 3 countries. In Uganda, we have managed to train more than 300 nurses that are coming from a total of 102 health facilities. And those nurses have used PRISMs in assessing more than 160,000 newborns. In Tanzania, we conducted our validation study, and we also managed to train more than 20 midwives there. And we recently started a new validation study in South Sudan that is currently ongoing. We hope to replicate the results that we've seen in these other countries also in South Sudan as we plan to expand in those countries. Now, PRISMs has gained national and international recognition. So I wanted to tell you about the impact of PRISMs on in-facility neonatal mortality. So for all the facilities that are using PRISMs currently, neonatal mortality is below 8%. And these are facilities that had neonatal mortality as high as 20%. But now we have kept it below 8% with the use of PRISMs in those facilities. Now, this is the validation study that I alluded to that we conducted in Tanzania. In the 2 facilities where we worked, we reduced neonatal mortality in those facilities by 45% and 23% respectively. Now, PRISMs is not a free tool. It's actually a technology that is for sale. So we charge facilities a total of $250,000 per month, but we also earn from the trainings that we do for health workers and the quality improvement meetings that we conduct. This is the team that is behind the PRISMs technology. Each member on this team brings a very unique skill that has been very instrumental in growing the technology and scaling up the technology in Uganda and across Africa. We want to acknowledge our partners that have supported us from inception to date. And every dollar we get goes a long way towards saving newborn lives across Africa. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Team PRISM. I'm going to give a chance to the panel to interact with you for a couple of minutes, and then we are done. Dr. Sebutunde, you have a question?
Yes, partnerships. Who is doing what with you? Especially partners who have kwacha. because you have to go out and look for them. Who are they? Where are they? Thank you.
All right. Should I answer that first?
Yeah, let's get the questions at once and then you can answer them because of time. So, Dr. Asimwe?
Thank you, Martin. Excellent pitch. It wasn't so clear who your customer and the end user is. You obviously mentioned it being used by some facilities, but is this for a doctor, a nurse, a pediatrician, level of facility? Like, we are not sure who is going to buy prisms or who is buying it anyway.
Yeah, thank you very much, Martin. You can help us highlight your value proposition that you think will make you very competitive in the market. Secondly, the partnership that you bring on board, I don't see how it is aligned to how they are going to help you get to the market. Because it's not about listing them. Yes, they have funded, but is there another part of helping you link well to the market and grow with them? Or you have other strategic partners that will take you to the market?
You have 1 minute for all the questions. Thank you.
Interesting. Thank you. I'm going to start with the question from Dr. Peter about partnerships. Who are they? So my last slide was actually showing a couple of partners. So we partner mostly with people that are doing work in newborn care. Those are the different health implementing partners that are doing work in newborn care. Like Save the Children, Bella's Children's Foundation, and most of these partners work with the Ministry of Health to actually do work in the different facilities they support. And they normally have programs related to improving newborn care in those facilities. So those are the partners that we target, and we help them to improve outcomes in the facilities which they are supporting. And related to those partners growing us that Dr. Medad asked about, most of these partners are not only working in Uganda. A good example is Save the Children that we are currently working with. They are working in Uganda and in different other countries. On the last visit that the team from Rwanda made, we actually managed to present to them. They had come to benchmark the technologies that are being used by their partners here in Uganda. And one of the technologies was prisms. So in a way, we can be in position to have prisms scaled in Rwanda through such collaborations. Related to who our end users are, of course, we target health facilities that have non-specialist health workers involved in newborn care. But interestingly, we recently started working with Mba Regional Referral Hospital. And to our supplies, what we discovered, all right, thank you.
You've been clapping off people, now they're clapping you off the stage. It's not fair. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Sim for Life, and on the deck is Sunny Drop. Sim for Life, Dr. Albert, you're welcome. Please take the floor.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, my name is Dr. Albert Muhumuza, and I happen to have shared the journey with the Sim for Life program. And I'd like to tell you about what we do. So, skills deficiencies among health workers are quite rampant, and they compromise healthcare, because you can imagine a baby is born and the midwife immediately handling the baby is not able to make the baby breathe. Or you have an accident and the health workers in the hospital lack the skill to help you. And that, coupled with the limited team-based training, even makes it worse, because you have these different entities that can't work together. We have nurses and doctors that are failing to work together. So Medical simulation, which is a methodology of teaching, works by recreating hospital events in a safe environment, like a simulation lab, and having these learners experience these events so that they can be able to react, and after that they can receive feedback in a safe environment. And that can be, it can include all kinds of professions. So it has been used all over the globe in high-resourced settings, but we need to be able to adapt it to our context. And there's really not many implementers in Africa that implement a context-based simulation program. And this is where Sim for Life comes in. So we established a Center of Excellence Simulation Lab at Mbarara University, and it's a blueprint. It's where universities can benchmark if they would like to establish simulation centers. And with our knowledge and the struggle we have been through, we understand the challenges of an African simulation center. So we offer context-specific implementation support, and we also use a trainer-to-trainer model to train simulation specialists. So we have worked in 4 countries in East Africa and West Africa, and we have extended this teaching methodology to about 10 institutions and covering over 200 simulation facilitators. We have taken the trainer-to-trainer model to hospitals, and through this, over these 7-8 years, we have raised $6.5 million, and we've created over 50 jobs for the people that work for the organization. Our clients range from health professional training institutions like University of Nairobi, Aga Khan, Muni University, to mention but a few. We have health implementing organizations like UNICEF, CUAM, Clinton Health Access, and funders that have enabled this work. Our strategy to sustain this work, this important work, is through consultancy grants, consultancy contracts, grants, and we seek an endowment. We believe that with our annual operations of about 600 million, depending on the institutions we're implementing, if we could have 7 billion, that is $2 million US, would be able to fix this, and going as low as we can on a 10% return on investment, we could be able to actually have an annual growth of 100 million US dollars. Thank you very much. This is part of the team. Thank you.
I want a pen to write. Yes, thank you very much. I'm concerned about the sustainability part. I think it has to be more exact that you will still be able to operate beyond donor funding, because this is a very nice technology, training methodology, and it would be nice to see how you're well positioned, maybe you can answer that, to take it beyond the donor funding so that it is more sustainable beyond what you're currently getting. Thank you very much.
I suggest you take down all the questions and you answer at once. Dr. Asimwe?
Thank you, Doc. Excellent presentation. In your partners, for skilling, continuous skilling of health workers is a requirement usually by professional health organizations and regulators. I didn't see any of them listed as your partners, because that would guarantee you a good market for sustainability. Because for people to keep going to simulation centers to improve their skills, who really cares? It is the people who give continuous medical education credit, usually professional organizations, medical, nursing, paramedical. But I didn't see any listed among your partnerships, which is a weakness. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, thank you, Doc. That's a good project, but still about the partners. You have gone more international, global, and now we're asking where are the partners back home? And that's why he's asking you to look at the regulatory bodies. You belong to one of them, and you know that you cannot practice in Uganda until you're licensed. And every time your license, expires, they come scratching at your back right away. I think it's important that you consider that for sustainability purposes. I think that's very important. Thank you.
All right, you may answer.
Right. I'll start from the bottom. I think it's a great idea, and I think involving bodies that regulate continuous medical education is really a brilliant idea, and is one we are willing to actually go on. In terms of local partners, we actually have several local partners that are working in the country, including Musana Development, Adara groups. All these are actually local health programming organizations that are continuously engaging us in this. And you hinted on the sustainability, and quite frankly, that is why we seek an endowment. Much as we have institutional support for the different organizations willing to take up this methodology of learning, the team that actually implements it would need to be sustained. And I think that is where that comes in. Through the consultancy contracts, we can be able to sustain this, and also through a fixed system that actually brings in revenue to the organization on a regular. And that is where we were having the endowment, the financial endowment that we think we seek, and we think that could actually sustain. But in addition, the rest. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Albert, and we appreciate your time, because I know you're such a busy person. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have Sunny Drop, and on the deck is air.
Members, I want to bring to your attention that we have a problem, and the problem is hand hygiene. Time is coming close to lunch, but you realize that some people are eating before washing hands. That's a starting point. But the issue we are addressing here is that we are having a lot of health care associated infections, and these are leading to a number of admissions in our facilities. World Health Organization indicates that at any single moment, we have 1.4 million patients due to hand hygiene. And this is affecting globally, even the USA, Europe. But Uganda, according to Water Aid report of 2022, just in a single year, we reported 422 cases, which led to 40,000 extra deaths. And we also notice that, according to UNICEF 2023 report, unsafe hand hygiene is responsible for over 390 deaths annually, globally. These are deaths that are attributed to poor hand hygiene. And when you read literature, most of the healthcare associated infections are actually 50% from healthcare workers. And that's very unfortunate, that the people who are expected protectors can also infect the patients. We also realize that money, most of us are having money in our pockets. You don't know where it has come from. But this money can also lead you to infection. And of course, there are other events like restaurants, like offices, schools, even community events, where there is a lot of hugging according to our culture and social norms. All these expose us to risks from hands and poor hand hygiene. This is because we interact a lot, and we do a lot of patient-patient interactions, even when we are admitted in facilities. The consequences are prolonged admissions, which of course leads to extra costs on the part of patients. And of course, deaths. People are dying because of infections from facilities. The solution is that alcohol-based hand rubs are very effective, and this was a study from Harvard, which noted that actually hand sanitizers are better at preventing flu, but also are able to kill a number of microbes that transmit these illnesses. Why hand rubs or sanitizers? These are very effective because they act faster, they are convenient, they can be easily used at the 5 key points of care: before seeing a patient, before a procedure, and other points of care as mentioned. They have minimal toxicity and can also be good at bacterial activity in a wide range of microbes. Our product is here. This is Sandrop. Most of you have interacted with Sandrop from CAMTech. This is one of the products that are alcohol-based and produced at CAMTech. And we have different sizes, different meals, different prices. It's very conditioning. This sanitizer is cooling, soap-free, and non-greasy. It leaves your hands smooth and dry. And some of you must be alive because of this. During COVID-19, you were able to survive because of this Sandrop. So you should give a big hand clap to the team at CAMTech, because some of you could have left long ago. These are the products we have, and our current customers are pharmacies, schools, hospitals, a number of research projects that they buy our Sandrop, and you'll find it in their offices. These are the sales. Since 2018, we have sold 53,000 liters. And of course, there was a boom during COVID-19, so the sales have gone down. But those are the liters so far sold. They actually translate to around 630 million, because the liter is at 12,000. Our Sandrop prices are ranging from 2,000 up to 60,000, depending on the size. And I want to thank you so much, but I can assure you that we can keep you safe from germs using Sandrop. This is the team behind, and I want to thank Dr. Data. Consciously or unconsciously, you see him applying Sandrop on his hands. And that's the team working with Dr. Data. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Bosco, for that brilliant presentation. Before I hand over to my co-panelist, I just want to ask you how the sales are going now, because sanitizers seem to be very prevalent now in the market. So are you getting any more sales since 2018, post-COVID especially? Dr. Sepotinde, you can write all the questions down and you can give us the answer at once. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. This is a product we have seen and we know. What plans do you have to break even the market wider? What do you think about Congo, for example? When do you go to Congo? When do you go to Southern Sudan? Those are the things we want to hear. Because now, you are not in the process of registering IPs and whatever. You are over and above that level. We want to see productivity. We want to see money come in.
Dr. Asimwe?
Yeah, thank you, Bosco. Since you mentioned that the problem was hand hygiene, I'm curious, has it been solved to explain the low sales? And also, what is unique about the innovation? Was it effectiveness of sanitizer? Was it the cost, the low cost? Was it availability? What makes Sandrop different from other hand sanitizers that have existed in the market?
Yeah, thank you so much, Bosco. On the business canvas model, you seem to not to clearly tell me how you're reaching the end user, apart from having them in pharmacies and these shops. Are you thinking about sales agents? Has that concept come in? Probably that can augment your business penetration. And lastly, it is in line with, if you can share with us some of the challenges that you faced after COVID-19, because people were not used to these sanitizers, and all of a sudden they started using them, and then after COVID-19 sort of settled, we see people not taking them up. So what is the current redress to those challenges of uptake? Thank you.
Thanks so much for the questions. The sales definitely went down after COVID. And the business model, we projected that if we can sell 1,200 liters of Sandro per month, we can break down, because that translates to around 14.4 million Uganda shillings. That can sustain the business. But given the sales so far in the last 6 years, the average monthly sales is around 730 liters. So we still have a gap. So the gap is to make sure we market widely, we sell more. If we can go beyond 1,200 liters a month, the business will be good to sustain itself. The problem might not be solved yet of hand hygiene, because research indicates that generally there is poor attitude towards hand washing, but of course also availability. Most of these products came on the market with COVID, and most other companies closed the production. So as CAMTech, we must keep the business up, but any support towards marketing, use a mobile van to market and distribute, could also help boost sales of Sandro. And I think that's the key issue in the questions raised. But we have, the uniqueness of Sandro is that we have very different sizes any person can afford, from 2,000 up to 60,000. Other products tend to be a bit expensive, so Sandro is able to reach all categories of customers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Bosco, for presenting about the Sunny Drop. Ladies and gentlemen, right now, I thought you're leaving that with me. Right now we are calling Air to present, and on the deck is robotics. Air. It's hard to clap for you off the stage. I don't know what we're going to do.
Ladies and gentlemen, one time you were born. Have you ever thought of what your mother was thinking at the time of your birth? At every birth, there is one thing that all the health workers and the mothers are looking forward to, and that is the most wanted cry. With that cry, tensions dissipate. But when babies are born not crying, everybody is tense in the room. 10% of all babies born do not breathe at the time of birth. Of those who do not breathe, half of them will start breathing with simple stimulation, but the other half will need help with a bag and mask. The challenge is that immediately after training, 20% of all health workers trained to help babies breathe will fail to effectively breathe for babies. And those that do will lose their skills in 2 to 3 months. So, when a baby is born not breathing, every 30-second delay increases the risk of death for that baby by 16%. And that risk is cumulative up to the 6th minute. For us to effectively breathe for babies, 4 things are important. 1, we need to be able to get a good seal, a very good seal between the face and the mask, so that when we squeeze the bag, air can go into the lungs. The second one is the airway needs to be open. The third, we need to breathe for the baby gently. And the fourth is that we need to breathe for the baby at the correct rate. Any deviation from that causes ineffective ventilation and babies die. What we developed was an add-on device to the existing resuscitation bag that gives you real-time feedback on your quality of ventilation. So it acts like your electronic coach when you're breathing for babies. Immediately after practicing your ventilation skills, the air device will quantitatively tell you what skills you did well and what skills you did not do well, so that you can improve your quality of ventilation. At the individual level, it will be able to tell you when you practiced, how often you practiced, and how the quality of your ventilation has been going overall. At the hospital level, you can be able to tell how often people are practicing, because it's proven that the more they practice, the more babies they what? They save. At a country level, we can create for you a cluster where the Ministry of Health can be able to observe who is practicing and the quality of practice across all the health facilities, so that they can help health workers effectively. We did a randomized control trial in Kenya and India involving 240 health workers, and we wanted to know whether practicing with the augmented infant resuscitator will be able to maintain ventilation skills. We were pleasantly surprised. When we evaluated the impact of the ventilation of the augmented infant resuscitator on ventilation skills retention, for the first time in the history of the world, we proved that using our technology did not only maintain ventilation skills, but made health workers' ventilation skills grow over time. We are very grateful to our partners, USAID, and the Saving Lives Grand Challenges for Development that has seen us develop this technology over the last 10 years. The augmented infant resuscitator is a patented technology with protection rights in the US, Europe, India, and China. It's now a commercial product in so many countries, and we had our first country order going out to Kenya. We thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Data. A chance now to the panelists to interact with you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Data, for this fascinating innovation. My concern is on the commercial viability, which has not been well articulated. Can you shed more light on that? How you are able to make money, your penetration in terms of customer segments, revenue streams, even the fraction that would help us understand that you can remain in the market and not close. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad to know you, Dr. Data. When that order is paid, I know you will be a billionaire, and please don't forget me. Just a small advice on the marketing. In the problem that you highlighted, you just told us, Mose, that there is a proportion of babies who don't breathe at birth, which is the issue you're trying to solve. But I think the real issue that you should highlight in your marketing, the problem is rather the quality of infant resuscitation that you are trying to improve by having the infant resuscitator, the air device, isn't it? So it's not necessary that you are helping babies breathe. Yes, you are helping babies breathe, but the device is helping improve the quality of resuscitation. Or maybe I missed it, I don't know. Thank you. Just for marketing.
All right, you can answer those two, and then we're done. 1 minute.
Thank you. So commercialization and commercial sustainability. So one, we capped a protected market by filing a worldwide patent and protecting it in major countries. The business model for this technology is two. One is the sale of the technology. The current price goes for $380, reusable technology. The second revenue model is from data, access to data. So health implementing partners who need data subscribe to the Air Device platform, and they can be able to support and monitor the quality of ventilation across their network. Currently, we are providing the data access platform for free after you've purchased, but that is the future of the revenue model as well. So sale of devices and also from the data platform. In regards to the problem, you're right. What we are striving to is empowering all health workers to be able to breathe for babies effectively, for all those babies who are born not breathing. Because 90% of the babies are born and they will cry immediately after birth. The problem is, for those who are born not breathing, if we don't breathe for them, and we don't breathe for them effectively, and I think, Dr. Sebutinde, you know, if we don't breathe for them effectively, they will either die immediately or they will develop complications later.
Thank you, Dr. Data. The last team.
Thank you so much, Dr. Data. Ladies and gentlemen, robotics. Robotics, are you ready? And on the deck is HEBS. Robotics, and on the deck is HEBS.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Ilemut Ivan, and I'm here to present you the CamTechUganda robotics program. Now, across Uganda, many students have a challenge of accessing quality STEM education, and this has led many to having limited or completely no skills required to thrive in the tech-driven job market. As CamTechUganda robotics program, we are here to close that gap by providing holistic technological education. The CamTechUganda robotics program is in two facets. We have the Robotics for Kids program, which is predominantly for pre-university students, and then we have the Robotics for University Students program.
Under our Robotics for Kids program, which is the pre-university track, it is divided in 3 progressive levels: the beginners, the intermediate, and we have the advanced. Now, under each level, content is tailored to meet the specific knowledge that the students possess at that particular time. And this training is usually delivered over a period of 2 weeks during the school term holidays. So if your child comes in term 1 holidays, for beginners level, in term 2 holidays, they will go to the intermediate level, and in term 3 holidays, they will be at the advanced level. And after they complete the training, that's not the end of the journey. Those who are really brilliant and interested in carrying on with the program, we recruit them as peer trainers into our program. Then we have the Robotics for University Students program. This is usually delivered during internship placements. So we receive students in our lab for the duration of their internship period, and at first we take them through the basics of robotics. And because these are university students and we want a much more tangible output at the end of the day, we take the next step they engage in is problem identification and the scientific writing workshop. Now, one thing you'll be quick to notice about the Robotics for University Students program is that it embeds all the other CAMTech processes tailored for innovators. And so we take them through the scientific writing workshop along with the problem identification phase. After they have done the problem identification, we take them through the ideation, which is also tied with the design thinking process. And in doing all this, we make sure that they are coming up with ideas that will solve real-world challenges. After that, we now give them time to delve into the prototyping phase. This is where now they start on building their projects so that they are ready at the end of the training for project presentations. So during the project presentations, panel experts are invited and teams compete. The benefits of the robotics program at CAMTech are very evident. It includes the skills development. These are both hardware skills and software skills, things like coding, understanding electronics, being able to understand mechanics of how things work. And also, we have now a component of IoT and artificial intelligence. Our program prepares students for future careers, especially in the tech space, where we now find technology in all aspects of our economy. Whether you're a doctor, you'll use technology, whether you're into agriculture. And lastly, we train our students to be innovative, creative problem solvers. At the end of the day, these innovators don't only drop, these students don't only drop the innovations after learning, but we position them to further these innovations until they are able to come onto platforms like this where you've seen innovators speech today, but also compete for additional funding and deliver their products on the market. We are now scaling this program. After 2 years of operation, we have developed a model where we can scale this program to schools. Initially, we'll engage schools to understand their needs, and after that, we'll craft or tailor content that is specific to the needs of the school, and that runs according to the school programs. Then we'll schedule meetings where we can now start the implementation with the students that we are involved with. And then also we have our team continuously deliver support for the students. These are our training packages. For the 2 weeks of the training, we charge 200,000 shillings. And then also for university students, we are still giving them as a bonus, we give them also still at 200,000 shillings. This is our team. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Co-panelists, 1 minute for questions and interactions.
Just like I mentioned before, it's a nice program, and I want to thank you, Ivan, for the presentation. But then I don't see how you're going to survive in the market. Your business model is not well articulated. Yes, you have this program. Maybe for now it is funded. There's someone supporting you. Or maybe these kids pay money. We need to know that. And how are you going to thrive beyond donor funding? Or what is your business model? To be more explicit. Then secondly, I am concerned about the issue of the young learner model of teaching. You're talking about scientific writing workshop. Yes, but what model are you using to engage these kids? I know most of them are young, so how are they able to uptake the scientific writing processes? Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much. Quite detailed presentation. My issue is, it's not clear whether robots represent STEM. Your problem lacked specificity because you're saying the reason you're doing robotics is because there is a poor access, there is poor or low access to quality STEM education. That is very broad. Specifically, where are the robots coming in STEM? Because STEM is quite wide. Yeah, thank you.
Dr. Sibutunia.
Yes, thank you for this technology, but are you in close touch with the body responsible for education in this country? How many meetings have you had with the minister or the ministry team? What is their thought? Because you are talking about schools, you are from the...
Sorry, STEM, yes. Is robotics entirely STEM? I would like to say that robotics touch bases on diverse aspects of STEM. Now, when I mentioned robots, the first thing that will come to anybody's mind is an avatar that you have seen maybe on your television screen. But robotics is much broader than that. Robotics involves things like coding. It involves things like building hardware, interacting with electronics, and also emerging technologies like AI and machine learning. And through our program, thank you.
Thank you so much, Ivan. Next on stage, and the last team presenting is HEBS.
You may begin.
Greetings, respected ladies and gentlemen. Each told a different story. Years of toil under the unforgiving African sun took its toll, leading to a devastating diagnosis, lip cancer. His death ignited a fire in me that I vowed to protect others from similar pains. During my study at the university, I noticed 3 out of 5 students had dry and cracked lips, and this triggered for a deeper research. According to 2019 WHO reports, 40% of the African population are affected by this problem, yet 85% of the products used to combat this problem are synthetic. They contain chemicals that cause allergic reactions, itching, irritation, and a risk of cancer. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Ainemkama Brenda with Sam Wambona. We are from HEBS Organic Limited. We have come up with an innovative lip care solution that is unique to Africa's climate. It is a natural sunscreen, long-lasting, non-sticky, and does not leave any white mark on the lips. In Uganda, mangoes are grown everywhere, and the seeds are discarded off as waste after eating of the ripe mangoes. We process these seeds into the mango seed butter, compound the butter into an organic lip balm, and through the distribution channels, we are able to reach to our customers. Application 2 times a day gives excellent results in 2 weeks. Apart from the moisturizing effect that is common for all lip care products on the market, it is only HEB lip balm that is a natural sunscreen, affordable, and side effect free. We are targeting women 16 to 45 years and female university students. We aim to tap into the 7 million out of the 24 million available market, and we have managed to reach 5,000 of this population. We obtained 1,500 Ugandan shillings profit from every teen, and this gives us 60% profit margin and 2 million Ugandan shillings monthly profits. We obtain revenue from the final product and the raw material sales, which is the mango seed butter. Through the cosmetic shops, pharmacies, supermarkets, door-to-door delivery, and modeling companies, we are able to reach to our customers. We are asking for your mentorship, linkages to global opportunities, and 30 million Ugandan shillings that we shall use to acquire mango seed butter extractor, train new staff, do quality control and quality assurance, distribution of the products, and marketing of these products. Ladies and gentlemen, our product has been tested and qualified safe for use. Therefore, with this support, we aim to reach 10% of our target market, increase capacity of production from 3,000 to 5,000 tins per month, and be able to make 3 million Ugandan shillings monthly profits. And in 2026, we aim to reach 60% of our target market, make 10 million Ugandan shillings monthly profits, and be able to employ 15 more people. Coming this far, we have worked with different organizations, including CamTechUganda, that have provided us with support and mentorship. Behind this beautiful venture is a multidisciplinary and qualified team comprised of quality assurance, quality control, marketing, and finance departments that are under the mentorship of Professor Gwang, a lecturer at Mbarara University of Science and Technology. Together, let's write a story of dry and cracked lips while ensuring healthier generations to come. Thank you so much for listening. Be natural, be you.
All right, thank you so much for that stormy presentation, very brilliant. Before I have my co-panelists react, great product, we've seen that. I actually bought one from the market and it works good. But I remember the last time I had a concern of portability. The container, I actually have two containers. One is the one that you're having in your hand, which is not very practical, especially for gentlemen like us. It's good for ladies with handbags, but for gentlemen, we need something like this. So I would be glad to see something like this in the market. But otherwise, very great product. You can take your questions at once and you would answer at once. Thank you. Dr. Asimwe?
Yeah, excellent. Speaking as a mango farmer, how many mangoes do you need to cover one pair of lips with the balm?
Thank you so much. I think this is the only lady on the team, that the teams that have presented. So we applaud you as a lady to come and do the presentation.
Thank you.
More to the presentation, I noticed that in your problem statement, you missed the linkage to the synthetic products already on the market. And it would be nice to look at that disjoint in terms of the health risks that the synthetic products are bringing to humanity. So I didn't see that. You need to articulate it more. And then the other one is in line with where you are, because I understand you've been getting some funding from the Mass Innovation Ecosystem, including CITT, CAMTech, from BioTrack. Where are you now? Where can we locate you that we believe that what has been funded before is actually taking you forward? Thank you.
Dr. Sibochinde.
Yes, this is a very good solution. What is your sustainability plan? You have a very good business sort of strategy drawn out. That's very good for business. But where do you see yourself 10 to 15 years from today?
All
You may
right.
now answer. 1 minute, please.
Okay, starting with the last question. In the next 15 years, we want to have reached actually twice of the 2026. In 2026, we want to make 10 million Ugandan profits and employ 15 people. But in 15 years from now, we want to see that we are able to employ around 100 people, including the university students. Yes.
Highlighting on more on where we want to be 10 years from now, we also expect 10 years or 15 years from now to have established a manufacturing plant. Yeah. Then, concerning the packaging, we have two sets of packaging containers. We have the long one for that favors both men and women. We have the long one. We have that one that favors both. Then, concerning on how many mangoes we need to use, here we just collect we collect mango seeds, like we usually get in kilograms. So we need like 5 kilograms to make some butter. Then it is from that butter, according to our formulation, that we use to put in as the base of the product. Then, concerning where we are, I don't know whether I got it right. Our location, we are found in Katete, just near Shama Junior School, or you can find us at Central Market, the first shop, which is number 001. Yeah, I think those were the questions. I don't know if I've missed any.
You did. The last question, let him articulate it very well.
Yeah, I didn't ask about where you are in terms of location, but from the process of funding and support, where have you reached right now that you need more support?
At the moment, where we are actually selling the product. We, of course, behind those days, we have had some funds, but which helped us also to buy some equipment. But at the moment, as you can see from our growth strategy, we need to increase the capacity of production. But
thank you so much. Heb, please. Our judges, thank you so much. Heb, just hold on, don't touch the products, they are yours. At this moment, I'm requesting, let me count. Dr. Stephen Asimwe, the Holy Spirit has led me, by the Vice Chancellor, 4 lip balms. The Holy Spirit has led me, Dr. Tam Kong, by Angela, 4 lip balms. Now, cash. Thank you so much. Any other lady in the room? Any other lady in the room? Hey, you don't want, eh? Madame Nuriat, yes. They're telling me that Dr. Sevutinde buy Nuriat 2 lip balms. Yes. Cash. We're on the commercial section. 2.5. So when I say 4, that's 10,000. As we're doing that, who is buying for gentlemen? Who is buying for Dr. Data? Huh? Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Twinamasko. He's buying 2 lip balms for Dr. Data. So that is 10,000, 10,000, 5,000. Where am I? Who is buying for me? Hey, you're buying? Oh, you want to buy someone? Oh, Madam Vice Chancellor, someone is buying. The president of Ambara University Engineering Association is buying you a lip balm and me. That is 5,000. Who is your cashier, Heb? Nambogo Nuriat, they have bought your 2 lip balms and the balance is for the MC. Thank you so much. Help. Are we delivering? Yes, thank you so much. Where is my 10K? Judge, my 10K. Okay, he doesn't have change. You can give us the dollars, no worries. Okay, he's giving you cash. That's 5,000. Yeah, I know you never carry cash. I don't know what I was thinking. Hey, but at least I've made you some money. Thank you so much. And this is yours. They're giving you cash, Dr. Medad, 5,000. Ladies and gentlemen, the one for men, someone bought, how much are they? Nuriat, come and buy for Dr. Data. They have bought for you. Each is 5,000. Okay, one for gentlemen. Mr. Gustavus, someone should buy you a lip balm at 5,000. And I'm requesting the university librarian, 5,000, buy Mr. Gustavus a lip balm. He has clapped already, so take it there. You'll give me one for commission. Ladies and gentlemen, we're adjusting the program a little bit to favor us all. Let's have the closing remarks, and then we shall have the award ceremony, and then the walkthrough of the exhibition. Let me invite Dr. Data, the country manager of CamTechUganda, to please crown it for us all, and he'll summarize that for us. Dr. Data. Madam Vice Chancellor, Dr. Data is a master alumnus. You come. Is a master alumnus, a lecturer in pediatrics. And like we were saying, we give names. The parents who are wise to give the name Data. He has a lot of data. He collects data. And right now he's giving us what? Thank you.
Thank you so much. The situation of CAMTech has been eating me up for a long time. And your zeal and presentations today, I think, has given us more energy. So, at this time, I'm just very grateful to Massachusetts General Hospital through the First Mile program that has sustained the CAMTech program up to now. And so it's my singular honor to invite the director of the Global Health Collaborative, that is none other than Dr. Stephen Asimwe, to give his closing remarks, and also do for us the favor to invite our beloved Vice Chancellor to give her closing remarks and address the team.
Thank you, Dr. Data. Is everyone fed? Are you fed or fed up? You're well fed? Are you energetic? Yeah, it's been a long day. The Vice Chancellor, distinguished guests, fellow judges, the pitchers. I'll just be very brief. Thank you all for coming today. It's been a long journey. Can I have your attention, please? Excuse me, hello, in the back. Yeah, tell those guys I'm winding up here. Yeah. Madam Vice Chancellor, just in brief, the Global Health Collaborative is a 20-year-old partnership between Imbara University and Massachusetts General Hospital. Initially began as a research project in 2004 and morphed into much wider portfolio whose purpose, it was an academic medical partnership created to promote health and well-being globally. And the vision is towards global health equity, that we get good health outcomes wherever we are in the world. The strategies are mainly five of them. The first one was research that we have been promoting at MUST over the past 20 years. As we speak today, in 2024, we have about 53 research projects, 49 with collaborative researchers from Harvard and MGH, 3 from UCSF, and 1 from Indiana University. MGH has supported the MUST Grants Office right from inception to support application of research grants. MGH has supported the annual Research Dissemination Conference, which is due in November, including publication awards. We usually give cash awards to the best research scientists at MUST in order to promote research. And also, the Harvard colleagues have helped MUST get Junior Research Awards, the K Awards, and the RO ones that are here at MUST. If you see all of them, they will have Harvard people. You have to associate with the best to be the best. The second pillar is innovation, and this is what we championed 12 years ago with CAMTech, and every single year, CAMTech has been able to get some support from philanthropists, from the hospital itself, and other donors. For this year, we are at crossroads. We don't know what 2025 will be, but we go day by day. We thank God for the meal that we are having today, and everything CAMTech has been able to achieve has been through that support every single year. Having seed money for innovators, having money for hackathons, having money for all these seminars, trainings, and everything that you've seen today. The third pillar is education. We just had a MUST graduation. This year alone, through the support of the collaborative, we've graduated 103 advanced degrees, about 12 masters in nursing, 5 masters in medicine, and many other master's degree trainee programs. We also have 17 clinical partnerships, the biggest of which you might have seen is the pediatric oncology unit, which we support over 17 staff members, including the head, critical care, pathology, and many others. And finally, community health. Through the Department of Community Health, we support over 50 facilities in Western Uganda, including medical student training at those facilities, and also sending postgraduate doctors to health centers and CMEs. So just 3 final things about innovation. Colleagues, if I can have your attention, it takes 3 things to innovate, in as far as I have seen in the years here. 1, you need mad scientists. You need people. And that's what universities provide. We have innovators. Second, you need money. Because if you study the history of innovation, most mad scientists had access to resources. They had access to prototyping materials. They had access to things to use. And resources have become far scarce every single day. And finally, you need an environment. And that's why CAMTech was formed. That's why it is very precious to have CAMTech. And thank you, Dr. Data and your team, for this ecosystem that you have provided space, you've provided mentorship, you've provided many resources that have enabled this innovation to grow. Madam Vice Chancellor, we used to be apprehensive about the future of innovation at MAST, but we were so fortunate that Council and Senate finally bought into what we were pushing to create a center for innovation and technology transfer at MAST as a permanent entity to continue pushing the interests of innovation in this University of Science and Technology. I'm a member of the board, the inaugural board of CITT, representing external partners, and I'd like to recognize and thank Dr. Medard Twinamasko. Please clap for him. Yes, in his role, it's now a directorate, and he's the founding director. I think CITT encompasses, is it 3 units? CAMTech, Farm Biotrack, and one other, and which one? 9 now. Yeah, so they started at 3, but now they are, you call them incubation hubs. So CAMTech is like one of the big, oldest and biggest, but there are definitely others coordinated and organized under the CITT. We can only pray that this entity continues to advocate for innovators, look for more funding. Our executive director will be flying in a few days. We are continuing to have engagements to see how to continue this wonderful work. But I'd like to congratulate all of you for pitching. Please, as one member advised, when you hear innovation something, please run there, because as you can see, there are many eyes and ears in the room, and people are looking for the next big thing to jump onto. In the US and other developed places, the biggest source of innovation funds are venture capitalists. People who hear your 1-minute pitch or 3-minute pitch and give you $1 million to invest and see what will happen. So please, what we are doing here is very important. So carry on, and we wish you all the best. We'll be here to continue to support you. Thank you very much. And with all those many words, I don't know, Dr. Data, you've given me the authority or power to invite our first female Vice Chancellor and my close senior colleague, Professor Pauline Chigwika, to come and give closing remarks. Please give her a hand of welcome.
Good evening, everyone. I hope you're all fine. Thank you very much, Dr. Asimwe, for the kind words and kind introduction and welcome. Thank you, Dr. Data, for Dr. Data Santorino. Did I pronounce it right? Thank you for inviting me to come to my very, very first exhibition at MAST. Thank you very much. As you all are aware, my installation was yesterday as the 3rd Vice Chancellor of MAST. So we had a busy day, very beautiful day, and I want to thank everybody who participated in organizing for that ceremony. It was really beautiful. Please pass on my appreciation to all those who led the organization. This morning, I had a meeting very early in office at 8, so I couldn't come here first. And after that, I had been invited to Bishop Stewart University graduation, So I rushed there, and then I came back to attend this exhibition. Thank you. So maybe I should start by introducing myself for those of you who don't know me. My name's Pauline Biachika Chibuika. I'm a professor of internal medicine and epidemiology and have been serving as head of Department of Internal Medicine at Makerere University. That is it for now for the introduction. I'm sure many of you have read about me somewhere or have been told about me somewhere. I look forward to meeting each and every one of you and getting to know you a little more. Thank you, Dr. Asimwe, for buying me the lip balm. Thank you very much, Angela. I am yet to receive the lip balm from the president, and I cannot go away without receiving it because it's my first gift at MAST. He's president of which association? President of Bara University Engineering Society. Thank you very much for my present. Thank you, and very nice to meet you. Thank you very much. As Brenda was presenting about the lip balm, I was whispering to Data that if they want us, the ladies, to use that lip balm, they should add color. Little did I know that it actually has color. So this will definitely be used. Thank you very much. You know, ladies like color. Thank you very much. So I want to congratulate all of you who have presented this afternoon. Congratulations. The presentations were very, very interesting. Very interesting. And I won't say which one I liked best, but I enjoyed each and every one of them. And I want to congratulate you. We are yet to hear results. Are there going to be results or something like that? Yes. So thank you very much. I congratulate all of you. First, this afternoon, Dr. Data came to my office and I asked him to tell me a little more about CAMTech. And he told me the history of CAMTech and how far you have come. I want to congratulate you, Dr. Data, for the far you have come with your team, Dr. Asimwe and Dr. Medad Twinamasiko, the director of CITT. I hope I got that right. Yes. Congratulations. You've done a great job, and thank you. This is the way to go. It is the way to go. About a month ago, I was invited to chair a session at a meeting, a forum organized by Ministry of Finance. And the forum was about competitiveness, economic competitiveness, and mostly about innovation. So I'm very glad that Mbara University has taken innovation to a higher level. Thank you very much and congratulations. I look forward to working with you and finding solutions to some of the challenges you're facing. This afternoon we met a team of engineers and we're discussing some of the opportunities and some of the challenges. I hope that we can get some fruits out of that. Having said that, I want to say that this is a university, and as you all know, the role of universities is training, research, community service. Research is core. Research is core to university activities. Research is core to innovation. And therefore, I want to encourage all of us to participate in research. If you don't know how to conduct research, it is important that you learn some form of research methods. Depending on which research, which field, which discipline you're in, please take it very, very important for you to learn how to conduct research. Because the world is changing very rapidly, and we require research for us to fit into this rapidly evolving world. So, and research helps us to find solutions to problems. As you were presenting, I kept thinking, what problems is she responding to? What problem is he trying to solve? Okay? We need to look around. There are problems all over. We are surrounded by problems. Everywhere you look, if you look at the floor, you will find a problem. And you might want to innovate some machinery that can quickly clean the floor as people are here seated. So everywhere we go, it's important that we remain curious for us to be able to do some research, find solutions, innovate, and move our innovations to the next level. I also kept wondering, are these innovations de novo? Meaning, are they coming out of nothing? Are they outrightly new? Or are they something that is being borrowed from elsewhere? For some of them, I kept asking Dr. Data, is it a new innovation? Is it de novo? Or is it a modification or an adaptation of something from somewhere else? It's important for us to clarify that. Then it's important that we think about security. I'm very glad that one panelist talked about data security. As we think about innovations, let's think very carefully about security. Security of our innovations, security of our data, security of our cyberspace, and so on and so forth. And I'm very, very glad that Dr. Data has told me you've taken it to another level to secure these intellectual property rights for some of the products and so on and so forth. Because if we don't secure our products, if we don't secure our space, our data, we are out to lose because the world is changing very rapidly. So back to the university. We are all here to gain education. But education alone is not important in this rapidly changing world, rapidly changing environment. It's important for us to acquire the relevant competencies, but it's also very, very important for us to acquire a skill. I keep telling my students, do not go away without a skill that you can translate into money. Knowledge alone is not enough. A few years ago, we used to say, we professors move with our capital in the brain. My capital is my brain. In this day and age, that's not enough. You realize that we scientists, researchers, professors, move with our capital, we conduct research, we put it in publications, but at the end of the day, you send that manuscript to a journal somewhere abroad. Worse still, sometimes you even pay publication fees, and then you waive all your rights to that journal. You don't make any money out of it, okay? So it's high time that we all started to think, how do we translate our knowledge into money? What skill do I go away with to turn into money? This brings me to the topic of the knowledge economy. How many of us have heard about knowledge economy? By show of hands, knowledge economy. How many? Only one person in the room. Oh, we need to read a lot more. Dr. Simwe, you need to teach a lot more. Oh, 2 people in the room, good. So let me just tell you a little bit about knowledge economy. The forum where I was by Ministry of Finance was actually spearheading and emphasizing knowledge economy. They have put a lot of emphasis on knowledge economy. Knowledge economy refers to an economic system where knowledge, information, and innovation are the primary drivers of economic growth, wealth creation, and competitiveness. And I guess this is what CAMTech is all about. You're translating this knowledge into economic gain, economic growth. So, in this day and age, we all need to fine-tune our education to give the relevant competences, but at the same time, pass on the relevant skill. At the same time, use technology, artificial intelligence is here, for us to be able to translate into innovations and into money to drive socioeconomic transformation. So adequate skills acquisition is very, very important. The second point I wanted to talk about, the third point actually. The fourth, I think I have talked about the third and the fourth, the second, first, second, and third. As we do all this, it's important for us to find partnerships and collaborations. I'm glad that Dr. Simwe has told us about all the collaborations that they have. Each one of us should be able to look for a partner. And I'm glad that the presenters all came in some form of partnerships. Don't work in silos. If you work in silos, it's going to take you too long to break through. Find a partner to work with. It might be a local partner, might be an international partner, it might be, a senior partner, but always find a partner to work with. As a university, we should also aim to strengthen our partnerships and create new partnerships with government, ministries, departments, and agencies, as well as with other universities, for us to improve our skill and innovation. Together with Dr. Data, this afternoon we met the team from State House, and we were asking them about how are they facilitating us to innovate? What kind of exposure? Because in order for us to innovate, we need to be in an environment that is conducive for you to innovate. If you're deep down in Nakapiripit or in Bushenyi, and the environment around you does not expose you, you're definitely not going to innovate. So they informed us about design labs. They have some drawings from, I think, architects or something. They're planning some kind of, did they call it a design lab? Design labs, where students can go and learn and get exposed so that you build your creativity and innovation skills. But in addition, under the Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation and Uganda National Council for Science and Technology, the government of Uganda has established skills enhancement centers where we hope that people can go, get exposed and acquire those skills. And acquiring these skills and getting that exposure will stimulate the brain to be able to think more and innovate better. The fifth point I wanted to talk about is commercialization. I'm glad that Dr. Data and your team have already taken some of your products to the next stage of commercialization. It's very, very important. However, I still think there's still a lot more to do in terms of sensitization about your products. Many people may not know about them, dissemination of information, and also modifying, adding value to the products so that they can be sold widely. I think we discussed a few of them while I was seated there with you. My sixth point is for us all to invest in digital infrastructure. As a university, I'm sure there's a lot being done. I know that there's a project already that is spearheading this, and I hope to take this forward with all the members of the faculty here. Lastly, to the students, I want to tell you, students, I know some of you are not students, but you're still young people. Resilience, 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 okay? I was very impressed by Brenda's presentation. Where is Brenda? I was very impressed by her presentation on the lip balm, and Dr. Data told me she was a student. She started it when she was a student, together with her partner. I don't remember the name of the partner. And he informed me that she is now self-employed. She's doing it as a form of employment. And when I looked at her graph, she has projected where she wants to be even in 2026. That is the kind of resilience, persistence, perseverance, and focus that we all need to develop for us to get to where we want to go. So I think with those few words, I should stop here. I want to thank you very much for inviting me for my very first exhibition at MAST, and I wish you success. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Pauline. Ladies and gentlemen, I request that the CAMTech team comes here and helps me out. We're going to have a photo session with the Vice Chancellor, and we shall have the award ceremony. I need the chairs at the front. I request the mentors, the judges, to come forwards for the photo. And I request that the CAMTech team please come and help me out with ushering, helping me with the chairs. Thank you so much. So I do request Dr. Stephen, Dr. Data, Professor, you take the central seat. I'm calling these first. Please come, Dr. Medad and Dr. Data and Dr. Stephen. And the judges of the day, please come forward. Professor Tamkong, you may take the seat. Ladies and gentlemen, at the judges of the day, please. Judges of the day. Mukosa President, please join the judges. Muwesa, yes, sorry, not Mukosa. Dr. Wule, please come up. Your top management member. I may even not fluke this photo. Martin, you are the EMS of the day. Please join that photo. Nuriat, there are so many men in the photo. It's not balancing. Thank you. Students, are you ready for selfies with the Vice Chancellor? You are ready? Let me wait for you. Okay, photo moment. Okay, now I invite the CAMTech team. Our judges, you can take your seats. CAMTech team, students, get ready. Your photo won't take long, me, I'm telling you. Students, come, the next photo is yours. Mackenzie, you're always the last, I'll kill you. Okay, dear students, in 3, 2, 1, 0. Those who are not yet here, no photo with the Vice Chancellor, I'm telling you. Dear students, Kwetega, if Kwetega was a person. Okay, these are the ones who presented. Madam Vice Chancellor, these presented. Okay. Okay. But Sawanyana, you're not a student. You're an alumnus. I'm going to call an alumnus there. Okay, let's stop there for a while. We shall have another photo. Guys, let's wait. Let's go up to there. Okay, students, pose like students. Yay! Okay, the next group. Next group. Students. Huh? I know your registration numbers. They are requesting that you adults go away. They want to be the Vice Chancellor alone. Why are you hiding yourself? Come and stand here. Come and stand here. Yes, stand there. Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going for the award ceremony. Mackenzie, you can help me out. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Data, it's the award ceremony, and you're the key person here. I invite you to take the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, on the screen we have the People's Choice Award. People's Choice Award, please vote for the best person. Madam Vice Chancellor, I don't know whether they told you we had ideas. Students who pitched as ideas at idea stage, and then the others pitched at the minimum valuable product stage, and then the others presented at the commercialized stage, while the others presented at the prototype stage. Dr. Data? Are your hearts pumping hard? You're not scared? I would like to be like you. Ivan and Mackenzie, please come here. Ivan and Mackenzie.
All right. So the moment is here now. And with your permission, Professor Vice Chancellor Pauline, I would like to invite you and Dr. Simwe to kindly come and award this. So the awards are in 4 categories, and then there's going to be a People's Choice Award that you should be voting for right now. So let's start with the first runner-up. Okay. So in the ideation stage, Professor Katam Kong, as the leader of the judges, please come over. Yes. So in the ideation stage, the winner.
Wait, cause some tension. Don't just say the winner.
The winner.
Okay.
Of the first runner-up prize in the ideation stage is Mama Aware.
Let's clap for Mama Ware. Let's clap for them. The DJ is playing them a song as they come.
Congratulations and celebration.
Really?
When I tell everyone that you're in love with me. Congratulations and jubilations. I want
Please hurry up. We need to see you come running.
Who would believe that I could be happy and contented? I used to think that happiness hadn't been invented.
You go up to the end of where the Vice Chancellor is, receive the award.
And now the overall winner.
Have a photo moment with the Vice Chancellor, please. Hold the certificate. Why aren't you smiling? Get your winners. Thank you. Yes.
And now the overall winner for the ideation stage is Team Grand Wave.
DJ, roll it for them. Grand Wave. Please jog to the stage. Jog to the stage. Yes, your winners.
I have vision, oh I believe. I know I can count.
Handshake.
And for your information, the grand winners get a cash prize of 500,000 Uganda shillings.
Congratulations.
And the runner-ups get a cash prize of 300,000 Uganda shillings.
A photo moment, please.
Now for the functional prototypes. The first runner-up prize goes to Team Smart Swine. So Team Smart Swine.
They're telling you you're a winner. You have to run. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations.
In the function prototype, for a cash prize of 500,000, the overall winner is Dripsense.
Clap for them, clap for them. Faster than that. Can I tell you the next team so that you get closer? Okay. Are we voting for the People's Choice Award? No, you pass this side, Mama. You want to start with the Vice Chancellor? Sana Chiboko. She's too excited. Congratulations.
All right.
Now you know how to pose. Pose.
Okay, for the category of minimum viable product, the first runner-up team is Team Autothermal.
Autothermal.
Congratulations. Team Autothermal.
And celebrations. Autothermal, congratulations. Once again, you're winning. We've had these awards in Ghana. They also won this award in Ghana. Congratulations, Autothermal.
Who would believe that I could be happy and contented? Happiness hadn't been invented, but that was in the bad old days before I met you.
And the overall winner for the teams with minimum viable product is Team Elite Vein Locator.
Vein Locator.
And celebrations when I tell
congratulations, Vein Locator.
In love with me. Congratulations and jubilations. I want the world to know I'm happy as can be. Who would believe that I could be happy and contented? I used to think that happiness hadn't been invented.
So for the big ladies and big gentlemen, the commercialized products and services. The runner-up winner is the Simulation for Life program.
Congratulations, Sim for Life. Yes, come with a sanitizer for the MC. No, that's not a sanitizer. Okay. Congratulations, Sim for Life.
I used to think that happiness hadn't been invented, but that was in the bad old days before I met you.
How about smile, smile.
When I let you walk into my heart.
Now, the grand winner in the category commercialized products.
Dudung.
Can we get some drum roll?
Drumbles. Give me drumbles.
The overall winner for the commercialized products for a price of 500,000 Ugandan shillings goes to Herbs Organic.
Woo! Oh, Herbs, yeah.
The best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe.
A result of tenacity, higher education with innovativeness.
That's the excitement I need.
We are so proud for you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Keep it up.
Congratulations, Brendan, your team.
So thank you so much. We will now take a tour of the exhibitions.
Oh, the
but before that, we have the overall winner. The that got 22% of all votes is Zao Pals. Let's see some dancing coming up here. DJ music, please.
I was built to be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, oh I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions.
Congratulations.
For the champions.
People's Award.
Stand up for the champions, for the champions.
Congratulations upon that.
For the champions.
The people have chosen you, and the link has moved well. Ladies and gentlemen, at this moment, I would request Dr. Stephen, to lead the Vice Chancellor to tour the different innovations that are going on. DJ, you can roll salient music for them to move.
Smartinia, whoa, Lord of mercy, whoa, whoa, yeah. It's not the first, not the last. So much pretty girl I pass, and holding out is such a task. That's why me I say this from my heart. Oh Lord, don't let me cheat on my girlfriend.
You're watching a Hit TV, empowering you. You're watching a Hit TV, empowering you.